People hurried about their tasks. The rhythm of daily life continued as it always had. Richard Ferencia took his son on a tour of their territory, a leisurely stroll around their vast lands. Suddenly, Richard Ferencia spoke. "Tell me, son," he asked seriously, "in your opinion, what is the most important quality a lord must possess?" The unexpected question initially flustered Simon Ferencia. However, he quickly regained his composure and offered a reasonable answer. "Father, I believe it is nobility." Richard Ferencia smiled in approval. Not bad. But his tone suggested he held a different perspective. Simon asked curiously, "Then what is the correct answer, father?" Under the warm sunlight, Richard Ferencia seemed to radiate a brilliant aura. He replied, "It is a warm heart and compassion. Only those who possess such qualities can ask." It was none other than Richard Ferencia, the young lord of Les Hill. He was still at a playful, innocent age, barely weaned from his mother's milk. So he was completely bewildered and perplexed by the answer he just heard. A heart, an abstract and broad concept like a warm heart, seemed too much for a young boy, untouched by the world, unburdened by the weight of national affairs. His father continued to explain, this time skillfully weaving his answer. With Richard's initial thought about virtue, the virtue required of a lord depends on the specific circumstances. He began to give a series of examples, sometimes a friend, sometimes a family member, and sometimes an enemy. You will have to fulfill all those roles, and no matter the circumstance, you must always give your best effort. Lost in his own story, he continued, "You will be able to forge a connection with anyone." His son by his side, the father listened intently. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out the Lord's name. Everyone turned in surprise, their eyes searching for the source of the sound. Charlie, breathless, came running. Despite his haste, he didn't forget his manners. "Goodness," he exclaimed. "I apologize for interrupting, sir, but may I inquire about that?" "Of course, Charlie," the father readily agreed. "Simon, why don't you step back for a moment? You too, Charlie." He then guided his exhausted friend, stepping back, giving his father some space. And then the father began chanting a series of mysterious, incomprehensible incantations. Objects around him levitated. Falling leaves swirled chaotically, creating a rustling sound like music. Finally, the father stopped. "It's here," he whispered the final words of the incantation. A mystical magic circle appeared, hovering in midair. The atmosphere grew dark, enveloped in an eerie aura. "Let's do this." From the damp earth, countless grotesque hands suddenly reached out. Lost souls awakened, clawing their way up from the ground. Skeletal figures materialized before their eyes within the magic circle. Simultaneously, strange rattling sounds echoed throughout the space. The prelude seemed truly terrifying. However, after the skeletons fully awakened and turned to stare at the necromancer, the initial fearsome effect gradually dissipated, revealing surprisingly adorable skulls. He grinned, pointing toward the pile of wood behind him. The skeleton's eye sockets glowed brightly, quickly understanding and beginning their carrying duties. Charlie applauded from behind, not forgetting to thank the stunned Simon. "But Dad, this is old hat for me. I'm quite used to bossing around and exploiting the labor of these skeletons." So he simply waved his hand politely and said, "Carry on with the good work." The more he witnessed, the more he admired his deceased father. The thought that he could bolster his forces by commanding the deceased truly made him a necromancer greater than any other. Necromancer, a name spoken with chilling fear, are exceptional sorcerers, possessing the ability to wield dark magic and forbidden arts. Long ago in ancient times, to escape the necromancer's tyrannical rule, the Emperor of the Tanhand Empire dispatched 500,000 elite soldiers to attack Kizen, the stronghold of those who command death. Facing this mighty army, a mere 10 necromancers were sent to meet them in battle. Only 10 necromancers. But the 500,000 mighty soldiers were quickly transformed into soulless corpses. And then they destroyed the Tanhand Empire. That terrifying battle was recorded in history as the Rose Legion. Even Emperor Tanhand, who once claimed to be invincible, was forced to kneel in surrender. The decaying corpse of the former emperor suffered a tragic, humiliating end, placed upon the very throne of his fallen empire. And that is how the necromancers, holding absolute power in this new era, and conquering half of the vast continent. But another force is rising, threatening the absolute dominance of the necromancers. They rule the other half of the continent, the soul shepherds, the only villains in the eyes of the necromancers, those who wield noble divinity to serve the powerful Empress Goddess, keeping the continent in a fragile, unstable peace. Between these two powerful forces, there's constant and fierce confrontation. But all this turmoil doesn't worry our territory, or in other words, to be more precise, this is an isolated land, completely separated from the outside world, engulfed in a power struggle. Here, humans and souls coexist harmoniously, performing daily tasks together in a rhythmic and effortless way. You can't help but admire their remarkable cooperation. And this is Let's You, where the skeletons dance, playing together, working in harmony with the villagers, just like Charlie and his skeletal friends are doing now. A tiny town, truly small, unbelievably small. A blurry spot on the map, probably somewhere around here. Even if you had a map in your hand, it would still be hard to pinpoint its exact location. So even neighboring villages are unaware of its existence. And I, Simon Ferencia, am the heir to this hidden estate. He flashes a bright smile, the sunlight seeming to blend with the scenery and the people. That's a brief overview of Simon and his hometown. But playtime is over for now. He returns to his charming house. Welcome home, Simon. I'm home. The gentle woman greeting him is Anna Ferencia, Simon's mother. Yes, I was out helping with the mining. He replies and quickly runs to the back kitchen with his mother. She said softly, you must be starving. He stared at his mother's mystifying purple soup, asking, wait, what is this? What's in the pot, Mom? She explained, it's lilac mushroom broth, dear. Good heavens. Her explanation only confused him more. But aren't those mushrooms poisonous? His mother calmly gazed at the soup, which seemed to emanate a gloomy aura. She remained calm. Well, they are poisonous, but don't worry, I'll make them edible. A brilliant light suddenly radiated from her, like a miraculous magic trick. The frightening dish instantly became appealing. He was mesmerized by the sight, completely captivated by the magical process. His mother's divine power, the strength of a former priestess, was on full display. Every time he witnessed her power, he was filled with curiosity. He couldn't understand how two such opposite people could end up together. He chuckled wryly, lost in his wandering thoughts. Floating on cloud nine, his mother, having finished preparing dinner, called Simon to eat. Are you just going to stare, or are you going to come eat? Oh, right, Simon replied. He quickly headed towards the dining table. The table was laden with a hearty spread of home-cooked meals. Mid-meal, his father bravely attempted to chug down a bowl of strange soup, resulting in him throwing up his entire dinner. At the end of the meal, his mother kindly asked, did you enjoy your dinner? You barely ate anything. Are you feeling all right? Later that evening, after Simon had showered, he caught his mother lovingly applying skincare products to his father's face. Already accustomed to this scene, Simon chuckled to himself. It's like they're still on their honeymoon. As the moon rose high, Simon walked towards the window, closing it in preparation for sleep. His mother's gentle voice echoed, good night, Simon. Good night. He politely replied. Suddenly, a crumpled letter flew in, landing softly on his face. This unexpected action startled Simon for a moment. He took the letter. His nose was bright red, his mind still foggy and confused about what had happened. He stammered, bewildered. What is this? By chance, at that very moment, he saw a beautiful girl sitting by his window. She smiled radiantly and greeted him. Hello. He stared at the strange creature before him in confusion, then decided to pretend he didn't see her, turning over to go back to sleep. The girl stomped her foot and spoke up. Hey, don't pretend you don't see me. Seeing him continue to avoid her, she started to make a racket. Hey, I know you see me. Come on, wake up, wake up. He reluctantly faced reality, sighing, good grief. All right, who are you? And why are you here? Are you lost? She sighed exasperatedly. I'm not lost, you idiot. Then, she confidently pointed at him, stating her purpose. I'm here to see you. The name Simon Ferencia filled him with unanswered questions. How do you know my name? He blurted out. His voice was hesitant, full of suspicion. The girl remained calm, indifferent, as if nothing had happened. She pointed to the letter that had been face down on a moment ago. The letter that, just seconds before, his parents had rushed into his room after reading. They burst into Simon's room with worried expressions. What's going on? His parents asked urgently. Was there a burglar? Richard and Anna became even more alarmed, their faces etched with suspicion. The girls seemed to find this amusing. Nettie's asked suspiciously, what's happening? To Simon's bewilderment, they had a brief but emotional reunion. Even his father was so overjoyed that he embraced the girl. Oh my, he exclaimed, you haven't changed a bit. I missed you both so much. The girl's voice choked with emotion. We've missed you too. Simon's parents stared at them, speechless. After the surprising greeting, the girl stood formally before Simon's parents to be introduced. Simon greeted her politely. The person before him was the legendary Nettie's Akbo. Nettie's Akbo, he stammered, each syllable as if he couldn't believe his ears. Initially, his mind couldn't process this shocking information. He maintained his composure, trying to face this unbelievable truth, but only for a fleeting moment. Utter terror filled his eyes. Impossible. That's Nettie's Akbo, the mastermind who turned the Emperor's remains into a puppet, turning him into a soulless plaything. And also the sorceress, the undead who has lived for over 300 years. Of course, he didn't need to say these things out loud. She calmly admitted, "Yes, I am Nettie's Akbo of Kizen." In shock, he tremblingly opened the letter. Could this letter be? At the same time, she formally declared, "Allow me to present you with a formal letter." Simon Ferencia, he hesitantly accepted the letter. Without a doubt, it was the acceptance letter from Kizen. After that, she flashed a bright smile before mentioning Kizen, describing it takes a while. But in reality, everything happened in less than a minute. Well then, see you at Kizen. Everything happened so fast, like a whirlwind. She came like the wind, and now she's gone with it. Her decisiveness was unexpected, leaving him still reeling from the shock. "Richard, Florentia, show that letter to your father," Simon suggested. "Yes, sir." He immediately handed the letter to his father. He slowly read the letter aloud for the whole family to hear. Special admission. Even though Simon Florentia heard every word clearly, he still felt like he was in a dream. He asked in a daze, did you say Kizen?" Before he could finish, his father understood and confirmed, "Yes, it's the heart of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the Necromancers. It's also the school that trains necromancers. The head of Kizen Academy is NID, the person you just met." "The headmaster?" he said frankly. He recalled the image of the petite girl cheerfully waving goodbye. "See you later." Who would have guessed that woman was hundreds of years old and a renowned headmaster, famous everywhere. Even his longtime friend, his father, exclaimed that it was hard to believe. "She doesn't look it at all, right?" He continued to ask. "So, where is Kizen? Is it far from here?" His father answered his question. "Very far. It's located on an island called Rock. You'll have to catch a train in Lengerston, the capital of the Rashdon Kingdom, and travel quite a distance to reach the island." Then he placed a hand on his shoulder, like a father comforting his son. "But don't worry, Simon. There are many interesting things in Lengerston. Rock Island is also very beautiful. And besides, Kizen is famous for its uniforms. That style." The uniform made his thoughts race and his cheeks flush crimson. Just then, his mother spoke with a worried tone. "Enrollment will keep you busy until the entrance ceremony." "Huh? Why is that?" He turned to his father, bewildered. There's a lot to prepare for to become a true necromancer. You should learn the necessary skills before officially enrolling. Let's start with opening your core, shall we?" Lost in thought, his mother then discussed with his father, "Well, how about we teach him the little dark magic?" Making him feel vaguely caught in the middle of something important. "What?" His father agreed. "Of course, I'll teach you dark magic too." "Oh, right, you also need to learn breathing techniques. So don't even dream of sleeping in from tomorrow onwards." So after that encounter with Nettist, I began the busiest week of my life, all in preparation for Kizen. My parents told me exciting stories about school life, and that I would have a lot of fun there. But my sudden acceptance seemed to worry them, to the point that they were exhausted, too drained to even consider the pleas or lawsuits of the people in their territory. Countless cries for justice piled up like mountains, unresolved. As I said, my father began the preparations, equipping me with everything I needed for school. It might be painful, but you have to endure it. Yes. And then I had to endure the waves of pain caused by the magic. In other words, for 3 days of that week, I didn't sleep a wink while creating the magic core with the help of my father's magic. "Now breathe slowly." My father continued to instruct me. So for the remaining days, I learned to control my breathing and learn dark magic from my father. A week later, the young man who had spent his entire life in Les Hill embarked on his first journey away from home. His parents saw him off to the border of the territory. Our journey begins here. His mother, eyes red with tears, watched her son disappear into the morning mist. "Be careful, Simon." Familiar villagers, like Charlie, also came to see him off. "Young master, please be safe on your journey." And so Simon began his journey to Kizen. Along the way, his father used every moment to teach him. Focus. Gather the magical currents floating around you. Right here in the air. Absorb them into your body. Then slowly transform them into pure mana. And guide the mana into your magic core. Like this, can you feel it? Feel the flow of mana becoming steady within you. Now, guide that mana through your hand, that's right. Then disperse it throughout your fingers. Simon poured all his concentration into this final exercise, carefully following his father's every instruction. And then, the magical moment arrived. He successfully guided the mana to his fingertips. Joy erupted within Simon's chest. Excellent, Simon. Rare praise from his stern father. That is the profound energy a necromancer wields, darkness. He intently observed the tiny drop of mana he'd created in his palm. For this final lesson, his father was pouring all his effort into it. He too channeled his mana, just like Simon, but his flow was far more abundant and pure, dwarfing Simon's weak droplet. He explained, the key difference between a mage and a necromancer lies in this dark energy. Mana behaves like gas. It dissipates and fades into the atmosphere. In other words, darkness can exist in both solid and liquid form. Therefore, it's easily condensed and manipulated. To illustrate, the translucent mana in his hand began to thicken, congealing into a strange crystalline form, a harmonious blend of the two states. Mana crystals weaved through his hands, effortlessly shifting shapes under his masterful control. He, with the air of a master magician, spoke. If you skillfully utilize this special property of darkness, you can transform into any form you desire. For example, like this. The translucent mana instantly morphed into a statue of the esteemed headmaster. He stared at it intently, fascination evident on his face. Wow! Next, a magic circle appeared, identical to the one he had witnessed when his father summoned the Sea of Souls. Finally, he said, those who cultivate magic based on the power of darkness are called necromancers. After enthusiastically explaining the principles in detail, he moved on to the final comprehensive exercise. Since time is short, focus on extracting the dark essence, and then infuse it into the core foundation. Yes, Father. He obediently followed the instructions, his 10 fingers radiating fragmented mana. He began practicing little by little. From a semi-liquid state to a solid form with a concrete shape, he meticulously controlled the mana. But at this stage, he was still quite clumsy, unable to solidify the energy successfully. The energy crystals kept dissolving, reverting to their original liquid form. He frantically tried to control the melting energy flow. The old man patiently watched his son practice. He hadn't held high expectations, but something unexpected happened. He stared at his son in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. Normally, it takes 6 months to 2 years for a necromancer to be able to use dark energy to create forms. But Simon succeeded in just 3 days. Moreover, the boy displayed incredible dexterity, creating a myriad of exquisite and diverse shapes. And now, another work of art was taking shape. Simon happily gazed at the shimmering ancient tree, formed from the mana energy in his hands. Meanwhile, the father, filled with pride, thought to himself that he had seen his son's potential. A genius! But such a sudden burst of talent could have unforeseen consequences. I've delayed building his energy core. I need to start immediately. But it's time for your natural talent to shine. He affectionately watched the child engrossed in exploring his newfound ability. He observed in amazement the novel creation his son had produced. He boasted, "Father, look." He played along. "Ah, the color of midnight. I see. Your dark energy has such a beautiful blue hue." Rarely did the boy receive praise from his father, especially during this urgent time. His eyes lit up with a mystical blue glow. "It's midnight blue, so that's good, right? I'm a rare case, which means I'm very talented, right?" He chuckled, seemingly wanting to extinguish the fervent flame in his son's eyes. "It's just a color." He dejectedly withdrew his spiritual energy. "We're here." Finally, after days of travel, the carriage came to a halt. He asked, bewildered, "Have we arrived in Kizen already?" The boy was stunned to hear his father's cold reply. "No, this is just the border of the Rashdon kingdom. I'll leave you here." He asked in a panic, "What do you mean, father?" The father stepped out of the vehicle, slowly saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you beforehand. I also can't set foot in Rashdon territory. It's a long story, son." The young man still had a bewildered look on his face. He explained further, "From here on out, You'll have to think for yourself and decide everything before you act. The father looked at his son with worried, uneasy eyes. He could only offer comfort. Don't worry. I'm sure you can do better than anyone, and I'm truly very proud of you. The vehicle started moving again, taking the young man on his own adventure. From afar, the father stood silently, watching the vehicle disappear from sight, murmuring, "Take care, son." A week later, in the kingdom of Rashdon, we're here, witnessing the majestic sight before them, regardless of their status. Both humans and spirits were left in awe and wonder. Is this the capital of the Rashdon kingdom? The people seemed unfazed by the stranger's presence, diligently continuing with their tasks. Amidst the flow of life, the city's bustling rhythm carried on as usual. This was a crossroads of countless beings, regardless of race. A world any necromancer would dream of. "Lung Girls 10, he exclaimed in amazement. "What a vast city. I need to be careful." He unfolded a piece of paper and examined it. "Number 239, Kamazuri Street. A guide is waiting there," he muttered. "But where is that?" he wondered. Spotting a passerby, he approached and asked for directions. Excuse me, could I ask you something?" The dignified woman turned around. "How can I help you?" Her actions would have been quite elegant if not for the bloody eyeball dangling from its socket. The young man shuddered, but managed to ask calmly, "I'd like to ask for directions to this address." Just kept repeating the mantra, "Fear is impolite," in my head. "I understand." She laughed heartily, trying to keep her eyes from darting around nervously. "Let's see what address this information shows." Golden Camus Street. "You were so scared you froze. You couldn't even see the address clearly. Let me give you directions. Do you see the plaza over there? Go past the plaza and turn right. You'll see a street paved entirely with gold bricks. That's Golden Camus Street, one of Langersha's famous landmarks. Are you finally back to your senses?" "Thank you, miss." He politely bowed to the veiled woman and said gratefully, "What a polite young man. Stay safe and be careful. Good luck at the Lansing." "Thank you. Good luck to you too." He waved goodbye to the woman. Moments later, a strange man approached and called out to her. "Excuse me," she replied softly as the man walked away, seemingly cheerful. A similar conversation began once more. "I need your help." Meanwhile, the young man's mentor started to grow impatient, thinking to himself, "What's taking so long?" She wondered, could he be lost? "I'm sorry, father." The reason for his sudden and seemingly unexplained apology was because he had been attacked by a group of robbers right here. The aggressive robber pointed a knife at him and ordered, "Put everything you have on the ground. Your clothes, your bag, everything." Meanwhile, his accomplices surrounded him, blocking any escape route he could think of. That was the reason for the apology. Initially, he thought to himself, "I guess I'll be arriving in Kizen later than expected," specifically an hour earlier, as he was fumbling with the letter in his hand to reach the meeting point. 239, 239, 239. He looked around, muttering the address to himself, repeating the destination he needed to find. "Hey, you there. Are you looking for 239 Kamazuri Street? Or to be more precise, SL1E6AZ. A strange man approached and started a conversation. Hearing the man rattle off the exact address, Simon Ferencia felt a bit strange, but wasn't yet alarmed. Simon Ferencia comfortably chatted with the stranger. He assumed the man was the guide sent to meet him. "Yes, that's right. You must be the guide House sent." The man quickly replied, "Exactly. I'm Hal, the guide sent here. Since you're late, I figured you were lost, so I came looking for you." Both were happy to meet each other. "Let me briefly introduce myself. What a fortunate coincidence to meet you again. I am Simon Ferencia." He greeted the young man politely. "I'm Jolie, a guide here at Lansing." He then adopted a professional and courteous demeanor, like a seasoned guide. "Follow me. I'll take you to your accommodations first." Along the way, he talked incessantly, filling the air with meaningless chatter that aroused the young man's suspicion. "I'm so glad I found you. Before anything untoward happened, this place is teeming with swindlers who prey on gullible tourists. You know, pickpockets, thieves, merchants who inflate prices, all sorts of tricks." By this time, they had entered a quiet, secluded alleyway, which, according to the man, led to the inn. The young man scoffed, half joking. "So, you're planning to scam me too?" The question caught him off guard, leaving him speechless for a few seconds. However, being a seasoned con man, experienced in his trade, he quickly turned, letting out a forced laugh. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." By now, he was even more certain of his deductions. Simon Ferencia didn't hesitate. to take his time pointing out each of his weaknesses. You have a habit of looking down at the ground and constantly touching the pocket of your vest. You're checking to see if something is still in your pocket, aren't you? Judging by the width and the wrinkles of that pocket, it looks like you're concealing a knife. And indeed you are. Those sharp analyses made him jump. Despite this, he tried to remain calm, explaining, "Don't misunderstand. I only carry it for self-defense." But then his final witty and insightful remarks. The fake smile finally faded from his face, revealing the name Hong. "Is it the name of a goat in Les Hill?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He was stunned by the sharpness of the man's deduction. Terror welled up as he realized he'd been exposed from the start, just because he had carelessly chosen a common name, the name of some nameless goat. He trembled, his voice stammering as he questioned, "Even knowing that, you still dare to follow me? Who the hell are you?" he roared, drawing a knife. Suddenly, dozens of hurried footsteps echoed around him. His accomplices had finally arrived, and the scene was unexpected. "Damn it, I don't care who you are," he bellowed menacingly. "You'll be begging us on your knees. Put all your belongings on the ground now. Clothes, bag, everything." Surrounded by a pack of vicious thugs who lived by robbing and stabbing, he courageously refused. One of the thugs, losing patience, warned, "You country bumpkin, I don't think you quite grasp the situation. Do we look like we're joking around?" The thug lunged forward with his knife. He swiftly dodged the sudden attack and simultaneously reached out, grabbing the arm of the stunned attacker, whose stab had missed its mark, as the bandits watched in astonishment, and the thug screamed in pain. He broke the man's wrist without hesitation. Like a hellish messenger delivering punishment to the wicked, he coldly said, "Occasionally, I encounter scum like you in my territory, parasites who infest the common folk, and deceive them with this so-called protection fee. My duty, as the Lord's heir, is to exterminate trash like you." He let go of the thug's broken wrist. The thug was completely incapacitated. As for his companions, hearing the flimsy excuses of the weak, cowardly nobleman, who was all talk and no action, he became even more enraged. His anger overwhelmed his fear of the mysterious enemy. He pointed his knife directly at him, retorting, "Ah, a nobleman, are you? Then that's all the more reason for me not to spare you." He immediately roared, "All of you, come out here." Immediately after, countless hurried footsteps echoed. It turned out this wasn't just a few bandits, but a large-scale criminal organization. After quickly assessing the situation, he sincerely apologized as he had initially promised. "Sorry, father, I might be arriving in Kizen later than expected," just as he was about to swiftly deal with the bandits. "Found you." The sudden voice left everyone dumbfounded. She casually walked forward, casually chatting as if no one was around. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. And since you wouldn't show yourself, I had to come meet you personally." Sensing the disadvantage, the leader quickly consulted his companions. Meanwhile, the graceful girl stood a distance away, close enough to assist, yet far enough for the hero to showcase his skills, to give a young man a chance to shine. "Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle," the girl said, seeing that she was just a girl and with their numerical advantage, having more men on their side. The leader boasted, "Don't worry. We have the upper hand. Let's just finish them off quickly and get out of here." Although his companions still hesitated, they nodded in agreement. "All right." Suddenly, amidst the rustling of scraps of paper colliding, the girl spoke, "I suggest you recount. You do recognize that building over there as a Skodan shop, right?" That cryptic reminder made them instantly notice the skeletons rapidly assembling from the nearby graveyard. They formed a formidable army of skeletons, both vast in number and powerful in strength. They realized with horror that the person before them was a powerful necromancer. She immediately ordered the capture of the trembling bandits. The skeletons obeyed, swiftly rushing forward, attacking the bandits who were scattering in a panic flight. Countless screams of terror echoed, mixed with desperate pleas for mercy. But skeletons weren't human. They were indifferent to the suffering of others. They paid no attention to the pleas, focused only on binding the bandits by any means necessary. The bandits could only resign themselves to being captured, offering no resistance. Facing the terrifying skeletons, they trembled in fear. The leader, wiser than the rest, pleaded, "We didn't know you were a great necromancer. Please spare our lives." After capturing all the bandits, she coldly interrogated, "Speak, which guild do you belong to?" The bandit trembled as he confessed, "Stephen, we belong to the Stephen Guild." She was surprised, speechless. Such a large guild, resorting to robbing poor travelers? "Tell Stephen yourself." She didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs any further. She ordered him to put his hands behind his back and kowtow, and made him crawl on his face to the security headquarters to confess. Terrified, he begged for his life and his men's. His demeanor was utterly pathetic and despicable. His words awakened a sleeping demon within her. Awaken what? Are you ordering me around? If he dares to send someone in his place, or if his face doesn't have a single scratch, I guarantee, in the name of Kizen, I will wipe your guild off the face of this planet. He had no choice but to accept his punishment. I'm sorry, miss. I'll remember your words. She let out an exasperated curse under her breath. The dumbfounded man watched her handle everything with lightning speed. She turned back to him with a smile. You must be Simon Ferencia? He stammered, yes, that's me. Thank you for helping me. But who are you? She looked a little embarrassed. What do you think? I'm your real guide. Come on, take my hand and let's go. My mom's waiting. The young man, increasingly bewildered. Your mom? Arriving, the girl looks around. Where is she? I told her to wait here. Until she spots a little girl happily at an ice cream stand. A call of Mom makes Nephi jump as if electrocuted. She freezes for a moment. Then Nephi gets angry. I told you to stay put. Nephi tries to salvage the situation. Mom was waiting for you. She scolds. You always wander off. Don't go wandering off alone anymore. Their roles as mother and daughter seem reversed. Need whimpers, pointing at the ice cream stand. But the ice cream stand over there is having a free sample. She gently persuades. What if we lose Simon because we're having too much fun? If you lose both me and Simon, what will you do? The question is so difficult that Nephi almost bursts into tears. The conversation slowly drew to a close. Mother, do you understand what you did wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Nettis remained in denial. Meanwhile, Simon had a mountain of questions, but out of politeness, he tried to suppress them. Wait, what's going on? Nettis is her mother. I thought she was her sister. Finally, Nettis used Simon as an excuse to change the subject, avoiding the tense situation between mother and daughter. Anyway, Simon, you must be tired after such a long journey. I hope you learned something useful from Richard. He hesitantly replied, yes. Then, Simon immediately showcased his newfound skill. I learned this. Nettis gasped in awe. It's been so long since I've seen that mystical blue darkness. Laureen Apple observed carefully, lost in thought. But it still seems to have mana properties. It's still swirling like flames. Meaning it's still in a gaseous state, as my daughter described. Nettis observed more closely and quickly found solution. He can learn to use the energy core more efficiently. He'll learn it at school anyway, right? So there's no problem. Everything's fine. Well then, Lorraine. She responded in surprise when her mother unexpectedly called her name. Nettie's arranged everything. I'm going to let you guide the new student. I trust you, my daughter. She groaned. You always give me the hard tasks. That's settled. Nettie cheerfully ran off, calling Kim, watching her kind mother leave. She resigned herself to the unexpected task that had fallen into her lap. All right, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lorena Cabo. I'm a student of Kizen, just like you. After the introduction, she took his hand and suggested, shall we go now? He asked curiously, go where? Shopping for the new semester, of course, she replied enthusiastically. Across the city, Simon's voice could be heard. Do you know what the most exciting moment of the entire school year is? No. Yes. When did that happen? It sounded like it was coming from the bookstore. It must have been when you went shopping for uniforms. Right? Books and other necessary supplies before enrollment. Ori and Arco pointed and winked playfully. This is the most exciting part. Enjoy it. The girl leading the way said to the person behind her, let's go buy books first, okay? There's a lot of stuff we need to get. Simon trailed behind her, replying, yes, ma'am. She pulled a thick book from the shelf. First, take this one. He hurriedly reached out to take it. All right. She tossed the book towards him without hesitation. Catch, startling him. Looking at the book cover, he exclaimed in surprise. Introduction to Summoning by Eric Morikimo. She picked up another book, hugging it close, and said, Simon, take this one too. He was surprised and froze. Suddenly, dozens of books flew straight at him with incredible speed. He couldn't react in time and was swept away in a whirlwind of books. Lorange continued to browse. This one, and this one too. He hurriedly spoke up. Wait, Lorange. Hold on a second. But she seemed oblivious, continuing to choose this one and this one as well. He tried to get Lorange's attention. Glancing at the towering stack of books on top of him, he anxiously scratched his head, asking with a worried expression, do I really have to learn all of this in my first year? Lorange continued to diligently select books, winking playfully at it. Of course not, silly. This is just the beginning. You have to master them in the first semester of your freshman year. She showed no mercy, throwing a blue book directly at his face. Now stop whining, she ordered. Take this Fundamentals of Toxicology. Her face beamed like a flower as she waved at him. The last one is Introduction to Dark Force Studies. I'll go get it. Wait here. Holding his nose, with Fundamentals of Toxicology in hand, he mumbled in reply. All right, let's take a look inside the bookstore. Everyone's excitedly picking out books, running around with such joy. His gaze followed the stacks of books that reached up to his waist. Come to think of it, his face lit up, his eyes looking forward with radiant joy. I've never been around so many people my own age before. It's so exciting to think about experiencing school life. Suddenly, Cindy Vivace came running from behind, exclaiming, over here. She looked so vibrant. Looking around as she dashed past him and stopped right in front. And then, in that moment, their eyes unexpectedly met. He quickly sidestepped. Cindy, with her momentum, crashed into the bookshelf. She clutched her nose, wincing in pain. Ouch, my nose. The bookshelf began to shake violently. The books on the shelf looked like they were about to fall. Before Cindy could react, from above, thick books came tumbling down. He quickly jumped forward, shielding her. Look out. After a moment of terror, the girl dared to open her trembling eyes. The boy above her softly asked, Hey, are you okay? The girl realized she was nestled in the boy's protective embrace. She quickly replied, yes, I'm fine. Hearing the tremor in her voice, the boy responded, I'm sorry. It's okay. I was careless and got in your way. I should be the one apologizing. The boy gently turned, suggesting, Could you help me pick up these books? Otherwise, we'll get scolded. Hearing that, the girl shyly replied, Oh, sure. A moment later, she curiously asked, are you a new student at Kizen too? The boy replied, Yes. Hearing that, the girl cheerfully introduced herself. I'm new here too. I'm Cindy Vivace, and you? The boy turned, offering a gentle smile. I'm Shimon Florentina. The girl happily replied, Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Simon. The shy girl clutched her book tightly and spoke hesitantly. Actually, I come from a faraway place in the north, so I haven't made any friends yet. Hearing this, the boy was slightly surprised. Then he offered a sympathetic smile. Then we're alike. I don't have any friends either. His words delighted the girl, her eyes sparkling like stars. Really? Is that true? She shyly offered the book to Simon. If it's okay, Simon. Hiding half her face behind the book, she asked timidly, Could we say hello to each other whenever we see each other at school? Simon gently turned to her. Of course. I was just about to ask you the same thing. She blushed. Thank you. Then, she excitedly pointed towards the exit. We should put our books back on the shelves. I have to go now. My father is waiting outside. Simon nodded. Okay, see you at school. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a voice call out from behind. Hold on, Cindy. The young man casually held out his hand and asked, Could I have my wallet back? The girl's pretty face froze, turning pale. I thought I wouldn't get caught, because I used my psychic power to steal it. How did you know? The young man recalled what had just happened and replied, It's just that. I saw my wallet floating in midair. Huh? The girl gasped, pointing at him. You saw that? Seriously? Are you applying for the psychic studies program too? Hearing her question, he answered honestly, I haven't decided on a major yet. Her voice suddenly dropped. I knew it. A moment later, her eyes lit up and she excitedly shouted. Overjoyed, she cheered, Kizen, truly a different class. Whoa, unbelievable. I bet Kizen is full of people like you, right? I can't wait to enroll. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but think in astonishment. He's a pickpocket, yet he acts so brazenly. The girl excitedly jumped up and down, cheering, If we both major in psionics, we'll have the chance to see each other for 3 whole years. Let's see who comes out on top then. Her excitement filled Simon with a mixture of anxiety and disbelief. She tossed his wallet back to him. Here's your wallet. Using her psionic abilities, she vanished on the spot, waving goodbye. I'm looking forward to it. Don't pretend you don't know me at school, Simon. Loren approached from afar, her voice carrying a gentle warning. They've run out of introductory pamphlets on dark arts. They'll send one to your dorm when they have more. Hearing this, he replied, All right. She playfully patted his shoulder. Curiosity piqued, he asked, By the way, who was that girl? Did you make a friend? He admitted, Yeah, I guess so. She leaned in and whispered playfully, There's no need to be so shy. Come on, just be straight with me. You're acting like you have a thing for her. Looking at her, he could only sigh in defeat. My heart feels like it's going to beat out of my chest. Then, she excitedly continued her shopping spree. "We've got enough books. Now let's get you a bag." He looked down his own bag. "A bag?" She waved her hand dismissively. Not a bag like this, but a special kind of bag that necromancers use. It's called a magic repository. She went on to explain in simpler terms. "We call a subspace." Hearing this, his eyes lit up. On the other side, a lady with vibrant purple hair greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Lorraine." She subtly glanced at the person beside Lorraine, inquired, "I heard you recently purchased a bag not too long ago. So you're looking for a bag for this gentleman?" She didn't hesitate to list a few requirements. "You must be new here. I'm looking for a subspace with minimal usage restrictions." The woman paused thoughtfully, then made a request. "Mom, please don't suggest any subspaces that require walls or floors. We often fight on vast, open plains." She subtly complimented the girl. "My dear Lorraine, you're so thoughtful and considerate." She placed a ring in the young man's hand, her voice sweet and flattering. "In that case, I'll introduce you to a product that's never been on the market before. This is an exclusive product, just for you." She instructed him. "Put on this ring and let your dark flow channel into it." Hearing this, he complied and replied, "Oh, all right." She continued to explain the product. "Then, you'll feel as if you're touching a handle." She continued to guide him. "That's right, pull it out. Just think of it like a door handle." Following the instructions, the young man obediently carried out the steps. The space before them suddenly activated, springing to life. She continued her presentation, introducing this auxiliary space, the latest innovation from Gale and Cliff, a handcrafted masterpiece by our talented younger generation, she proudly declared. It has a capacity of up to 4,000 committees. This auxiliary space can be deployed on any terrain, regardless of its complexity. Be it steep slopes or uneven surfaces, the space gradually expanded, her voice still echoing. The interior is protected by a total of 7 powerful enchantments, including a first-class preservation enchantment and optimal temperature control enchantments. Below, a massive chasm appeared. She continued on without pause, and when worn, an invisibility enchantment will activate instantly, concealing your location from all enemies. The girl suddenly interrupted. "What about the ejection function?" Hearing this, she responded confidently. "Of course there is." He gazed at her in amazement and delight. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Simon, do you like it?" He answered honestly, but with a hint of worry in his voice. "Yes, I like it a lot. But a subspace like this must be very expensive, right?" she said, waving her hand to signal an attendant. "Probably. How much is this?" Stephanie, the attendant, casually held up 5 fingers, smiling. 5,000 gold coins. He paled at the price, his soul practically leaving his body. That thing, it cost as much as Les Hill's entire annual operating budget. Across from him, she didn't hesitate, finalizing the deal. "We'll take it. That's all we need." He jolted, thinking to himself, "Is she buying this for me?" She smiled brightly, remembering her mother, and said, "Don't worry. This is my mother's money, not mine." He asked in surprise, "Your mother-in-law's?" She stepped closer to him and softly said, "Yes. I don't know the details, but my mother owes your parents a great deal. She's just repaying a debt. So, please accept it." The young man, sweating and flustered, said, "But this gift is too much. How can I ever repay Netix?" The girl calmly reminded him, "Don't worry about that. If you want to repay my mother, then do your best at Kizen." Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will definitely give it my all." The shop door opened, and Stefani smiled as she saw them off. "Thank you both. Take care." Under the sunset falling on the street, the two walked and chatted excitedly. "Now we have everything we need. Want to go relax a bit? Are we allowed to do that?" "Of course. It's part of the plan for today." They continued to stroll at the shooting game area. "Shoot that teddy bear with that gun. Let me try." Standing on the bridge, the girl pointed in a direction, explaining that it was the highest point in the city. Her slender fingers deftly lit a small flame and touched it to a paper cylinder. It turned out to be a sky lantern being released. She continuously shared new knowledge with the boy. "This is a must-see tourist spot," she said. "This place is called the 10,000 Lights. What do you think, Simon?" She looked at Simon, saw him staring at the lantern, and asked. "I was just thinking," Simon replied, "that there are really thousands of foolish people in this world, willing to spend 200 silver coins just to buy a piece of paper that burns this easily. But look at the sky. It's so beautiful with thousands of shimmering lights," she said. They continued their conversation. "You'll do well at Kizen," she affirmed. Yeah, really? Simon chuckled. Thanks, but that's not a compliment, she added. They arrived at a seaside restaurant. She was surprised to see Simon's impeccable table manners and exclaimed, just like a true nobleman. Simon closed his eyes, chuckled awkwardly, and explained, my father placed great importance on etiquette. She continued to share her knowledge as she ate. You've learned your manners well. Well, let me tell you, 30% of the students at Kizen are commoners, and finally offered a warning. So don't even think about abusing your position to bully others. She continued to gesture lightly with her finger, emphasizing, Kizen is built entirely on a foundation of morality. Hearing this, he replied, I'll keep that in mind. Finally, she asked, tomorrow's your first day. Do you have any questions? At this, he didn't hesitate to ask. The girl I just met at the bookstore. Recalling his conversation with Cindy, he asked, did she say anything about the majors? You're just noticing her now? Are you kidding me? You're aiming for the psionics major too, aren't you? Major. Hearing that, she broke into a bright smile. That's a very interesting question. She held up her slender fingers, counting them off as she explained. In your first semester of freshman year, you'll have 9 courses, 7 core subjects, and 2 electives. From the second semester onwards, you can freely register for elective courses based on your interests. She continued, illustrating with a symbolic gesture. And by your second year, you'll need to choose your major. The young man asked curiously, like the girl who asked earlier. She nodded. Exactly. He looked at the list of majors, dark theology, summoning, spirit arts, then paused thoughtfully. So that means I have to quickly discover what field I have an aptitude for. She cheerfully confirmed, absolutely. My advice is to decide on your core subjects first, and then focus all your energy on mastering them. In Simon's imagination, a throng of people jostled, shoving stacks of papers toward him. Please, join our group. She continued her explanation. When do we have any group projects to work on at home? Students who demonstrate exceptional abilities will gain more recognition. He nodded in agreement. I'll definitely keep that in mind. She asked if he had thought about which major to choose. He took a sip of water and replied, I think I'm quite interested in psionics. What you showed me this morning was really impressive. She extended her hand excitedly. Psionics is an amazing field of study. It makes you feel like a real psychic. She gestured as she spoke. One of Kizen's lecturers is Professor Hong Biam. He looked surprised. Really? She affirmed confidently. Yes. Actually, sometimes I'm surprised myself. About Professor Hong Biam and the other professors too. He said excitedly. I'm really looking forward to meeting them. That's awesome. Their story continues. When will you get there? Oh, and when will you be back at the dorm? She clasped her hands, gently advising him. Get some rest, okay? If my mom found out that I was late for class tomorrow because I was out having too much fun today, she'd kill me. He politely replied, thank you so much for today. I really appreciate it. I had a great time. She beamed. Oh, it was nothing. His face softened in response. I'll probably never forget today. She gasped, really? Hearing you say that makes me happy too. Well, I should get going. Dim streetlights cast a faint glow. She glanced back at him, standing in front of the dorm. Suddenly, she mustered her courage. Actually, Simon, there's something I need to tell you. He looked surprised. What is it? She fidgeted with a strand of hair, embarrassed. You know, I didn't mean to deceive you, but unfortunately, I didn't get to tell him in time. She playfully teased me. I'm a new transfer student too. She mimicked Cindy's tone in a witty way. Let's be friends at school this afternoon. Her words left me frozen in place. She turned and walked away, waving goodbye. See you. Goodbye. I was still stunned. Standing at the harbor, I looked around in amazement. Everyone had their own unique look, style, and interests. I thought to myself, everyone is so unique and individual. I must be the most ordinary person here. From afar, a voice boomed, all aboard. We're about to depart for Kizen. I rummaged through my bag and suddenly remembered. Lauren had said she would take a different route. Maybe the next time I see her will be at school. I thought to myself. Someone approached to check my documents. Looking at the bow of the ship pointing towards the dock, I marveled. What a strange way to dock a ship. What the? Are they setting sail towards the vast ocean? On the other side, someone announced that he was allowed to board. Simon Florentia, upon hearing this, politely expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, from afar, a loud shout echoed. Surely there's been some mistake. The commotion piqued the curiosity of everyone around. A fiery red-haired man aggressively grabbed a sailor's shirt and yelled, I'm at the top of the waiting list. Yet no one is willing to give up their enrollment. Is this how Kizen operates? his hands clenched with frightening intensity. "Gimme goo, Edward. There must be a misunderstanding, a grave error." Sighs echoed. This happens every year. He observed the scene, listening to the murmuring whispers. There are always kids like this, those who can't accept the outcome. But he was first on the waiting list. He must have been so hopeful. The purple-haired boy looked incredulous, thumping his chest and shouted, "I am Lucius Caro, the successor count of the Rashdon Kingdom. Quickly contact Jenny's headquarters." "This is an order," the crewman patiently replied. "Please return. Your name is not on the enrollment list." He bit his lip until it bled, his teeth grinding. He grabbed the crewman's hair, pulled him down, and raised his fist, yelling, "How dare you, you lowly servant!" Suddenly, an arm appeared, stopping him. The man smiled gently and advised, "Stop it." But he didn't listen. His face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Let go." The man's eyes turned icy. He tightened his grip slightly. Lucius cried out in agony. He collapsed to the ground, his hand still firmly gripped, trembling as he threatened, "You brat, do you want to die early?" Suddenly, a deep voice boomed, asking, "What's going on here?" A gentleman, cane in hand, stepped forward. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead, unwavering. The surrounding crowd erupted in excited cheers. Professor Syllody. Hearing this, the young man released the purple-haired boy, turning curiously towards the professor. The professor's face was stern, radiating authority. His commanding voice resonated. "Do you have any last words?" The purple-haired boy remained surprisingly calm. He stood up, arms crossed, pleading desperately, "Please, this isn't a joke. Call this Neth person immediately. Top of the waiting list, and I get rejected. There must be a mistake with the admission results." But Professor Syllody paid no mind, simply raising a hand and snapping his fingers. Still in disbelief, the purple-haired boy questioned, "You think treating me like this is right?" A splash of crimson blood erupted, leaving the young man stunned. Looking at the mess on the ground, Professor Syllody coldly ordered, "We have no time to waste. All students, board the ship immediately." He suddenly turned to look at his older brother. He quickly straightened his posture and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." As he left, the crowd behind immediately erupted in chatter. "That was blood-black magic. I heard that even first-year students get to attend his class." "Really?" Just remembering that terrifying scene gives me chills. He maintained a calm demeanor, turning back to say, "Don't worry, he's still breathing." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Ah, I understand now." Footsteps pounded onto the ship as the crew's voices continued to echo. "All students, board the ship immediately." The crew member continued to announce, "Everyone, please find your seats." The professor calmly continued to cast his magic. His magic swept over each person, including him, leaving everyone in awe. The crew member's voice echoed again. During the journey, the ship may experience some turbulence. Therefore, please remain seated until further notice. He looked up towards the bow of the ship, his heart filled with curiosity. But how can this ship possibly climb to Kizen? The ship is enveloped in a vibrant crimson magical aura. The young man remained lost in thought. Shouldn't it turn around to sail downstream? Suddenly, a voice called out, asking the professor, "Professor, are we almost there?" He coldly replied, "Ensure the ship stays on course." Suddenly, a resounding splash startled everyone. What was that noise? It was the sound of waves hitting the ship. Just then, the ship faced a colossal column of water. Everyone on board was filled with terror. But how can waves make such a loud sound? A gigantic whale soared over the ship, astonishing all the students on board. "A whale!" a student exclaimed. Both the young man and the others jumped up in fright. "What's happening?" The whale's mouth is wide open, facing us. With a terrifying gulp, the whale devoured the ship and plunged into the water. For those who don't know, the colossal creature was actually an undine, a being that dwells in the deepest trenches of the ocean, and it obeyed Kizen without question. It was known by the moniker the Hell Whale. This terrifying sea monster could devour anything in its path. Yet, it was the fastest mode of transportation across the ocean. It took the ship into its belly and was tasked with protecting it until it reached Kizen. This bizarre method of travel left the new students feeling utterly bewildered and disoriented. Year after year, the gigantic whale, Geode, continued to plunge through the vast ocean, escorting each new group of students to Kizen. With terrifying speed, overcoming their initial bewilderment, the students gradually adjusted to the strange space within the whale. The atmosphere there was quite comfortable. They began to step out of the ship's hold, curiously observing their surroundings. and sharing their strange experience with each other. A few of them noticed something. Inside the belly of this colossal whale, there seemed to be other inhabitants. A young boy approached Simon to strike up a conversation and praised him for his earlier act of bravery. "Back at the harbor, you were truly impressive, but I'm afraid you don't remember." The boy even acted out the scene, making the situation rather awkward. "You stood up and said something, then bam, bam," the boy excitedly exclaimed. Faced with the boy's enthusiasm, Simon could only chuckle and respond with a few humble words. It was nothing really. This humility only increased the new boy's admiration. Simon became even more awesome in his eyes. After the cheerful greeting, the two shook hands. And just like that, Simon made a new friend. "I'm Rovun. Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Florenia." "How did you get into the school, Simon?" Rovun asked curiously. "What entrance exam did you take?" The unexpected question caught Simon completely off guard. This was the first time he'd heard of any entrance exam. "An entrance exam?" Simon quickly asked again, just to make sure that he hadn't misheard. Listening to Rowan describe how he got into the academy. "Yeah, the test. I manipulated shadows." Simon grew even more confused and bewildered. A test? No one had asked him to take any sort of test. All he knew was that Need had arrived and given him an acceptance letter. It was as simple as that. When Rowan pressed Simon again about the entrance exam, "So what was your test?" Simon was forced to lie and say he'd taken a similar test. Rowan, "Well, it was something to do with shadows." It was the best he could come up with, to avoid any misunderstandings and arguments about fairness. Regarding his admission, he didn't want to cause any trouble so soon after arriving. Fortunately, Rowan completely believed his explanation. What a lucky coincidence. A sudden announcement blared, interrupting their conversation. The announcement demanded the attention of all students. "All students, please return to the ship and take your seats. We will be arriving shortly." That was fast. Both Simon and Rowan were astonished by the incredible speed. Almost there. Arriving so soon, it was unbelievable, even though they had just left the dock minutes ago. A strange sound suddenly caught Simon's attention. The water outside the ship was flowing at a frightening pace. The churning, ferocious current was alarming. Professor Sonic was already on deck, ready to command everything. From the raging current to the ship's course, everything was under his control. The ship shuddered violently as it prepared to dock. An announcement echoed, requesting all students, especially new recruits, to pay close attention. The ship may experience some turbulence as we approach our destination, so please remain in your seats, and absolutely do not get up or move around. Firmly grasp the handrail in front of your seat to prepare for any potential impact. Rowan's face was etched with terror. Panicked by the violent shaking of the ship suddenly slammed into massive rocks, causing such a powerful jolt that students who hadn't grasped the handrails as instructed were thrown into the air. They were flung from their seats. Inside the cabin, chaos erupted. Simon gritted his teeth, clinging tightly to the handrail, struggling to stay in his seat. A blinding light suddenly appeared, so brilliant that it made Simon gasp in astonishment. Rowan, look!" But Rowan, overcome by seasickness, collapsed onto the deck. They escaped the whale's belly, soaring into the vast sky, and directly below them lay the land of Kizen, sprawling, beautiful, and fertile. In contrast to Simon's radiant, excited expression, Rowan seemed exhausted, completely drained. After the recent chaos, he had no mind to admire the beautiful scenery like Simon. Professor Silic made a small cut on his fingertip, letting the blood flow. It seemed he was performing some kind of magic. A vibrant crimson energy was unleashed. It shot straight up into the sky. The energy was so intense that a whirlwind swirled around him. The released energy quickly enveloped the entire colossal ship. A brilliant red color filled everyone's vision on board. Under the protection of this red energy, the ship gently landed on the water. It seemed to defy gravity completely. The ship glided down gracefully from the clear blue sky, landing flawlessly on the ground. The ship's hatch slowly opened. The ship has successfully docked. All passengers have arrived in Kizen. The new students looked so small and naive, standing before the grand gates of the academy. They were taking their first steps, full of excitement and anticipation, on the path to becoming necromancers. looking at the youthful faces brimming with enthusiasm. The guards couldn't help but smile a warm welcome. The new students were instructed to line up in an orderly fashion to receive their uniforms. New students, please form lines of 4. After everyone is lined up, we will proceed to distribute the uniforms. Everyone excitedly embraced the crisp new uniforms in their hands. They quickly moved to the changing rooms. The boys' changing room is on the right, and the girls' changing room is on the left. Simon couldn't hide his excitement either. Everything was new and fascinating to him. He hurried to change so he wouldn't be late. 5 minutes is the allotted time for change and gather outside. He began to change his clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror in his new uniform, Simon adjusted his tie and gave a confident smile, just like his father had said. This school's uniform was truly stylish. How could he possibly wear this to a normal party? Meanwhile, in another corner, a few students were excitedly chatting about the new uniform. They were utterly astonished to discover it was enchanted with magic. Look, even the shirt is enchanted. This uniform is truly amazing. It even functions as a suit of battle armor. With this much magic, it's definitely more durable than regular armor, perfectly suited for combat wear. Suddenly, all the boys, including Simon, froze in place when they heard the announcement. All right, everyone, let's gather outside. It's time for us to head out for a meal. The male students were stunned by the sight before them. The girls' uniforms were far more impressive than they had imagined. The girls looked radiant in their uniforms. They were beautiful and graceful. Even Simon was taken aback by the magnificent scene. Simon could only smile at the lively atmosphere around him. If everyone is here, let's move to the auditorium. He joined the flow of people heading towards the auditorium and bumped into row 1. Upon meeting him, he immediately complimented Simon. You look really dashing in that uniform. Row 1 seemed very excited. He reached out, laughed, and said to Simon, Hey Simon. Simon, even now, I still can't believe I'm at Kizen. Is this real? Is this not a dream? He cheered innocently, oblivious to the fact that everyone around him was looking at him with pity. Exasperated, Simon had to reassure him once more. Don't worry, this isn't a dream. It's all real. The students gathered in small groups, chattering excitedly. I can't believe there are so many of us. And these are just the new students. Wait, are we all freshmen here? That's a lot of people. I wonder how big the Kizen Academy is. Rowan confirmed. Of course, there are 1,000 students in the first class alone. Simon's jaw dropped in astonishment. What, 1,000 people? Simon thought there was only one class with 1,000 students, but there was also a second, smaller class with 300 students, and a third class with less than 150. The more Rowan explained, the more bewildered Simon became. What? I thought we just had to get into one class. So, out of the 1,000 students here, only 30 students are allowed to advance to the next class, a suffocatingly fierce competition. This is brutal. Simon couldn't contain his astonishment, exclaiming, Wow. Rowan reminded Simon to pay special attention to a few individuals, potential rivals who could become major obstacles in their path. Simon's face suddenly paled as he processed this overwhelming information. The first name they needed to be wary of was CNA. She was the official heir to the Ivory Tower, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman with long, shimmering platinum blonde hair. Next, Rowan listed a series of other famous names, each a formidable opponent. All the brightest stars were gathered here. There was Jawin, Karain, Jay Anders, and countless other geniuses. Simon's gaze suddenly landed on a tall, muscular young man sitting in the row above. Oh my God, who is that? Simon wondered. With a physique like that, it's hard to miss him. Look, he's over there. It seemed like almost everyone was staring at him, whispering amongst themselves. You mean, I honestly feel bad for the people in the front row. He's so huge. Did you see the size of his gut? According to Rowan's introduction, he's a half-giant specializing in combat magic. His name is Satalamo. Surely no one can defeat such a massive physique. Rumor has it, he's a strong contender for the top spot in the class. This year, Rowan excitedly introduced Simon to another student. See that girl sitting in the corner over there? She's definitely going to top the freshman class this year. Curious to know who Rowan was referring to, Simon turned to look in the direction Rowan indicated. It was none other than Loren Acorn, the one Rowan considered the top candidate for valedictorian, the only daughter of Neptus, despite rumors that she was admitted through special privileges. And her entrance exam wasn't truly exceptional. Rowan had absolute faith that Loren would be at the top of the class this year. Robin affirmed that. Not only did he believe in Lauren's abilities, but almost everyone shared the same sentiment. She was undoubtedly going to be the most outstanding student of this class. An announcement echoed, signaling the official start of the welcoming ceremony for new students. The announcement interrupted Lauren's wandering thoughts. Attention everyone, we will now begin the welcoming ceremony. For our new students, on the formal stage, the speaker extended a warm welcome to the students who had been accepted into the prestigious Kizen Academy, a school coveted by so many. Congratulations on successfully overcoming the challenging entrance exam. From this moment forward, you are proud members of Kizen. Always be proud of that. The speaker continued the speech, placing great hope in this generation of talented students, and concluded, "We expect the best from you." Additionally, the teacher outlined some important reminders to keep in mind, especially engrave this taboo upon your hearts. Never enter the forest. And now, let me introduce the outstanding professors for the first class, Squad 5. They are all illustrious figures, belonging to the elite ranks of necromancers. Currently, they are undertaking the responsibility. All students joyfully welcomed the presence of the esteemed professors. Robin was even more excited than the rest, his reaction a bit over the top. He shouted with joy. As previously, he could only admire them through the pages of magazines. Simon seemed bewildered by Robin's enthusiasm. Each professor possessed a unique demeanor. Some enthusiastically interacted with the students, while others appeared shy, seemingly suffering from stage fright. "Professor Bayan, please look this way." Simon joined the cheering crowd and clapped along, welcoming the presence of the professors. He noticed that Nettie's wasn't present. Rowan spoke up, explaining, "A brilliant headmaster like Nettie's. There won't be a grand welcome for fledgling freshmen like us. Just getting a glimpse of her was a great honor, even if she's only a third-year student." Simon suddenly remembered the playful, childish Nettie's and smiled slightly. It's hard to believe someone so great could seem so young. Actually, it's quite fitting. As everyone stood up, preparing to listen to the student representative's speech, the solemn oath, Simon curiously asked Rowan, "Is this the last part of the ceremony?" Rowan replied, "Yes. 2 top students will give speeches, 1 male and 1 female." Simon wondered, who are they? A voice boomed from the speakers. "Please welcome the following students to the podium." Specially selected student number 2, Cian Adak. The first to take the podium was Cian. Rowan just finished the introduction. She's special trainee number 2. Everyone gave her a round of thunderous applause. And next, let me introduce special trainee number 1, Simeon Florentia. Hearing the name of the top-ranked special trainee, Simeon froze, stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. "Simeon? That's my name. Since when was I at the top?" The entire hall fell silent. Not a sound was made. Seeing Simeon not stepping forward, the announcer called his name. She tried to confirm his presence. "Simeon, are you here?" It took a long moment before Simeon was certain that she was looking for him. He jolted, so astonished that he couldn't believe his ears. Rowan beside him gasped in surprise, her eyes wide as she stared at him. "What? Me?" Simeon thought. "Me? How is that possible?" He cautiously stepped down from the podium, under the curious gaze of the crowd. Murmurs rippled through the audience, whispers filling the air. "Who is that?" someone asked curiously. "I don't know. I've never seen him before," another replied. "Could he be the top-ranked student?" A skeptical voice chimed in. Simon heard the whispers, a look of confusion washing over his face. Beside him, Sun looked even more bewildered than Simon. Florentia and Cian Jean stepped forward. Beads of nervous sweat formed on his forehead. "Calm down. Just read what's written here," Sun reassured him. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." Simon, Florentia, and Sun simultaneously raised a hand and spoke in unison. "We solemnly swear." Students were entering the classroom after the opening ceremony. A sign with the class name and a strange logo hung above the door. Simon thought to himself, "The rumors are true. Kizen is a high-pressure learning environment. I can't believe they're starting classes on the very first day." The school boasts 14 classes with over 1,000 students enrolled. This freshman year, all classes are full, without a single vacancy. The students sitting behind Simon were incredibly curious, whispering and gossiping about the mysterious newcomer. One student asked, could he be the one who ranked first in the recent special entrance exam? Another chimed in, "I've never heard of that name before. Which family does he come from? Is it the Flancha family?" Another student wondered. Hearing the whispers, Simon froze, thinking to himself, could they be talking about me? He flipped through the textbook, his mind still adrift. Today's my first day of school. I feel both excited and nervous. I wonder how many classes we'll have today. Suddenly, Simon saw the words in the book and exclaimed in his mind, "Wait, is this summoning studies?" Simon read intently, his heart filled with excitement. This is the magic my father used. Memories of his father using magic flooded back into his mind, creating a mystical circle with a special inscription. The young boy's face lit up with excitement. Simon thought that if he learned this skill, he could become as extraordinary as his father. The mere thought filled Simon with enthusiasm and anticipation. Just then, a blond man strolled into the classroom with an air of nonchalance. One hand tucked in his pocket, he exuded confidence. Many people still, associate soul reapers, with gloomy, dark, and mysterious jobs, always dealing with corpses in the cold night. But all that is a thing of the past. Most modern necromancers are highly skilled, fashionable, and have their own unique style. This is a completely new generation of necromancers. That blond man was Park Jin-A Mega, the first-year theology professor. He smiled gently, captivatingly. With one hand still in his pocket, the other resting on a book, he began to speak. The young professor, a promising necromancer, who had become a member of the prestigious Crow clan, a core member of the Kizen battle squad. During the final years of his passionate 21, a highly admired idol in the eyes of the students at Kizen. Instructor Bayanamaga smiled as he took off his jacket and spoke. "Welcome to my class. This year, I will be teaching theology to the freshmen. I am Bayanamaga." All the students, including Simon, erupted in applause. Some were so excited they jumped to their feet and cheered. Instructor Bayanamaga placed his jacket on the desk and continued. "Now, let's take attendance. I'm sure you're all new faces to each other. So, when I call your name, please stand up and introduce yourselves briefly." He read the first name on the list aloud. James Victoria. A female student sitting in the front row heard her name called, stood up, raised her hand, and replied, "Present. It's an honor to meet you, Professor." Yim said, "I aspire to follow in your footsteps, delving deeper into theology." Bayan immediately raised his hand, interrupting her. "Hold on. You're introducing yourself to your classmates, not to me. Let's do that properly." James Victoria looked a bit flustered, glanced around, placed a hand on her chest, and spoke. "Ah, yes. I am James Victoria." It was Simon's turn to introduce himself. He stood up, confidently stating, "I'm Simon Florentia from Let You." A few nearby students glanced at him curiously. Murmurs rippled through the classroom. "That's the guy who topped the special admissions exam." "Special admissions? What's that?" Hector stood up, boldly declaring, "My name is Hector Mo." Professor Bayan-Amaga rolled up his sleeves, smiling. "You are all so handsome and beautiful. All right, let's begin our lesson." Professor Bayan wrote on the board, the chalk screeching against the slate. "I'll start with a very fundamental question. Why do we—" The professor suddenly turned around, snapping the chalk in two as he dragged it across the blackboard. He continued, "Why must we study theology?" Professor Bayan asked, "Does anyone know the definition of a curse?" James Victoria, hearing the question, immediately raised his hand and stood up to answer. "Professor," James Victoria began, "my name is James Victoria. A curse is a type of dark magic. It can increase one's own power while weakening an opponent." Professor Bayan smiled approvingly. "Very good, James." He gestured towards the other students and said, "However, some of you still haven't grasped this concept. If we simply say, weakening the opponent." Professor Bayan wrote on the board as he spoke. "Let me give you a concrete example. Suppose we have two knights with equal skill levels. They begin a duel and fight with all their might. They push their opponent to the brink of exhaustion. Waiting for the moment their adversary faltered, making a fatal mistake. They had unleashed a relentless barrage of 20 consecutive attacks. Yet their opponent stubbornly resisted, showing no signs of surrender. Everyone envisioned the scene, painting a mental picture of the battle as described by the teacher. Two valiant knights clashed fiercely, their movements a whirlwind of power. The teacher continued the story, his voice captivated. Suddenly, one of the knights let out a resounding roar, his eyes sharp as daggers, staring intently at his opponent. A chilling killing intent made his opponent flinch, his expression shifting rapidly. Finally, the sharp blade grazed the opponent's shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Blood flowed freely, and his movements students became shaky and unsteady. Teacher Bain quickly wrote on the board, narrating as he went. The other knight seized the opportunity, determined to claim victory. He pressed his attack relentlessly, giving his opponent no chance to counter. His strikes targeted his opponent's legs, aiming to immobilize him. He kicked sand into his opponent's eyes, then slammed the flat of his blade against his helmet, breaking his concentration. The fight became incredibly tense and gripping. Finally, the valiant knight finished his opponent with a fatal blow. His severed head rolled across the ground. Teacher Bain stopped writing on the blackboard. A complex diagram appeared on the board surface. He turned around, flashed a bright smile, and asked the students, "Do you understand the lesson?" Even the most brutal and chaotic wars, with primitive weapons and savage brutality. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The students' faces were filled with absolute admiration. Teacher Bain slowly said, "Are merely a series of actions aimed at weakening the opponent and gradually moving towards the final victory." Now, Teacher Bain continued, "I will give you a practical demonstration, how a modern necromancer fights." He drew a simple stick figure on the board. Observe how a present-day necromancer defeats an opponent. The teacher abruptly swung his arm down, using white chalk to draw a sharp arrow pointing directly at the stick figure drawing before speaking. With just one move, they achieved absolute victory. The class erupted in astonishment at the impressive declaration. Teacher Bain slowly said, "Curses, in reality, are the simplest and easiest type of dark magic to use, compared to countless other dark magic types. Another prominent characteristic is its incredibly fast activation speed. Just a small amount of energy is enough to unleash its potent effects, making opponents tremble in fear." Teacher Bain stepped down, walking toward the seated student. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he looked at the student. Under Teacher Bain's intense gaze, the student froze, completely surprised and clueless about what was happening. At that moment, Teacher Bain raised his hand in front of the student, beginning to activate the magic. A glowing red circular matrix with strange patterns inside appeared before the boy's eyes. The student was terrified, his eyes wide with fear. A surge of dark energy suddenly enveloped his head, causing him to collapse onto the desk. Terror was evident on the student's face. Professor Bei Hien pulled out a knife from his backpack. Bei Hien Agama brought the knife to his lips, gave an enigmatic smile, and said, "This is how." He pointed the knife at the student and said, "A modern necromancer fights." All the students were thrilled. They cheered. "Professor, you're amazing. Theology is the best." Professor Bei Hien turned around and snapped his fingers. The magic enveloping the student gradually dissipated. He said, "I don't know which major you will all decide to pursue, but I'm certain that more than 80% of you will continue to choose my class next semester." He continued, "Theology has excellent compatibility with other subjects." Simon, with a radiant face, flashed a bright smile. Professor Bei Hien continued, "I encourage you all to develop your own unique abilities. Still curse your opponent at any given opportunity, right to their face." The students were incredibly enthusiastic listening to the lecture. Teacher Park Hyanai excitedly wrote on the board, emphasizing that this was the most effective method to achieve victory in any battle. The teacher continued writing on the board and said, "Personally, I believe that theology is the core foundation for any modern necromancer. The reason behind this is..." Teacher Park looked down at the students who were listening intently. He suddenly slammed the chalk against the board, creating a loud bang that echoed throughout the classroom. Park Hae-jin, one hand in his pocket, the other holding chalk, turned back to the students and said, "My future priests, because theology is the ultimate tool to confront your most formidable foes." Teacher Park Hae-jin continued, "I ask you, when a necromancer can utilize terrifying curses and a priest can bestow divine blessings, the core difference lies in one type of magic augmenting power, while the other weakens the target. Now, can anyone explain to me why curses are more effective than blessings?" Young Victoria quickly raised her hand to speak. "Professor," Young Victoria replied, "curses are cast faster than prayers, so curses can stack their weakening effects on the target much more quickly." The professor listened, his expression thoughtful. "An interesting idea, but unfortunately incorrect." Yun was stunned, her hand still raised in the air. The professor explained, "If we only consider casting speed, scholars agree that when a curse targets someone with magical resistance, it's slower than a blessing from a priest's prayer." Then, Professor Bain continued to ask, "Does anyone else have a different answer?" Another hand went. It was Hector, a blonde student. He spoke up, Hector here, Professor, because almost no one, in a weakened state, can recover through training alone. The professor, seemingly pleased, asked, "What is your name?" The young student replied, "Hector Moore, sir." Professor Bain smiled. "I will remember that name." Hearing the praise, Hector swelled with pride and breathed a sigh of relief at the admiring gazes of the other students. Professor Bain explained, "Hector is correct, because a curse doesn't weaken just because its target trains. We all train ourselves under normal, ideal conditions. Our abilities depend on how well we perform when all external factors are under our control. However, humans are more fragile creatures than we think. They can collapse from the slightest impact, the smallest change." Master Bain offered a vivid illustration to clarify his point. In other words, you don't need to sever the entire arm of an archer aiming at you to win. You could blur their vision with conjunctivitis, make them nauseous, disrupt their depth perception, or distract them with another object. With these simple methods alone, you can completely evade an arrow aimed directly at you. Necromancers. There are countless ways to disrupt an opponent's stability. As he spoke, Master Bain turned towards the blackboard. Imagine if you're exhausted or suffering from crippling stomach cramps. Would anyone be able to fight effectively against terrifying curses? Your only option would surely be to flee. The master's humorous remark made the class erupt in laughter. Then, Master Bain turned serious, emphasizing his next point. So remember, we need to find ways to weaken our enemies, instead of just focusing on strengthening ourselves. Wooden trays bearing the Academy's insignia were brought into the classroom. Instructor Bain spoke. "Today, we will learn how to cast a curse on ourselves." Simon frowned as he saw the tools on the tray. He was bewildered, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, are we learning dark magic on the very first day?" Instructor Bain spoke, his voice hesitant. "It's a bit embarrassing for a Kizen student to use a magical energy regulator, but since this is our first lesson, it can't be helped." Instructor Bain's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Simon's head. The instructor continued, "This device can help you solve some problems, but you shouldn't rely on it too much. Be careful." Simon whimpered. "Yes, sir," Instructor Bain declared. "All right, let's begin practicing the exhaustion spell. The curse drains energy." Then, the teacher began to instruct the students. Grasp the handle of the regulator and channel dark energy into the mold. The key to creating a complete magic circle lies in mastering the ancient runes. The success of the spell circle depends on your ability to perfectly inscribe the runes. Simply put, runes are a system of symbols containing unparalleled magical power. Using dark energy to draw runes can amplify the effects of magic. From Teacher Bain's hand, a mystical hourglass appeared with countless symbols swirling around. "Now, if you have completed your magic circles, raise them into the air." Simon concentrated intensely, following Teacher Bain's instructions step by step. His circle lifted, but it looked incredibly distorted and misshapen. "I did it!" Simon exclaimed joyfully. At the same time, cheers erupted from all over the classroom. "Amazing! I did it! Me too! This is incredible! Look at everyone's rings! Isn't it amazing? Many other students have done it too." Suddenly, a boy's ring falls to the ground. Instructor Park Hyen speaks up. "I see that some of your magic rings have fallen to the ground. This happens when you cannot fully control the dark energy, or your connection to the magic ring is weak. Try again, Simon." Instructor Park Hyen says softly. "Yes, sir," Simon replies. Instructor Park Hyen walks between the rows of desks. Explain. "For those of you who can maintain the magic ring in the air, we will move on to the next part. In front of you is a small potted plant, equipped with an adjustment device." Simon lifted his magic ring, but looked at the potted plant with a confused expression. Hector was also intently following the instruction, focused on the small sapling on the desk, and chanted a curse. The sapling, after being subjected to the malicious curse, began to wither, turning a dark black before collapsing, completely dried out. The sapling's appearance now looked truly pale and shriveled. Teacher Bain then continued speaking. "If there's a clear change in the sapling, it means your magic circles have taken effect." A student exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing!" The sapling in front of him had withered exactly as intended. Teacher Bain continued to observe the entire class. "I'm starting to notice differences in ability among you all. If you succeeded in this first step, work diligently to shorten the time it takes to complete the magic circle. Once you're satisfied with your speed, try creating the magic circle without the aid of the device. All the students were incredibly enthusiastic and began experiment. Simon still couldn't maintain a stable magic circle. It dissipated and fell onto the adjustment table. He sighed worriedly. What's the problem? Why have I failed 7 times? Everyone else can easily place a curse on that tree without any trouble. Simon still hadn't found a solution, silently wondering what he was doing wrong. Suddenly, Simon recalled what Lorraine had said. It still possesses mana properties, still burning faintly like a small ember, meaning it's still in the process of evaporation. Nephi had also remarked he could learn to utilize his mana core more effectively. He'll learn that at school anyway. Everything will be fine. As if finding a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, Simon thought to himself, that's right, if I haven't mastered mana control yet, like Nephi and Lorraine said. Then, he calmed himself down, taking a deep breath. I should start with the basics. He closed his eyes in concentration, thinking to himself, the professor said the mistake lies in insufficient mana refinement or a connection problem. So instead of channeling mana directly into the core, I'll try to absorb as much energy as possible, then channel it all into the core at once. The dark blue halo is spreading. The dark energy seems to have stabilized. Now, the most important thing is, he placed his hand on the device, telling himself he had to try again before the magic circle disappeared. The great tree before him witnessed Simon's circle rise, swaying slightly, but Simon was oblivious. He strained his voice weakly. Lightning origin strike. The great tree instantly withered. It trembled violently, then shriveled up in the blink of an eye. Simon rejoiced. I did it. From above, Hector looked down at Simon with a puzzled expression. Professor Bine Agama clapped his hands, signaling the end of the practice session. Those who haven't been able to cast the spell, he said, go back to the dormitory and practice more. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had completed the exercise in class. He thought the class was over. Simon froze, stunned by Professor Bayan's announcement. For the remainder of the lesson, we will continue by applying the magic we learned today to practical, everyday situations. Simon was dumbfounded, wondering how he could possibly apply what they'd learned. Had he misheard? Glancing over the class roster, Professor Bayan Agama, a playful glint in his eye, chose Simon. I see we have a student who ranked first in this class's special entrance exam. Simon Florinia, please come forward. Simon still hadn't gotten used to the title of first place. The curious gazes of his classmates fell upon him, accompanied by inquisitive whispers. It's him. Wow, I wonder how talented he really is. I'm so curious. Simon felt the pressure mounting, making him incredibly uneasy. It was difficult, but Simon managed a soft reply. Yes, sir. Professor Bayan quickly selected another student as Simon's opponent. He scrolled and muttered to himself, who is worthy to be the top student's opponent? Let's see. There are a few students with impressive entrance scores. Truly remarkable. Hector Mo, please step forward. Hector, the chosen one to challenge the top student. He possesses fiery red eyes and shimmering golden hair, along with a tall, sturdy physique. Truly striking. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Simon and Hector faced each other on the platform. Professor Bayan immediately explained the rules to everyone. The rules are simple. Both sides will cast the enfeeble spell on each other. The only spell allowed is enfeeble. Complete the incantation and cast it upon your opponent. Whoever's buttocks or knees touch the ground first loses. Professor Bayan was passionately explaining the rules. His 2 assistants quickly brought the adjusting devices for Simon and Hector to use. Suddenly, Hector raised his hand to address the professor. I can complete this exercise without using the adjusting device, sir. The boy's confidence impressed Professor Bayan. Oh, what a commendable attitude. I am delighted to see such confident students. Simon stood beside him, silently observed. He realized his rival, Hector, was much smarter than his rough exterior. Suggested to be Kizen's student and need an adjusting device would be shameful, Simon thought. Professor Bayan had no idea that the boy before him was listening so intently to every word. Not using the adjusting device? That's a rather clever way to make an impression. Professor Bayan turned to Simon. Professor Bayan was curious to see what Simon would choose. Would he use the regulator device or not? And you, Simon, what will you do? Simon hesitated, then replied, Professor, I will use the regulator. Admittedly, Simon's decision seemed less exciting. Professor Bayan's attitude towards his star pupil seemed to shift slightly, but the decision ultimately rested with each student. Very well, that's fine. Preparations are complete. It's time to begin. Begin on my mark, the professor instructed. Good luck to you both. Both remained silent, nervously awaiting the professor's command. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. "Begin!" Professor Bain boomed, signaling the start. "Begin!" the professor shouted. Simon gripped the regulator tightly in his hand. He tried to calm himself, telling himself not to be so tense. "Just like you practiced, you'll succeed. You got this. Just a few minutes more." Simon suddenly felt his body grow heavy. Impossible. It's just begun. Could Hector have already made his move? That quickly? "Well done, Hector." The professor praised Hector. Such speed without using the regulator. A strong start. Has he already succeeded? Hector smirked triumphantly. Just one blow, and Simon's already exhausted. Only now in practice do I truly understand what the professor meant. But it's all right. I'm almost there. Just need to maintain focus. Quickly manifest the magic circle. Just like that, and I'll complete the incantation. It's falling apart. Simon's magic circle is collapsing. The structure is disintegrating. Realizing this, even if cast now, the ward won't have any effect. He decides to start the incantation again from the beginning. Simon's face hardens with determination. The magic circle gradually descends. Even chanting Sea Giant becomes futile, not giving Simon a chance to complete the curse. Hector continues to create another magic circle. The curse engulfs Simon. His magic seal appears once again. Simon braces himself with his hands on the floor. His knees are almost touching the ground. All the students below are astonished by this sight. It's over. This is the 5th time already. Hector has cast the ward 5 consecutive times, but Simon has yet to complete a single curse. Doubt begins to creep into the minds of the onlookers. Is Simon truly the top student? I'm not so sure anymore. He can't even cast a simple incantation. Hearing the rising murmurs, Hector speaks. Simon gave up, his current state truly pathetic. Simon remained silent, offering no reply, but his eyes clearly expressed his defiance to the demand. Hector continued to speak. Do you want to know the consequences of stubbornly resisting like this? He once again cast the energy-draining spell. The pressure weighing down on Simon was immense. Simon couldn't suppress a pain groan. Witnessing the entire fight, Professor Bain stood observing in silence. In Professor Bain's eyes, Hector was truly a rare gem. The boy's talent was astonishing, but he also possessed the sharp mind of a Kizen student. Professor Bain was certain that Hector would become an exceptional student, standing out from the crowd, not just passing the 3rd year. Simon was once again subjected to the energy-draining spell. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, his gaze fixed on the top student. Professor Bain was speechless, unsure of what to say. Clearly, Simon hadn't made any preparation, completely lacking foundational knowledge of dark magic. Not to mention, his practical experience was non-existent. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled Professor Bain became. Why did Headmaster need grant him the top spot? According to the rules, the 4 most exceptional students would receive official invitations to join Kizen, exempt from the entrance exam. The entrance exam was notoriously difficult. These 4 were considered geniuses of the century. Simon was one of them. He, too, should have been an exceptional genius. Moreover, Simon topped the special recruit, personally chosen by Headmaster Nephis himself. He was expected to become a prominent figure in this field. Yet, Professor Bain had yet to recognize Simon's true potential. If he had to point out a strength, it would be his extraordinary resilience. According to Professor Bain's assessment, an average student of Simon's age could only endure mana depletion 4 times before completely collapsing. However, up to this point, Simon had withstood 9 depletion spells from Hector's magic, yet he still stood firm. Not just standing, but Simon persistently tried to cast his own spell. This was truly astonishing, demonstrating a rare tenacity. Simon's latent abilities were undoubtedly powerful. However, to an erudite theology professor like Bain, it wasn't anything special. Endurance and willpower were only truly important to professors who specialized in combat magic, completely outside his area of expertise. Professor Bain continued to watch the match intently. Finally, Simon succeeded in activating a magic circle. Mustering all his strength, Simon roared the incantation, witnessing the immense surge of magical energy enveloping Hector. Professor Bain couldn't help but be astonished. He finally managed to cast a curse. Simon was overjoyed, his face beaming. It worked. An immense pressure relentlessly bore down on Hector. He was forced to support himself with one arm. This Pepsi curse Could it actually generate such terrifying pressure? Clearly, in the previous preparation phase, he had never experienced this sensation. Suddenly, magic materialized in Hector's hand. Is that guy kidding? I can't lose just because of a single curse. I have the upper hand. I can deal with this nuisance. Immediately, Hector yelled, "Jik jik." The speed regulator plummeted to the ground. Simon collapsed, his knees hitting the ground hard. That was finally. The duel had come to an end. Amidst the roaring applause and cheers from the audience, Professor Bayan solemnly declared the match over. Hector Maul was the victor. Everyone chanted his name, and a thunderous applause erupted. Only Hector's expression seemed less than thrilled. Both of you performed exceptionally well. It was a truly captivating match, the professor commented, quickly dispelling the spell on both of them. Thank you, Professor. Today's lesson concludes here, Simon said. The professor smiled, clapping as he dismissed the students. A female student approached, hoping to ask the professor a question about today's lesson. Professor, I have a question about today's lesson. But Professor Bayan asked her to wait a moment. He couldn't answer her right away. Just a moment. Professor Bayan said, when you've finished the lesson, come to my office. I'll be sure to answer all your questions. Any question a student has, I'm happy to answer. Hearing this, the female student was overjoyed. Really? Thank you, Professor. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the professor and left the room. After all the students had left, Professor Bayan gave a wry smile. He didn't want to waste his precious time on such a naive girl, on such an ordinary girl. Now, Professor Bayan's mind was solely focused on Simon Floentia. It was unbelievable that with Simon's depleted mana reserves, applied to Hector, it was worth 10 times Hector's depleted mana. The professor tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. It was a critical hit. The professor felt a surge of excitement. Just how vast was Simon's potential? The professor was incredibly intrigued and delighted by this new discovery. Meanwhile, Simon was returning to his room, carrying the potted plant, his face etched with exhaustion. Both he and the plant were groaning and sighing from sheer fatigue. Simon was completely unaware that the theology professor had his eye on him. A genius like this must study theology. Simon slumped his head onto the desk, sighing wearily and letting out a frustrated groan. Simon rested his head on the desk, his hands dangling to the floor, muttering to himself, "Why are these subjects so exhausting?" Diak, his classmate, placed a glass of water on Simon's desk, turning to reply, "Of course, because you were selected as a special recruit student." Intrigued, Simon asked Diak, "What does that have to do with my classes being so difficult?" Diak slowly replied to Simon, "Well, at Kizen, it's not just the students who face fierce competition, but even the professors aren't exempt." Diak continued to explain to Simon, "Professors who don't perform well are fired midterm, and even their monthly salary can be affected." Diak pictured Chairman Need in a fit of rage with the professors, firing them without hesitation, just like that, one by one. Then Diak imitated Professor Nam's dejected tone. "My salary's been cut again." Diak continued to share with Simon, "Those with good results will have greater influence at Kizen." Simon looked doubtful. "What?" Diak sat down opposite Simon, speaking seriously. "All the professors crave exceptional students, and imagine having the top student from the Gen class selection." Simon held his head in his hands, his face a mask of frustration. Holding his forehead in his hands, he replied to Diak in an exasperated tone. "Basically, every professor calls me up to the board to test my abilities, right?" Diak asked Simon, who was holding his head in his hands with a frustrated expression. "Exactly. And the girl who's considered your rival." Simon thought for a moment and then replied, "Oh, you mean Malene Violet?" Diak nodded in agreement. "Exactly. She's top of class A in the entire freshman year. So, they want to see how good you really are by putting you up against her." Simon said gloomily to Diak, "But I've never beaten her." Simon thought to himself, "I've only managed to cast a spell on Hector once." Diak asked Simon suspiciously, "That's why the professors are so confused. They thought you were an exceptional student, but it turns out you're just a rookie." Simon started to feel more at ease, hesitantly replying to Diak, "I understand. By the way, thanks for explaining that to me." But Diak looked at Simon with a surprised expression, asking in a low voice, "Huh, what?" Simon asked back, puzzled, "Who are you?" Diak was so surprised he jumped up, slapping his hand to his forehead before saying to Simon, "Why so cold? We introduced ourselves in Professor Bayan's class. I'm Diak, also known as Word, also in class." Simon replied sheepishly, "Oh, sorry." The class was so crowded. Diak continued to ask Simon, "So what do you think? It seems like everyone's talking about you." Simon calmly replied, "They're probably just saying that." The specially selected one turns out to be nothing special. Diak burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Everyone goes through it. I don't understand anything. What's with all the fuss? On the very first day of school, too." Diak observed Simon and commented, "You look exhausted already, and it's only been half a day." Simon smiled slightly, resting his chin on his hand as he replied to Diak, "Because I used all my energy in teacher Bei Hyan's class." Diak took a sip of water, glanced at Simon, and said, "Oh, you mean that 10 times exhaustion train? Sounds exhausting." Simon overheard and replied to Diak, but it was also quite interesting. Diak's eyes widened in surprise as he asked Simon, "Huh? Really?" Simon clasped his hands together and cheerfully replied to Diak, "It was a little challenging, but the class was very all throughout class today." Dyke sat distracted, a look of worry and unease etched on his face. Seeing this, Simon asked Dyke, "What's wrong? You seem off. Why aren't you happy?" Dyke abruptly stood up, frowning, and leaned close to Simon, pointing directly at him and saying, "Hey Simon, we have a serious problem." Simon jumped, surprised, and asked, "Huh? What is it?" Dyke covered his mouth, whispering into Simon's ear, "Hector has started his own gang." Simon was bewildered. "A gang? What are you talking about?" Dyke continued to whisper, "Yeah, well, he's been impressing a lot of kids in class. Even during Professor Bei Hyan's lecture. No wonder they all flock around him like that. Besides, he's the eldest son of a prestigious family. So it's no wonder he's popular." In Dyke's mind, an image of Hector appeared, being praised by another male student. "You were amazing just now." Simon rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought for a moment, then asked directly, "Really? I don't find that very exciting." Diak, surprised, barked angrily at Simon. "Hey, learn to seize an opportunity." Simon broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Diak continued to explain to Simon, "Politics are extremely important at Kizen." Diak added, "You know, if the entire class were under Hector's influence, what do you think would happen? Anyone who offends him would have trouble at this school. First of all, they wouldn't be able to find anyone to work with on group projects." Upon hearing this, Simon was stunned. He immediately realized how serious the problem was. Simon hesitated, then asked Diak, "Sounds like you're pretty sharp. When it comes to politics, why come to me instead of Hector?" Diak scratched his head, stammering a reply to Simon. "Oh, that? I'm just a regular commoner from a small merchant family." Simon continued to probe, his tone skeptical. "So, I heard that in Kizen, everyone is treated equally." Jik seemed a bit flustered, scratching his cheek with his index finger, then chuckled. "That's true." But Simon wasn't done yet. He continued. "But," Jik said frankly, "there's still some arrogant noble brats who always want to brag about their background." He shrugged. "At least I'm not one of them." Jik feigned surprise, asking Simon again, "Really? Excellent. Then I have a proposition for you." Jik suddenly filled with the charisma of a leader, pointing at himself and declaring to Simon, "Join my side, Simon." Jik continued to persuade Simon, "Even if you lack skills, or you think that's what people say, the truth is you're the top student, special selection." Duke emphasized to Simon that the preparatory class students might excel in the classroom, but ultimately they would all stand on the same battlefield, and that Nud must have had a good reason to allow it, to bypass the special selection process. Duke excitedly jumped to his feet, pointed at Simon, and declared, "In other words, you're hiding true potential, an ability you haven't even realized yet." Simon stared at Duke, still confused about what was happening. Simon sighed softly and smiled at Duke. He stood up, leaned his hands on the table, and asked Duke with a puzzled expression, "I still don't understand what faction means." Duke put one hand in his pocket and looked at Simon with a perplexed expression. Simon extended his hand towards Duke. With a bright expression, he offered, "So, how about we become friends?" Duke was taken aback by Simon's unexpected offer. The question, "become friends?" echoing in his mind. Duke's inner thoughts screamed. A look of surprise washed over his face as he mumbled to himself, "It sounds strange hearing those words from Kizen. Oh, that's so cheesy." Diak scratched the back of his neck, a thoughtful expression on his face, and replied to Simon, "Well." Then Diak decisively took Simon's hand, his voice firm. "Having a friend would be nice, I think." Simon beamed, squeezing Diak's hand tightly, and said excitedly, "So let's be friends." Diak pulled a book from his pocket, looked at Simon, and said, "Come on, the next class is about to start." Simon quickly left the water fountain and walked over to Diak. Diak nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what's next?" Diak tried to recall the schedule. He hummed and hawed, then said to Simon, let's see. I think it's summoning. Simon's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, really? Simon pictured the scene. His father casting spells to summon spirits and creatures. He thought to himself, now I can too. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists, silently cheering in exhilaration, summoning mystical creatures, just like his father. Simon and he entered the grand lecture hall. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd around Simon. Oh, that's him, the top scorer of the special entrance exam. Some students sneered and mocked. This must be the biggest joke in Kizen history. Another student slouched on his desk, scoffed, and said to Hector, he should be better than Sun Seong-ti and Ro Rioran, shouldn't he? Hector coldly replied, nonsense. Hector's gaze swept over Simon, his expression unreadable. Having just found a seat, he anxiously turned to Simon. Don't mind them, Simon. They're just clowns. Contrary to Yi's worry, Simon excitedly replied, I'm so pumped. Simon's face beamed with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he said to Yi, I've been looking forward to this summoning class. Jiwen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Simon with a puzzled expression. Jiwen replied to Simon, you're a strange kid. Simon retorted, me? What about me? At that moment, a figure with swift footsteps entered the classroom. Jiwen affirmed to Simon once more, yeah, you are. Simon, still doubtful, asked Jiwen again, really? No one's ever said that to me before. The figure continued to slowly walk into the room. Jiwen resolutely told Simon, I think you're going to be hearing that a lot from now on. The whole class buzzed with curiosity, watching the person who just walked in the door. A few students wondered, is that the professor? Immediately, someone countered, no way. I think he's just lost. Professor Aaron, with his usual messy hair, hands in his pockets, walked up to the podium. Despite the students' murmuring and whispers, Professor Aaron silently lowered his head onto his desk, his hands supporting his forehead. He could still clearly hear the students' remarks, their comments about his appearance. They thought he looked more like an ordinary man than a learned professor. Professor Aaron lifted his head and introduced himself to the class. I am Eredier, he said, your instructor for summoning this semester. Professor Eredier began his lecture, tapping his finger lightly on the desk as he spoke to the students. Summoning is the foundation of all spellcasters, he emphasized. It is also the essence of history. Scholars may deny this, but no one can deny the truth that our origins lie with coffin closers, grave robbers, and the morbid. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon was dumbfounded, completely lost. Huh? What? He blurted out. Just like his brother, Simon was left speechless. Aaron wrote the word summoner on the board. Addressing the class, he pointed at the board with a suggestive tone. If you have keen ears, you must have heard countless stories about summoning, an outdated subject, with no future, a dead end. Difficult, full of limitations, and so on. Aaron closed his eyes briefly, then continued. All the prejudices you've heard, most of them are true. Simon was completely stunned by the blunt declaration. His eyes widened, jaw dropped, and he exclaimed, what? A heavy silence fell over the classroom, everyone lost in thought. What the hell is this guy talking about? He doesn't sound like a summoning professor at all. Aaron stood tall at the podium, calmly speaking with a commanding tone. I believe other classes are very appealing to you, with exciting specializations and countless reasons for you to pursue them. Aaron crossed his arms, paused thoughtfully, and continued. Personally, I don't like flowery words. I think I need to be upfront with you all about both the advantages and disadvantages of this, so you can make the most informed decision for yourselves. Arndia, relaxed and composed, presented a proposition to the class. So let's start with the drawbacks first. The class fell silent, sharing the same thought. Why is he talking about the downsides first? Arndia folded his arms in thought, carefully considering before addressing the class. This subject is very expensive, no matter how you plan it. The tuition will be many times higher than the material costs for summoning studies. It's even more expensive than the combined tuition of all other subjects. Arndia recalled the materials used in practical sessions, including bones, corpses, magic boxes, and even coffins. The teacher explained to the class, materials are essential in summoning studies. We cannot kill humans or animals simply because the source materials have been depleted. Therefore, nowadays we are forced to acquire and utilize skeletons or specially treated corpses to create undead for study and research. Most products currently available on the market are single-use only. The students' faces began to change. some sweating profusely, others showing clear signs of shock and worry. Professor Aaron continued his lecture, his voice steady. Normally, we have to spend a fortune on procuring materials, even more than the rewards received after completing a mission. So, if you intend to pursue summoning as your major, forget about getting rich. Aaron went on to explain the next disadvantage. The second disadvantage depends heavily on the nature of the summoned creature. Images of skeletons surrounding the summoner with joyous, triumphant expressions appeared on the screen. Professor Aaron continued, if you think carefully, you'll understand this. Because summoning involves fighting through the creatures we summon. Instructor Aaron illustrated with concrete evidence. When summoned creatures are destroyed, the summoner's power drastically diminishes by up to 80%. The image of an enemy pointing at a summoner, giving a curt order, kill him. When the summoned creatures are defeated, the summoner faces imminent danger. Aaron raised his hand, eloquently analyzing. This issue directly relates to the first disadvantage of relying on summoned creatures. For example, summoners nowadays often utilize modified undead capable of semi-permanent existence, nearly immortal, instead of disposable creatures, easily replaceable. Imagine what would happen if this modified undead specimen were completely destroyed. Genetic loss. The image of a summoner clutching a skull, behind him a creature radiating dark magic. A creature possessing terrifyingly malevolent magic. Instructor Aaron added, they would suffer a devastating loss, both in power and strategy, and the financial losses incurred from these creatures' disappearance, until those damages are fully rectified. All he could do now is observe their comrade devise a strategy. Instructor Aaron held up 3 fingers, his sharp gaze full of meaning, emphasizing one point. Ultimately, this third weakness is the crucial point. The 2 male students sat silently, listening intently as Aaron explained. He stated, summoning proves incredibly weak in confrontations with priests. So, to be precise, Aaron swung his hand decisively, reiterating to the class, summoning is no longer suitable for modern warfare. That is phased warfare. Images of darkness enveloping the moon, along with powerful summoners, and the chaotic war between various factions appeared. Lost in memories, Aaron slowly recounted. The time when summoning demonstrated its maximum power was during total wars. In a total war, summoners would have access to a plentiful, almost endless supply of resources for summoning. Endless legions of the undead. Images of fierce battles, corpses strewn across the battlefield, flash across the screen, starkly contrasting with the serene blue sky, blooming flowers, and the handshake of cooperation between the 2 opposing factions. Teacher Aaron continues. However, after the armistice agreement was signed, modern warfare has shifted to a smaller scale, often taking place within local regions. An image of Teacher Bane appears in his memory, accompanied by the lesson. In lightning fast skirmishes, there's no room for prolonged pursuits. Elementalists and mages will have the upper hand. Teacher Aaron continues his assessment. And it's true that summoning magic proves quite weak when facing a priest. Images of summoned creatures tremble before the divine light radiating from the priest. Teacher Aaron recounts. Imagine just a single holy incantation could wipe out your entire army of the undead. Reconstructing it would consume a vast amount of time and precious resources, not to mention countless other difficulties and obstacles. However, the final decision rests with you all. Unexpectedly, James Victoria raised her hand, volunteering to ask a question. She addressed the professor with a confident voice. James introduced herself and boldly expressed her viewpoint. My name is James Victoria, sir. I'm also very curious about the advantages of conjuration studies. Professor Aaron's face suddenly turned cold, as if unwilling to answer her question. Aaron quickly countered James with a question, leaving the entire class and the young girl stunned. I don't recall giving permission for questions. James Victoria awkwardly withdrew her hand, her eyes wide with surprise. She stammered in response to Aaron. I apologize, sir. Aaron sighed in frustration, slamming his hand on the desk before speaking. As for the advantage in terms of numbers, flexible and diverse tactical abilities, along with the powerful support of summoned creatures. Simon and Jick simultaneously, after hearing this, expressed surprise and indignation. Don't you think you've overlooked a lot of our strengths, sir? Arndia put his hands in his pockets. Addressing the class with a composed tone, Whether you wish to continue this course in the second semester is entirely your decision. However, remember this. Arndia's face turned serious. He issued a sharp warning. Never dream of setting foot in any field if you lack the necessary courage. Arndia lowered his voice, reminding them. The decision to continue this course next semester rests solely with you. But always keep this in mind. His gaze was stern, his voice commanding. Don't delude yourselves into thinking you can enter any field if you lack the courage. Arndia continued. If any of you are planning on crying, whining, or giving up, or if you're thinking of asking my opinion about switching majors after 2 years, because of financial issues or any other reason, his words took the students by surprise. Arndia added, don't even think about entering this field with such a weak attitude. He continued, and if you're thinking about choosing summoning studies, just because it's less competitive, listening to Arndia's lecture, and it couldn't help but feel exasperated. Here he goes again. Finally, Arndia sternly declared, I will personally expel you. Period. He said softly, now let's begin class. The students replied in unison, yes, sir. Arndia handed each student a strange box and said, what you're holding are the bones of an island rat. Simon quickly examined the contents of the box. Arndia continued, their skeletal structure is similar to that of humans, but cheaper and simpler than humans. Arndia tossed a skull in the air and said, most recruits in this class will start with the island rat. He pointed at the drawing on the board and continued, this is their skeletal structure and the corresponding numbers. Arndia said sternly, let's begin. Take out skull number 1. Touching the skeleton, the students were a bit hesitant. Arungia softly exclaimed, oh, the skull has already been assembled for you. A girl spoke with a trembling voice. Yes, it's a little scary. The person next to her chuckled. But they're completely clean. While the students were still fumbling, Arungia spoke up. You'll find a recessed area you can place your hand in, just below the skull. And inside is the magic circle adjustment device. Shimeong was a bit confused. Beneath the skull, Arndia softly instructed, place your hand inside and form a magic circle. Upon touching it, as instructed by the professor, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, whoa, there's actually energy. For sure. The skull itself acts like a tuning device. Simon excitedly replied, yeah, that's right. Arndia gently suggested, let me try. The moment she completed the magic circle, suddenly, a series of screams erupted. The skeleton abruptly moved, throwing the classroom into chaos. It lunged forward, biting the hands and hair of the female students, terrifying everyone. Arndia felt a slight headache coming on. Oh dear. I was going to tell you not to panic, because the undead would be activated. Arndia teased playfully. I think I spoke a little too late. The students grumbled in frustration. So petty. While the skull continued to thrash about, causing Dyke to tremble uncontrollably. Simon calmly ordered it to be quiet. The skull immediately became docile, resting quietly in his hand, leaving Dyke utterly astonished. Simon, do you often deal with things like this? Simon replied softly with an indifferent expression. I just encounter them quite a lot. Just then, Arndia tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said sternly, get used to it. You are necromancers, after all. After activating the magic circle, the process of creating the undead is almost complete. Arndia continued. Of course, it can't move freely yet, because it's missing a body. So, now you have to create a body for it. Necromancers need to understand the skeletal structure of the summoned creature. A normal human body has a total of 206 bones, but an island rat man only has 53, so it will be much easier. Arndia tasked the students with a mission. First, locate the second cervical vertebra and connect it to the cranium. The students, trembling, carefully lifted each bone fragment. Suddenly, a bone piece was strangely drawn to the skull, clicking into place. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Arndia calmly explained, the skeleton has a tendency to restore itself to its original form. Therefore, the assembly will be quite simple, as long as you follow the correct sequence. Simon's eyes lit up in understanding. I've got it, he thought. Behind a pillar, a clumsy student struggled with the bone fragments. Moments late, Arndia instructa. Next, find bones number 3, 4, up to 11. Laureen quickly turned to her friend. Where did you place bone number 9? The girl beside her helpfully pointed. If you look closely at this part, Arndia offered a helpful tip. Be careful not to confuse the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. It would certainly be quite painful. A wasteland student chimed in, straightening up. Therefore, completing the spinal column, A crucial structure supporting the entire back is paramount. Yom assembled the pieces with a bright smile. Wow, Arundhya gasped softly. If you assemble the parts in the wrong order, the undead won't be able to move smoothly. Arundhya continued, and the bones will make unpleasant creaking sounds, making movement extremely difficult. Worse, at a critical moment, the entire skeleton could fall apart, she emphasized. Witnessing Hector complete the task in the blink of an eye, all the students were astonished. He's a true genius, excelling at everything, someone exclaimed in admiration. A moment later, Arundhya spoke softly. All right, let's continue assembling up to bone number 16. Meanwhile, in another corner, Malene had already finished. She coolly crossed her arms, letting out a slight hum. Arundhya spoke up. We're almost done. Just need to attach bone number 53. If you have any trouble, remember to raise your hand. The classroom suddenly erupted in chaos as everyone rushed to call for the professor. I can't connect the leg parts. Another student chimed in, Professor, its bones ran away. Meanwhile, Simon had completed his creation. This little rat is the first skeleton I created using pure dark energy. Suddenly, a frantic cry rang out. Simon! Simon! Dick on the other side was sobbing. Simon, look at my skeleton. Why are its leg bones stuck to its arm bones? Witnessing the bizarre sight, Simon could only sigh helplessly. Oh, however, Simon quickly realized the problem. I think you mixed up the leg bones with the arm bones. That's why it thinks its legs are its arms. Dick asked in bewilderment. Oh, really? Simon started comparing the two skeletons. Yeah, look, number 21 is a leg bone, not an arm bone. Dick exclaimed joyfully, You're right. But why do they look so similar? A moment later, Arundhya softly announced, Time's up. The professor spoke up. Today's skeleton assembly practice ends here. I will call 2 students to demonstrate the final part. Arundhya called out, Shimon Yancha. Shimon Yancha, please come forward. Simon immediately replied, Yes, sir. Standing beside him, Aaron patted his friend's shoulder reassuringly. Arundhya continued, Next is Hector Moore. You're up. Without hesitation, Hector replied, Yes. As the 2 students faced each other, Arundhya said softly, We have 10 minutes left. The professor explained clearly, You 2 will assemble the skeletons and use them to retrieve this necklace. Whoever gets the necklace before time runs out wins. Arundhya whispered, You cannot touch the necklace yourselves or use dark magic. All other methods are allowed. After explaining, Arundhya signaled, All right, take your positions. Get ready. Seeing Hector move swiftly, Simon was a bit anxious, but tried to maintain a calm composure. Both of them simultaneously placed their hands on the Arendijo skeleton. A voice boomed. Begin. Simon told himself, I can do this. I can win. Simon remembered clearly. The first step was to place the vertebrae at the same time. I'll place bones number 2 through 7. But suddenly, Simon looked up in astonishment. The teaching assistant was folding the model diagram on the board and spoke. Oh, I forgot to mention. She said softly, You're not allowed to cheat in this match. Hearing this, both Hector and Simon were utterly shocked. Looking at the small bone fragments in the box, Simon thought to himself, It's okay. At least the bones are still numbered. I can arrange them in order from number 1. However, as soon as he picked them up, Simon realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. There are no numbers on the bones anymore. Aaron explained. Of course not. The skeletons you just used were for practice purposes only. The teaching assistant diligently numbered each bone. The skeletons sold on the market won't have numbers like that. Aaron eyes widened, and he sternly asked, Haven't I mentioned this before? Aaron declared, A necromancer must become accustomed to this. Despite some difficulty, Hector patiently assembled each part. Seeing this, Simon thought to himself, Don't give up. I just finished. I will definitely remember the order of the main bones. Simon began to retrace his steps, starting with cervical vertebra number 2. At this moment, Aaron was quietly observing. Watching Simon meticulously assemble each bone, Aaron thought to himself, the top student of the special entrance exam, never having assembled a skeleton before. On the other side, Hector and that large boy have grasped the sequence and structure. Arundhya recognizes Hector's distinct quality. He relies on understanding rather than rote memorization. Knowledge from the preparatory class has greatly aided him, but it's his sharp intuition that allows him to avoid crucial mistakes. Does Arundhya predict Hector will win? He truly has a knack for this. What about that top-ranking kid? Seeing Simon struggle, Arundhya thinks he's about to crumble. Could it be he never attended the preparatory class? Now, Simon is in a state of confusion. Is this the correct order? A sudden hush falls over the classroom. Arndia believes. Hector seems to be the only one she sees with any potential in this class. From a scattered pile of bones, a complete skeleton gradually takes shape. Hector brimmed with confidence. Certain victory was within his grasp. Witnessing his actions, the other students erupted in cheers and encouragement. Amazing Hector. He's almost got it. Hector patted his rat's head, a smug look on his face. Given a chance, I'll crush you like an ant. You'll never get the chance to face me again. Hector's gaze shifted towards Simon. He vowed to make Simon the laughingstock of the entire class. I'll trample on your confidence and your top-ranking title. Ambition burned in Hector's eyes as he envisioned Simon's downfall. Hector's rat began to move, inching forward. It took each step with unwavering determination. Then suddenly, Hector's rat leaped into the air, nimbly scaling the table. The crowd roared with excitement, the atmosphere electric. Hector saw that his rat had a clear advantage. Everyone loudly declared that Hector had won the previous round. Only 5 minutes left. A voice rang out. If Hector can keep the collar, he wins. Simon struggled, pushing himself to the limit, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Simon told himself to stay calm. His gaze shifted towards Hector. A thought crossed Simon's mind. Maybe he'd been overconfident. Hector had attended preparatory classes, while this was his first time building a skeleton. His chances of winning against Hector were slim. Simon thought to himself, instead of trying to cram knowledge mechanically, maybe he should just forget everything. Simon began to see the path forward. Yes, just keep moving forward, just relying on intuition. Simon's speed suddenly increased dramatically. He thought to himself, I just need to assemble it my own way. The other students began to whisper amongst themselves. What's going on? He made a mistake right from the first. A female student wondered, or is he giving up already? Everyone shook their heads and started to mock. He doesn't have any talent or courage. They scoffed silently. How can someone like that be in first place? Meanwhile, Dick couldn't help but worry about Simon. At the same time, Simon was re-evaluating the problem. The professor said to use the skeleton to retrieve the necklace, but he never said I had to assemble a complete skeleton. He told himself, I don't have time. I have to ignore those complex structures. The simpler, the better. Joint by joint, the bones began to fall into place. Simon used bone number 20 as a foreleg. He quickly picked up another bone. Number 27 can't be removed. It's a core detail. Simon immediately chased after Hector. He decided to skip number 28, choosing 29 and then 31. Seeing the boy diligently assembling the bones, Arndia felt a bit skeptical. Suddenly, the professor was startled to discover something unusual. Simon's rat started to move. Arndia was utterly astonished, exclaiming, impossible. How could he do this? The professor realized it was the skeleton of a gray rat. The gray rat was the precursor to humankind, a species of rat long extinct. He used a different assembly method to create that structure. Arndia thought to herself in amazement. Of course, it can't be exactly the same, but it's still a form of artificial life. It doesn't need to be perfect just as long as it can move. A student who never went through preparatory training yet. Looking at Simon's confident expression, Arndia began to feel suspicious. Did he deduce this on his own without relying on existing knowledge? Cindy and Dyke cheered excitedly. Go, go, Simon, go. The chant echoed throughout the stands. Arndia was still in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Something strange was happening below, a perplexing mystery. The students buzzed with chatter, whispers spreading like wildfire. I don't know what it is, Yom exclaimed excitedly. But he did it. A voice filled with astonishment. Hector thought silently, a flicker of worry igniting within it. Am I the only one who can create a complete skeleton? He won. Thanks to Simon, everyone simultaneously realized the truth. Outward appearance isn't everything. What matters lies within. Even someone as cold as Melon couldn't hide. The astonishment etched on her face. I did it in such a short amount of time, Hector thought to himself. And without needing to look at the diagram, he thought bitterly. Unbelievable. Below, the students erupted in cheers. Simon, Simon, Simon. The chants thundered. Witnessing this scene, Hector stood frozen, filled with disappointment. I should be the center of attention. Hector thought enviously. Hector gritted his teeth, rage boiling inside. But despite everything, the envy and jealousy Hector stirred up seemed to no longer empower. Suddenly, Hector's rat lunged forward aggressively. It directly attacked his opponent's skeleton. Witnessing this, Simon was slightly surprised. Seeing Simon's bewildered expression, Hector smirked with delight. Simon Ferencia, I'm about to win, Hector exclaimed confidently. Suddenly, Simon flashed a mysterious smile. He extended his hand, controlling his skeleton. In a split second, Simon's rat snatched the item. With incredible speed, it took down its opponent. Hector's rat turned its head, its fierce eyes blazed. Finally, the item was firmly in the grasp of Simon's rat. Even severed, it stubbornly clung to the item. Hector exclaimed angrily, "That's not fair, Professor Aaron," he yelled. "This is ridiculous." Hector roared, "You said we had to use the skeletons to get the necklace, but this isn't just any ordinary skeleton." Simon wondered, "Just a bone fragment?" Hector was startled by Simon's words. Simon softly said, "I don't think so." The moment he reached out, a surge of immense energy suddenly rushed in. The skeletal joints of Simon's rat rapidly fused together. Witnessing the strange phenomenon, Hector's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What the hell is this?" In the blink of an eye, Simon's rat was fully formed. He asked, "Now what?" The skeleton immediately returned the item to its owner. Simon grinned triumphantly. "Now it's a fair fight, isn't it?" Hector gritted his teeth, furious at the situation. Arundhya spoke up. "Enough." The professor sighed and then declared, "The winner is Arundhya." The professor announced loudly to Simon and Yangtia. After receiving the results, Simon gently lifted the skeleton. He tossed it high in the air and cheered with delight. "Gwen!" Simon beamed, brimming with pride. "I won." Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the professors were chatting. One of them asked, "Professor Bayan, it's good to see you. How was the first day of class?" Bayan replied, "I noticed a lot of promising students in this year's class." Another professor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, especially the specially selected students, and those who scored high on the entrance exam." A female professor also agreed. "That's right. Melai Milan is even more outstanding than I thought. She managed to successfully synthesize the zenith poison on the very first day." A deep voice said, "Like father, like daughter. All 7 children of the Milan family are exceptionally brilliant." He softly asked, "What about the ivory tower successor?" The teacher placed her teacup on the table and gently replied, CNA. Now I understand why the tower boasts so much about her." The professor continued, "Isn't Stella Mayer also exceptionally talented? She has completely shattered all previous prejudices about half-giants. There used to be prejudices that half-giants had no aptitude for magic. As for Stella, I think we should ask if she's interested in specializing in magic." They chuckled, "Have you chosen a student already?" Someone spoke up in reminder. Interacting with students during the protection period is against the rules. At this moment, another professor spoke up. "Hey, Professor Baheen, you're teaching a class today too, right? How is he doing?" Bayan offered a cryptic smile, then countered, "What do you mean?" The professor replied, "You know what I mean, Bayan. The specially selected student number 1. The one Master Need personally chose." Bayan responded casually, "He lost to another student in my class. I'm still not sure if he truly possesses exceptional talent." Hearing this, the professors looked skeptical. That's surprising, but he's still the number 1 student. Doesn't he have any special qualities?" Bayan said calmly, "Well, he has pretty good stamina. He endured 9 exhaustion spells in class." The lead professor was a little surprised. 9 times? Resilience is certainly important, but that isn't very impressive for a specially selected student. The pinnacle of that era. Aaron, with an indifferent expression, walked past the gathering crowd. Bayan spoke up and asked, "All right, you're in charge of Class A today, aren't you?" Aaron leisurely poured a cup of tea, then slowly replied, "Indeed." "What about the top student, the one with special admission?" Bayan curiously inquired. "What do you think of that student?" Aaron frankly commented, "A slow and rather ordinary kid. However, he does have a bit of unique creativity, evident in some rather novel specimens, although still quite flawed." Hearing that, Bayan was slightly surprised. The surrounding professors began to murmur amongst themselves. "I didn't think this year's top student was that mediocre. There's no way Master Netist would have chosen him." Bayan forced a polite smile, but his mind was full of questions. Could Aaron be deliberately downplaying his student? Becken placed his teacup on the table, took a small sip, and fell into deep thought. He was known for being incredibly demanding and strict, and yet Becken personally did something like this. It could only be because he was truly impressed with that student. The top student, Aaron. Becken's gaze shifted towards Aaron. The image of a slow, ordinary boy with nothing remarkable flashed through his mind, yet possessing a unique touch in creating innovative specimens, despite still having many shortcomings. Those were the rarest praises Aaron could receive from Becken. Becken began to ponder. a boy chosen by need, and also caught the eye of someone as discerning as Aaron. Becken stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I'm finding myself more and more intrigued by this boy. A moment later, Becken spoke up, calling for Aaron. Right, Aaron? Becken asked softly. The declaration you made last year, you still intend to fulfill it? Arundia's face flickered with confusion at his words. Bain gave a knowing smile, his words laced with innuendo. Could it be that you have no intention of directly mentoring any students under your charge? Hearing that, Arundia glared sharply at him. After a moment of silence, Arundia spoke. Professor Bain, I don't. Suddenly, Need burst through the door, a cheerful expression on her face. She greeted everyone warmly. The professors immediately bowed respectfully to Need. The headmaster waved enthusiastically in return. Bain pulled out a Magino ice cream bar, offering it with a friendly smile. Welcome, headmaster. Need pretended to refuse, but took it anyway. Oh dear, I told you to stop treating me like a child. Bain replied softly. It's the mark of a true gentleman, to always have sweets ready for a lady. A sweet sense of delight bloomed within me. Quite the smooth talker. A professor spoke up in a gentle tone. Did you bring an entire refrigerator with you? Bain quickly replied, Of course, professor. At that moment, Netta spoke up. I think we should accept it, since Bain has already given it to us. A professor hurriedly offered their seat to the headmistress. Please, Headmistress Nettis, have a seat. She cheerfully replied, All right. Thank you. Nettis settled into the comfortable chair and asked, How was the first day of classes for the new students? A professor immediately answered, I now understand why the Ivory Tower is so confident. Satel has exceptional magical talent. They continued their report. Malene is also quite extraordinary. Nettis nodded in agreement. Good, she said in a soft voice. This year's first-year class has a lot of talented students. I hope the student protection mission will be completed soon. While the professors surrounded the headmaster, Arandia stood silently outside. After hearing the situation, Nettie said cheerfully, Excellent, very good. Report any problems you encounter immediately. It's the first day after all. Everyone, get some rest early, he said in a friendly tone. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. Then, Arandia spoke. Netties, I'd like to discuss something with you privately. Hearing this, the professors turned to him with surprised expressions. Netties generously replied, Oh, certainly. Let's go. She asked softly, What did you want to discuss, Arandia? Nettie said quietly, I'll tell you when it's just the two of us. Seeing this, Bain thought to himself, he's always so direct. He smirked. However, Netties won't let you find out what you want that easily. Aaron. At the same time, Dyke spoke up, flustered. What do we do now? Each four-person room only has one spot left. Simon's face fell. It seems we arrived at the dormitory too late. The students here are all from our class. Dee spoke softly. The summoning class ended 3 hours ago. Surely the other students have already found their rooms. I think so. Just then, the dormitory manager spoke. She said, I'm sorry. There aren't any rooms with 2 vacancies on the second floor either. Simon and Dee replied in unison. It's okay, it's not your fault. Simon pointed at the paper and asked softly, Are there no rooms on the 3rd or 4th floors with 2 vacancies? The manager answered, flustered, yes. The other floors are in the same situation. Simon suggested, Should we go to a few rooms and ask if anyone wants to switch rooms? He continued, I want to take a look around the other floors, just to be sure. Seeing this, the caretaker spoke, Then I'll come along as well. Maybe I can be of some assistance. From afar, 3 students were approaching. They carried heavy luggage, but they chatted and laughed excitedly. Carelessly, all 3 bumped into the caretaker. However, one of them yelled, Out of the way. The caretaker gasped, letting out a surprised ah. The guy with the slick back hair cursed. Damn, what the hell? I told you to move. The caretaker relented. I'm sorry. Not stopping there, the 3 students started to blame her. A lowly staff member like you dares to get in our way. It's dented in the corner because of you. What are you going to do about it? The caretaker quickly bowed her head. I apologize. I'm truly sorry. The guy with the slick back hair angrily said, Sorry doesn't cut. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and move this. The caretaker hurriedly replied, Yes, I'll do it right away. Simon stepped forward, blocking the caretaker, and spoke. Excuse me, Simon asked sternly. Don't you see I'm talking to her? The disciple behind him chimed in. Yeah. We were here first. Don't interfere like that. Besides, it's clear you bumped into her on purpose. Witnessing the scene, the guy with the slick back hair flew into a rage. What's your problem? Are you just commoners? Do you think you are something? Seeing his companions about to attack, the one next to him quickly intervened. Hey, hold on. The guy with the slanted hair exclaimed. It's him, the number 1 special recruit. The one who gave the oath. As the student representative at the auditorium, Simon suddenly shot them a sharp glare. Seeing his murderous look, the three thugs trembled in fear. Be more careful next time. Get out of here. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, the manager said gratefully, "Thank you for helping me." Simon replied softly, "You don't have to mention. I just did what I had to do." Dyke, standing behind them, chuckled at the thug's cowardice. The manager spoke up. "All right, let's go then." After checking the list, the manager announced, "Actually, there's a vacant room with 2 beds on the 4th floor. It's room 409, a 4-person room with a great view. And it's close to the main staircase, too." She seemed a bit hesitant. "Let's see, which students are in which rooms?" The manager muttered to herself. "Rooms 412 and 413 each only have 1 vacancy, but it's right next to room 409. How about we check those rooms out?" Simon looked perplexed. "What about room 409? Is there something wrong with?" The caretaker hesitated. There's already a student in there." Simon quickly said, "Then could we ask if we could stay with them?" Hearing this, the caretakers frantically waved their hands, but one of them spoke. "Let me clarify. Her name is Gaia, and she was here last year too." Simon became even more confused. "Last year? But this is a dorm for first-year students, right?" The caretaker explained. "Gaia has failed to advance to year 2 7 times. I heard she has some issues, so she has to start over." She lowered her voice. "I'm just the dorm manager, so I don't know the details." But she heard that a lot of EUI's roommates requested room changes. They often showed up with bruises on their faces, and Kizen got into quite a bit of trouble too. At least, that's what she'd heard. Kizen usually expels problematic students. It's strange that he's an exception. Simon and Jiziak asked in disbelief. "Really?" Jiziak quietly asked Simon, "Should we go to a different room?" Simon flatly replied, "No, we should at least say hello first." Jiziak was startled by his response. "What? Wait." Seeing Simon reach for the door, Jiziak quickly exclaimed, "Are you really going in there?" Stepping inside, they were both met with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Jiziak fearfully huddled behind his friend. "EUI," Simon called softly. Simon walked towards the blanket and greeted him. "Sorry to disturb your sleep." Hearing a voice coming from the blanket, he was slightly startled. Simon softly said, "We want to stay in this room with you." The boy hesitantly asked, "Would that be allowed?" Just then, a student with a gloomy expression turned, staring. Sharp, murderous eyes. A murderous aura radiated from him as if it were ablaze. Kizen Isiawan's eyes suddenly glowed crimson red. He shouted, "Hey, new student." The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating, tense. But then the killing intent vanished as quickly as it appeared. Kizen Isiawan scratched his head and exclaimed, "So that's it. Today's the day the entrance exam scores are announced. Time flies so fast." He turned back to Simon Farintia and said politely, "You don't have to be so formal. After all, I'm just a first-year student." Hearing that, Simon also friendly called his name. Alricht. Then Kizen Isiawan scratched his head again, interrupting Simon and correcting the way he addressed. "Just call me Kizen." He glanced at the 2 new recruits and issued a warning. "I don't know how long you 2 will last in this hellish academy, but remember these 2 things." Despite his courage, Iwa couldn't help but shudder in fear. But curiosity quickly overwhelmed his terror. He perked up his ears, listening intently. Kyanesva then laid out his demands. "First, don't interfere in my affairs. Second, don't make any noise before my bedtime. Once I'm asleep, you can do whatever you want. Sing, dance, whatever pleases you." Simeon Florentina immediately realized something. "Oh, so you're allowing us to stay in this room?" Kyanesva didn't seem to care. He laid down on his bed, pulling the blanket over himself as he spoke. "It doesn't really matter, does it? If it weren't you 2, it would be someone else. Because this is the only vacant room." Tarzan burrowed under the covers, fast asleep. Simon and Farintia were speechless, not knowing what else to say. An awkward silence filled the room. The 2 stepped out of the room, informing the dorm manager that they would be staying in this room. The manager, slightly worried, asked, "Are you 2 sure?" Simon and Farintia smiled brightly. "Yes, ma'am. It won't be a problem. I don't think he's a bad person." Besides, Tarzan already agreed. So, the dorm manager had no reason to object further. She posted a roommate list on the door, reminding them, redundant line removed. If there are any problems, Don't hesitate to let me know. I'll immediately report the issue to the landlord for resolution. Simone politely bowed her head and softly replied, yes, thank you. Then she bid them farewell. Well then, good night. Simone and Dietrich also opened the door and stepped into their room. Dietrich, his arms full of a thick stack of documents, tidied up the room while anxiously glancing at the person sleeping soundly on the bunk bed. He turned to ask his friend, are you sure he won't wake up? Simone honestly replied, I'm not so sure, but he said that we could do anything once he was asleep. Dietrich frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly dropped the books he was holding onto the floor with a loud thud. The loud and sudden noise made Simone jump, blank. But when she saw that Caden was still fast asleep despite the commotion, Dietrich breathed a sigh of relief. So, everything he said was true? Shimon Ferencia reassured his friend. I don't think he's a bad guy. As long as we follow his rules, everything will be fine. Kizen Isubin remained silent, eyes closed, lying on the bed. Dismissing the previous conversation, Dick Heod cheerfully said to Shimon, anyway, now that we have a room, we should unpack and take a shower. I saw a bathroom on the second floor when we came. Let's go check it out. Shimon Ferencia asked in surprise. A bathroom. A moment later, Shimon Ferencia emerged from the bathroom with a relaxed expression. He had a towel wrapped around his head, forming two small buns that looked like garlic bulbs on either side of his head. Shimon's face was filled with satisfaction and content. He grinned brightly, exclaiming with delight, wow, I like this. Seeing his friend so happy, Dick Heod replied, I can tell. Dick Heod said exasperatedly, good heavens, I've never seen anyone so excited after a shower. Have you been living under a rock all these years? Before coming here, did you live in the wilderness? Never seen a showerhead before? Simon replied with an innocent look, just like Reed's previous question. Reed suddenly recalled the image of Simon playfully fiddling with the control knob in the bathroom earlier. He continued to speak, reminding Simon, hey, can you tone down the fascination with the buttons in the bathroom? You're attracting attention. People around us are starting to whisper about you. Simon Ferencia's eyes widened in surprise. He asked back in disbelief. Really? The two walked and talked, and soon arrived back at their room. Reed said as he opened the door, yeah, that's right. You're already famous for topping the entrance exam. Now you're being called a country bumpkin, not to mention being suspected of being an imposter. Talk about bad luck. Simon Ferencia sighed, his face showing sadness. How am I supposed to explain this? Even if I could explain, I still think Kizen is much better. Dick Hayward found that to be a pretty solid reason. Yeah, who wouldn't want to get into such a prestigious academy? He leisurely sat down on the bed and continued, of course, whether we can stay here or not depends entirely on our scores. Simon Ferencia chimed in. I heard only about 300 students make it to the second year. Dick Hayward exclaimed in surprise, then offered a prediction. Right. The reason we still have time to chat like this is because we're still in the student protection period. Just wait and see. Half of the people here will be eliminated soon. Hearing an unfamiliar phrase, Simon Ferencia curiously asked, what's the student protection period? Dick Hayward seriously explained to his friend. It's the period where they can't accurately assess and give scores to the students. During this time, the professors can't speak privately with students and can't expel them at will. He added, and they're also forbidden from injuring the students. If I remember correctly, there are a lot more forbidden rules, so I can't remember them all. Simon Ferencia recalled his actions during the lessons, causing him to shudder involuntarily. So they're deliberately turning a blind eye, ignoring all my actions today? What? Dictator Word glumly continued the conversation after a moment of silence. Expelling students is commonplace here. Expelled for lack of ability, for lack of future potential, violating regulations, submitting poor quality assignments, all sorts of reasons. Simon could only exclaim, wow. Suddenly, Dictator Word became excited again. He raised a finger and said, hey, however, if you can persevere until the end of the first year, then you can find work practically anywhere. As long as you can survive this cutthroat competition with its suffocating pressure and actually manage to graduate. Dichter turned to Simon Ferencia and began painting a dazzling picture of the future. You be a pioneer, a trailblazer, in an era where all 6 continents are on the cusp of a monumental boom. Simon let out a surprised, oh. Dichter lay back on his bed, his mouth still running, gushing about the glorious possibilities. I reckon you could become anything you want, except maybe a member of the nobility. Although, come to think of it, some small country might just marry their princess off to you if you graduate from Kizen. Simon Ferencia countered. Do you want to be a noble? Ditchter sat up, propped his chin on his hand, and replied, no. While that might offer certain advantages, it's not my ultimate goal. Simon Florentia persisted with his inquiry. Then, Yahello brought his fingertips together, forming a circle with his index finger and thumb, and presented it before Simon. He glanced at the gesture with an indifferent expression, a mix of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts exasperation. A sly grin spread across Yahello's face as he declared, this, my friend, this. Simon Florentia looked at his friend's avaricious expression and sighed wearily. Oh, I get it. Yahello continued boastfully. So, from now on, I'm going to be very busy. Simon Florentia showed little interest, casually replying as he gestured with his hand. All right, I understand. Yahello, still lost in his daydream, added, if you need money later. Suddenly, a box-like object shot out from a deep, dark void, making him jump. It seemed to have been summoned by Simon. You're still calm in the face of this. Diakwai stammered. Have you forgotten about your bright future? He panicked, firing off questions. Oh my God, what is that thing? What is that? What did you just do? Simon Florentia calmly replied, it's just a subspace. Diakwai pressed on, then what is that thing? Simon Florentia presented his face, which had a sticky note related to a mouse skeleton, then explained, this is a mouse skeleton creation kit. I haven't learned much about this subject yet, so I brought one here to practice beforehand, to get more proficient. Diakwai scrambled closer to Simon Florentia and asked, we just finished class, and now you want to study more? He answered honestly, yes. It's just that I don't want to forget all the emotions I just experienced. Ditch Hayward asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. So this time, are you going to follow the proper procedure? Simon Florentia cradled the Conskaton rat skull, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Nope, this time I'm going with inspiration and intuition. Then, he meticulously began to reassemble each bone. Ditch Hayward stared, his face a mask of astonishment. He let out a series of stunned gasps as he saw the completed Conskaton rat. Ditch Hayward remarked, okay, it's the same type as the one you made in class. Simon Florentia nodded in agreement. Right, but it's been vastly improved. I took more time, but there's still one minor flaw, a slightly loose leg. Although it wasn't quite perfect, Didier still praised him. However, he had shaped it into a complete skoton. I don't think I could have done that, Didier exclaimed. Suddenly, Simon Florentia reached out, stroking the mouse-shaped skoton and muttering something unintelligible. I'm sorry, take that back. Simon Florentia blurted out and violently destroyed it. The skoton's bones instantly shattered into pieces. Didier was horrified by his friend's actions. He gasped, what was that? You did a great job. When Simon didn't respond, Didier looked at Simon in confusion and called out, Simon. Actually, Simon Florentia was lost in thought, trying to recall Professor Aronia's lecture from earlier that day. Skoton are formed from summoning magic, and often carry some traits of their previous form. Professor Arndia carefully held the 2 bone fragments, now pieced together, and began his lecture. The correct term for this phenomenon is regenerative force. The professor's explanation of its alternative name remained vivid in Simon Florentia's memory, also known as the force of gravity. Simon Florentia sighed softly, closing his eyes. He began to sense the entire room, even the bone fragments scattered all around. Simultaneously, he murmured the professor's teachings. Cotton usually carries the properties of its original body, so if we can remember the position, following Simon Florentia's every word, the bone fragments began to shift subtly. Reconstructing the original form won't be too difficult. They vibrated with increasing intensity. Cotton's skull began to resonate as well. Sensing the opportune moment, Simon Florentia shouted, restore immediately. From within Cotton's eye sockets, a crimson light flashed, as if the creature had just been resurrected. A bony skull flew past Dick Hayward, making him jump, and let out a startled yelp. Skoton's rat-like body parts reassembled themselves, completely intact, without a single flaw. Dick Hayward bent down for a closer look, then exclaimed in admiration, whoa, that regeneration is seriously impressive. Simon replied sincerely, really? Thanks. Dick Hayward yawned widely mid-sentence, asking, how did you do that? Without any preparation at all. You're making me sleepy. It's late, I'm going to bed. Then Dick Hayward turned to his amazing friend and asked, what about you? Simon watched Skoton approach, slightly surprised. Me? He stroked its fur gently as he spoke. I need to run a few more experiments. Dick Haywood slowly stood up. Is that so? Then I'll excuse myself and go to bed. He suddenly asked Simon Florenia, what's the first class tomorrow? He smiled in response. Tomorrow? Dark Arts Anatomy on a Konskaton rack. Under his gentle strokes, the red light in its eyes suddenly turned dark blue. Sitting in the quiet room with the skeleton, Simon thought to himself, this time I'll follow the chart exactly. After some fiddling and studying, Simon suddenly realized, I have to connect it this way for the ankle joint to rotate. These are the bones of a rat. If I arrange them differently, could it still move normally? Feeling the joints loose and uncertain, Simon muttered, probably not. He meticulously documented his entire experimentation process. Simon experimented with arranging the rat's bones in a different order. But unfortunately, this effort yielded no results, because this bone assembly formula was established based on strict standards, immutable rules that necromancer masters had painstakingly researched since ancient times. To achieve this, they surely had to endure countless failed experiments, fumbling through numerous mistakes. Simon pondered, his face serious, thinking that he himself was retracing that path. He reached out and touched the skeleton, suddenly realizing something profound. Every exercise, every experiment held its own purpose and meaning. After tinkering, assembling, and disassembling the skeleton countless times, Simon truly understood the greatness of the previous generations of necromancers. He softly spoke. Hey, I tried swapping your bone number 25 and bone number 31. How does it feel? Simon asked in a gentle tone. Any discomfort? The skeleton shook its head vigorously. Simon replied, I understand. This combination doesn't seem to be quite right. I'll put them back in their original positions. He thought to himself, although this structure seemed logical, there had to be a more optimal arrangement, allowing it to operate more flexibly. How could he quickly uncover that secret? Finally, Simon closed the book and muttered, all right, I need to study this more thoroughly and meticulously. He fell into deep contemplation. The skeletons his father used to help people in their territory, and the skeletons Loren used to control his criminal gang. Simon wondered, what was he missing compared to them? Suddenly, the skeleton glowed with a mysterious energy. Simon was completely powerless. It seemed his knowledge was still limited. I can't wait for the next lesson. The next day, the stern professor began his lecture. Dark energy plays a crucial role. It's the fundamental foundation for a necromancer. Standing at the lectern was Eric Ora, the dark arts professor for Class A. He said in a deep voice, therefore, I don't know. The crucial importance of shadowmancy cannot be overstated, but how much emphasis is enough? Eric aura posé la challenging question. So, how does shadow energy create magic? To answer this perplexing question, we must understand the flow of shadow energy, the origin of the ancient rune language, and the workings of magic circles. While Simon was still attentively listening to the lecture, Ditch beside him had been nodding knowingly. This whole time, the true origin of the mysterious ancient rune language stems from the eternal flame within the shadowy Black Temple. Initially, no one questioned why the flame never extinguished, because everyone back then believed that doubting God was an act of blasphemy. Until one day, they discovered that the shape of each flame closely resembled letters, and they were astonished to realize that these ordinary letters were the key to creating wondrous magic. To keep the torch's faint light flickering, the professor spoke, his voice a low, warm rumble. That is the mystery behind the origins of the ancient June language. Simon's eyes widened, his face a mixture of awe and astonishment. Wow! E, sitting beside him, suddenly slumped forward onto the desk, as if on instinct. Eric Outra continued his lecture, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. The sorcerers and necromancers, the mystical masters who discovered the ancient June language, faced countless challenges and tireless efforts to develop and perfect modern June, making it as understandable and widespread as we see it today. The professor picked up a piece of chalk, wrote a few lines on the blackboard, and said, this is the run language, the refined and improved version. And these two magic circles are clear proof of the effective application of the improved June language. Demonstrate how effectively the June language has been refined. Eric Outra continued, his tone turning serious. The magic circle you are observing here is completely inert. It cannot be activated. The key difference between it and the activatable magic circle, on the right, is the language of worms applied to magic. Eric Outra added, therefore, With the tuning device and the knowledge you've been taught, you can freely control dark energy with greater flexibility. Finally, the professor set down his chalk and said softly, "That concludes today's lecture. I have a small assignment for you. Next class, you must submit an assignment with the following details. Use a non-activatable magic circle, which we used as an example in class. Detail how you would modify it, including the calculations and formulas you applied to make it functional." Before leaving, Eric Outra added, "All right, 3 students I will call upon. In the next class, we'll have to present their assignments." Finally, the professor said softly, "I'll see you all in the next lesson." As soon as Eric Outra left the classroom, the students started groaning and complaining, "Oh man, this dark arts class is way too hard." Someone nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's really confusing." He dragged himself across the courtyard, yawning widely with a weary expression. "It feels like when I used to study algebra with my dad. Incredibly boring. Why can't I remember any of those complicated formulas? I really don't get it. Why do we have to learn these complex rules anyway?" Simon, on the other hand, thought, "But I don't think it's that bad." He looked up at the clear blue sky and said softly, "I didn't understand half of what the teacher said, but I liked the way he explained each working principle. It was quite fascinating." He said dejectedly, "Is there anything about Kizen you don't like?" He started to notice Simon's strange behavior. It had been like this all morning. He kept muttering about someone stealing his soap from the bathroom. Simon suddenly nudgedi, making him jump and yelp. "Ugh." Dee ran after him, calling out, "Wait up, Simon. That hurts. Let's go to training." Dee asked softly, "Hey, Simon, what's the next class?" "Simon replié, combat magique." Looking at the lawn in front of him, Dee couldn't help but feel doubtful. "Are we going to have class here? Where's the professor?" Simon answered in a low voice, "I don't know either." Dee pointed towards the distance and exclaimed, "Hey, look everyone." Before the student's eyes was a strange cloud of dust. Noticing the commotion, someone asked in bewilderment, "Something's coming this way." The other students' eyes widened in surprise. "Whoa, do you guys feel the ground shaking?" Heading towards them was a massive figure. Recognizing the strange creature, everyone was terrified. Hippos. Not just one, but a whole herd of hippos was charging forward. In the blink of an eye, a herd of hippos surrounded the students, trapping them in a corner. Panic erupted, filled with screams and shouts. "Why are there hippos here? What's going on?" Suddenly, welcome new students. Professor Hongbyum, with a smug grin, perched atop a hippo, announced, "Today, I will be your instructor at Stone Mountain. Quickly mount your hippos." The students were startled by the command. "Mount them," Ji Chio muttered under his breath. Well, it's not that surprising. The combat magic professor is famously eccentric. She's a bit of an oddball in Kizen. I heard she often camps in precarious spots in the mountains. "Really?" Simon exclaimed curiously. Suddenly, a tall student spoke up. "Hey, you want us to climb up that thing?" He roared, "Do you want me to roll out the red carpet? Someone has to clear the way before we can set foot on that monster." Assistant Instructor Brat stood up abruptly, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, a strange energy emanated from his feet. Assistant Instructor Brat shot up into the air, astonishing everyone. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. What was that? The arrogant student from earlier widened his eyes in disbelief. Assistant Instructor Blake used his burly frame to pin the student down. The student yelled in surprise. "You! What the hell do you think you're doing?" the student roared. Despite being pinned to the ground by Assistant Instructor Blake, he continued to shout defiantly. "A lowly servant like you dares to stand in our way. We are students of Kizen. How dare you?" Assistant Instructor Blake felt insulted. He growled, repeating his question to the servant. Assistant Instructor Blake glared furiously, muttering, "How can these students be so incredibly stupid?" Assistant Instructor Blake roared, "You are to address me as assistant instructor, not servant." Seeing this, the other student quickly backpedaled. "I apologize." Assistant Instructor Blake smirked, clearing his throat. "Anything else? Now drop and give me 20, or now get down on ground." The student stammered, "Why, yes, sir. I apologize, Assistant Instructor." Witnessing the scene, Simon spoke softly. "I guess some things never change, huh?" Dick put a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. "Let me tell you something. You're the exception among those nobles." Just then, Assistant Instructor Brett spoke up. "We're a bit behind schedule. Everyone, mount up on the hippogriffs." He explained, one hippogriff can carry 3 students. Hearing that, everyone obediently followed his instructions, grumbling and groaning nonstop. The hippopotamus was so massive that even climbing onto its back proved to be a challenge. Just then, teaching assistant Rez spoke up gently. As everyone climbed on, we're about to depart. However, Simon keenly noticed a pink-haired girl still struggling below. Wait! Simon extended his hand and kindly asked, do you need help? The girl seemed a bit shy. Thank you, she replied. Simon quickly pulled the girl onto the hippopotamus's back. Teaching assistant Black loudly reminded everyone. Hold on tight, he shouted. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the hippopotamuses all opened their mouths wide. Then, they charged forward with dizzying speed. The students were all startled and frightened. At the same time, the pink-haired girl exclaimed, thank you for helping me. Her hair fluttered in the wind, whipping across Simon's face, making him cry out in panic. A student crying their eyes out in fear. The scene dissolved into chaos. The students screamed in terror. Help! I'm going to fall. How can I hold on? Assistant instructor Brat hesitated, stammered. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Use your willpower to overcome this challenge. This is also part of your training. Assistant instructor Black snapped his fingers and said casually, if you fall now, you'll be trampled to death by those hippos, understand? Hearing that, everyone shrieked in fear. What? Assistant instructor Black continued coldly. Every year, there are a few tragic accidents. By now, the students' faces were pale with fright. What? Everyone screamed in horror. I want to get down. Please, someone help me. Assistant instructor Brat said sternly. Hold on tight. Kizen doesn't need weak students. Even hippos can't resist. All right, everyone. 1 aeon dejado each. He handed each student a bottle of water. The students replied, thank you, teacher. You'll feel better after drinking some water. Simon Fulcher replied, yeah. Cammy looked up at the sky and said in a panicked voice. A voice boomed. Welcome to class. All the students below started murmuring amongst themselves. Black is crying. There's a white bird perched on his shoulder. Hong Pyong to Song Makal introduced herself to everyone. Note, this name is difficult to translate directly. It might be a title or a place name combined with a person's name. Please provide more context for a more accurate translation if possible. I am Hong Pyong to Song Makal. She said, this semester, I will be teaching you combat magic. Additional information. A giant undead monster once burned down 4 baronies. Kuda Hydra. She is a legend among necromancers. The one who spent 5 days and 5 nights battling that giant undead monster and single-handedly crushed 100 of its heads. A spectacular victory. The first-year combat magic professor addressed all the students. Everyone please stand. The weary students obeyed, forming 4 vertical lines. A student spoke up. But the people from Aramborand are wondering for what? Assistant Burett explained. You're forming 4 vertical lines. Come on, everyone. Yes, sir, the students replied in unison. They whispered among themselves. Geez, it was 4. Why couldn't she just say so clearly? Very well. We'll depart immediately. Simon Floentia curiously asked. Professor, where are we going? The students were surprised by Hong Bangtong, Songjiang Mokla's actions, and exclaimed in unison, oh, she reminded the students. A sharp mind and a healthy body are essential for you all. The foundation of battle magic is built upon a strong physique. Simon Florentia marveled inwardly. She's incredible. How can she run at such a terrifying speed? Another student chimed in, we all have 2 arms and 2 legs just like her, but Professor is on a whole different level. Hong Peng Teo, Sakyoam Makolesiu explained as she ran. Tempering the body with dark energy is the foundation for this entire battle magic system. And we will also learn hand-to-hand combat skills. Teaching assistant Blake and the others running alongside him listened intently to her lecture as they ran. Word masters who specialize in battle magic are called battle word masters. If you reach a certain level like them, dark energy will automatically flow from your bodies as smoothly as silk. That dark energy will condense into the form of an outfit, which we call the dark cloak. She concluded that this was a special ability of talented necromancers. Professor Hong Bang Tun, in a deep voice, reminded his students, this area is densely forested. Be careful. GY, from behind, took a breath and shouted, Gah! I'm so envious of those who are gifted in this area. Simon Florinia thought to himself. Gifted? He watched his friends ahead nimbly leap through the trees and had to admit, you're right, they look like they're having fun. From behind, a tired voice called out, "Hey Simon, are you alright?" Simon Florinia replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." "Ye having quiet." "Really? Are you sure you're okay?" He explained, "My hometown is full of hills, so it's been a while since I've been able to run this freely." GY panted, "You're amazing. I'm so jealous." Meanwhile, the professor running ahead. A subtle smile played on her lips as she listened to their conversation. Hong Bayon Tiol Sogyak Mio Klesu stopped just at the edge of the chasm and spoke. "All right, everyone, we'll use dark energy to cross this deep valley ahead." The students looked apprehensive at the unexpected challenge their teacher had presented. "But do we have to jump across this?" Hong Bayon Tiol Sogyak Mio Klesu smiled, offering guidance. "You can do it. It just takes a little technique, just like when you gather dark energy in the palms of your hands. But this time we'll use our feet." As she spoke, she demonstrated. "Watch closely." The students below gasped in amazement at the display. Hong Bayon Tiol Sogyak Mio Klesu gently landed on her feet. "If you use the technique correctly," she continued. Hong Bayon Tiol Sogyak Mio Klesu leaned back slightly, lowering herself gracefully to the ground before sitting down. Simon Florentia and his friend watched with stunned expressions and listened to her. "Everyone, watch closely. You don't need to fly into the air. Hong Bantun Sogum Gao Etlai. When you jump, release dark energy from the soles of your feet, like a rocket taking off. It'll feel like you're stepping out of the shadows." With that, she takes a running leap and soars across to the other side. The students' eyes widen in amazement. Hong Bantun Sogum Giai lands softly on her feet. From the other side, she waves and calls out, "Come on over." The students shout in unison, "Ah!" Jump and shout. Some jump across successfully. Others struggle and cling on, groaning in pain. Trauma which Hong Biontul Sojium Jail Marklos praises them. "Good job." She takes a student's hand and says, "If you miss the timing, it can be dangerous like that." "Next TI." "Yes, ma'am." The Nam Kyung student politely replied to the teacher. Simon Florinia emerged from the shadows, murmuring something to himself, materializing from the darkness. Dede Haywood spoke up, a gentle reminder in his voice. "It seems like you're overthinking things again." He responded, his voice a bit distant. "Yeah, maybe this is a bit much for me." Dede Haywood hastily bid him farewell and ran ahead. "The more I think, the more confused I get. I'll go on ahead." Simon Florinia watched his friend leave, a worried expression on his face. "Be careful." Dede Haywood's startled cry echoed. "Oof." He was surprised to see Hector had overtaken him. "You passed me." Hector landed gracefully on the ground. Meanwhile, Dede Haywood tumbled to the ground, groaning in pain. The two standing watched in awe. The boy beside him, Hector, spoke. "That was the highest jump I've seen so far." Dede Haywood brushed the dust off his sleeve, looked up at Hector, and said, "I don't think I could ever do that." From over here, he could hear him talking to Simon. "Were you watching me just now? Even I can do it. You'll definitely succeed." Simon Florentia closed his eyes and spoke. "Leap." Using dark energy. He took a running start and launched himself into a powerful jump. Simon Florinia landed softly on the ground. Hector watched him leap across, his face filled with astonishment. Did and Word exclaimed in unison, "Amazing! Outstanding, Simon!" He cheered excitedly. "Incredible! That was your highest jump yet." He was breathing heavily as he answered me. Simon Florinia added excitedly, "We did it." Hong Pendulum, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow!" She praised, "You were amazing." Both he and Declan Hayward were overjoyed, celebrating together. Seeing this, he shot Simon Florentia an irritated glance. Hong Pendulum reminded them, "All right, it seems everything is settled. We'll wait for the students to descend into the valley." She continued, "Once they return, we'll move to the next location." He cheerfully replied, "Yes, Professor." Declan Hayward asked Simon Florentia, "Oh, right, Simon. Do you want to take a look at this on the way?" He asked curiously, "What is it?" He pointed at the book and said, "The list of students we need to recruit for the class group. The group classes start next week, so we should get prepared. I've listed an You already know everyone's strengths and personalities?" He exclaimed, "Wow, you're amazing. How were you able to learn all of this?" Didot responded mysteriously. Simon Florentia thought to himself, "While I'm struggling to keep up with the coursework, the most important thing is..." Didot took the time to observe the other students in the class. He looked at Didot and thought, that's why he chose me instead of Hector. After observing Hector, he realized it would be difficult to become close to him. Simon Florinia added, After all, compatibility is essential for maintaining a group. Simon Florinia asked Didot, "So what do you think?" Didot quickly replied, "Most of the students in our class are very talented. They're all excellent, but..." He looked at Cammy and said, "That girl, she wrote a hippogriff with us. I bet the second the student protection period ends, she'll be expelled immediately." Translator Haywood observed the girl and explained, "Only 2 people in the class fell into the valley, and she was one of them. With such a timid and shy personality, she's bound to be bullied." Hearing this, the other man replied, "I understand." As they were talking, suddenly, "On pyongwa si on gain makulaizu yile." All right, everyone, you've had your 1-minute walk break. Now let's get back to running. The students replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." One of them spoke up, "I think we need another short break, ma'am." Simon Florinius said, "This class is so dynamic. It's super fun." Translator Haywood responded irritably, "You think this is fun?" He couldn't understand why the boy would say such a thing. The students screamed in terror, "Gah, Professor, the hippos, they're charging at us." Seeing the teacher was quite far away, the students immediately suggested the professor ask the teaching assistant for help. But then they suddenly realized in a panic, "Wait a minute, he's not here either." Simon Florentia said gravely with a worried expression, "This is not good." Facing the charging hippos, he thought to himself, "I have to do something." He leaped into the air, continuing his words from the shadows, from the darkness. Simon Florentia wondered silently, "Isn't this supposed to be a safe period for the students? Could this be an accident?" Landing gracefully on the ground, Simon Florentia pondered, "If a confrontation with these hippos is unavoidable, I'm afraid someone will get hurt." He watched helplessly as the ferocious hippos charged towards him. The short-haired student quickly used magic to subdue a hippo. The magic created a protective barrier, shielding everyone from their ferocious attack. 2 young men sat perched on tree branches, one on each side, observing the hippos frantically charging forward. Cindy Vivati flew closer to Simon Florentia and greeted him. "Hello, Simon. It's been a while." He ignored her greeting. He thought to himself, "I don't think I'm in any position to worry about others." Deech, or Word, called out, "Simon, he's up on the pole." Asked if your brother's all right. Simon Florentia replied, "Yeah." He lowered his head, thinking, "I was worried for nothing. I can't believe I have to compete with 1,000 other talented people." Deech, or Word, asked him again, "Are you sure you're okay?" He added, "You must be nervous. Don't worry, all those monsters have been tamed by Professor Hongbang." Simon Florentia asked in surprise, "Huh, really?" He explained, "Yeah, she's a master of battle magic, but she can also use the Chris bloodline power. When I was up there, the hippos are just surrounding those who fell. They're not attacking them." Simon Florentia observed. Assistant Instructor Brad called out, "Come on, no time to rest." "Yes," the exhausted students replied. Assistant Instructor Brad added, "Those hippos will come back to attack any minute. Get up." Cammy shakily responded, "Yes, sir." Assistant Instructor Brad reminded them, "The professor is waiting below. Let's go now." Scene changes to a dense forest. Amidst vibrant pink foliage, Pentholsica McCloud called out, "Everyone!" Simon Florentia gasped at the sight before him. "Wow," Pentholsica McCloud said, "there are no more obstacles. Come on over." The students exclaimed in amazement, "Wow." She said, "You all did a great job. Now you can rest for a bit." Pentholsica McCloud reminded them, "Ah, but you can only eat after the lesson is over." But perhaps she guessed you were all tired, so she contacted Kizen ahead of time. One of the students curiously asked, "What for?" She pointed ahead and said, "Look." The students cheered, "Lunch." She smiled and asked, "Are you excited?" The students replied in unison, "Yes, Professor, you're the best." The translator/Word whispered to him, "Oh my gosh, no other professor is like her. She lets students eat and drink during class. With the other strict professors at Kizen, that would be unthinkable." Simon Florentia spoke up, "By the way, I think things are a little different from the rumors I heard before coming here." He looked at Hong Pyonghua, Sukwu, Maklat, and teaching assistant Buddha, then asked, "What rumors?" Simon Florentia spoke up, "I heard Professor Hong Bandy is one of the most exemplary Kizen professors." Deecha Wordsworth wondered aloud, "Why would I, Deecha Wordsworth, care about Professor Hong Bandy?" "Ah, the nature-loving lady? Where'd you hear that? Is that a rumor?" Simon Florentia quietly replied, "From Lorraine, Nettie's daughter, of course." Hong Bentasikiam Makalizu addressed the students. "All right, everyone, let's clean up. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Deecha Wordsworth looked at her, surprised. "Huh," he said. I thought we'd get some rest and head back to the hippopotamus place. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Hong beyond to Siekium Makalizu asked the students. Does everyone have their bracelets? The students replied in unison. Yes, ma'am, she said. Now, I want all of you to channel dark energy into your bracelets. The students obediently followed Hong Pyong Songrak's instructions. They began to groan in pain. Oh my God, what's happening to my body? She pointed behind her and said, do you know what the curse of depletion is? This is your next lesson. See that flag? They were horrified as she continued. You will climb to the top of that hill, while the curse of depletion holds you back. All right, get ready. Hong Pyong Songrak Marklos said. I'll see who gets left behind. Simon Florinia thought, is she serious? What kind of teacher is she? Is this even legal? Hong Pyong Songrak Marklos prompted. Come on, get into position. She yelled, all right, ready. Assistant Teacher Black shouted, go. A few students fell behind, struggling to keep up. The student with blue hair. With all his might, he struggled to climb upward. Simon Ferencia strained, clinging to the cliff face, searching for a handhold on the ledge above. Exhausted, he gasped between ragged breaths. So, tired, Simon Ferencia groaned inwardly. Even lifting a foot is a struggle. His head swam, dizziness washing over him. He fought to steady himself. This has nothing to do with prep class. This is a pure test of will and endurance. Simon Ferencia told himself, more determined than ever. If I give up here, I'll never catch up to the others. He resolved to press onward, no matter the cost. Suddenly, he glanced to his left and saw Luca. Damn it, him again, he thought to himself. Hector M.O. sighed, a look of bewilderment on his face. I used my special skill to lessen the curse's effects and pulled ahead, yet he's still right behind me without using any tricks. He thought to himself, this time, I'll show you what I'm made of. Hong BM2 Sukyu, McLeod cheered from above. Come on, you got this. Almost there. Hector Moreau told himself, more determined than ever. Me too. I have to win this time. Both shared the same burning desire. The championship had to be theirs. As the race heated up, a foot surged ahead of them both. Hong BM2 Sukyu McLeod announced. The winner is Malin Violet. She congratulated Malin Buildland. Congratulations on your outstanding victory, she replied. Thank you, Professor. Hong BM2 Sukyu McLeod asked, curiously. You climb normally, right? How did you manage that? Malin Buildland answered. I found a way to resist the exhaustion curse. She acknowledged to herself, Hong BM2 Sukyu McLeod said, well done. You can rest now. She replied, yes, ma'am. Hector Moreau realized something. I'm not sure I can break this curse on my own. Hong Pengdu's teaching assistant, Suki OM, informed the professor. Professor, we have an injured student. It seems she has a minor scrape on her elbow. She asked me to examine the wound. Hong Pengdu said, go tell my students. They're almost here. We can do this. Hector Moreau panted heavily, furious as he saw Melanie Buildland overtake him, taking the lead. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Hector Moreau. Assistant Bro announced. In second place, Hector Moreau. Simon Florentia. Shocked, Hector Moreau yelled. Melanie Violet. He angrily demanded. How did you break the exhaustion curse in battle magic? Class. You think I didn't know how to do it, and that's why I was struggling. Melanie Buildland. Hector M.O. scoffed. You? What do you know about the outside world? Cooped up in this tower all day. Like some little princess? Melina Bildland snap Hector Montag. Are you picking a fight with me? Hector Montag angrily retorted. I'm not picking a fight, just stating the truth. Professors don't evaluate students during the protection period. He thinks that showing diligence during this phase is important to win over the professors, to gain their favor. But that foolish stunt you just pulled cost you points with Professor Hong Tang. Realizing Hector Mo's intention, she said, are you that bitter? Upset about being second place? Why take it out on me? Hector Montag replied, I'm just advising you not to disrupt the class. He was annoyed. The teaching assistant announced, Simon Florentia, you're in third place. Simon Florentia wearily replied, thank you. He collapsed under a tree, breathing a sigh of relief. His two friends stared at him in confusion. The three of them watched the remaining students climb up behind them. One boy reached Simon, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. I'm dying, Simon. Simon Florentia replied, you did well. I'm completely out of breath too. The finish line or world tree? How do you think we're getting back? If we have to climb those hippos again, I'll bite my tongue off and end it all. Hong BM Sue McLean announced. Everyone gather around. she reminded them. Since you're all so tired, I contacted Kizen. I've been granted permission to use a temporary magic room for instant téléportation. So, please line up neatly. The students cheered, wow. Thank you, teacher. Next up is Simon Florinia and the destination, Walsh. Yes, ma'am. He stepped into the vast labyrinth and exclaimed in awe, whoa. Simon Florentia tumbled, crying out in pain, arg. He got to his feet, his body aching all over. Where the hell is this? I don't think this is Kizen. Simon Florinia looked around, then observed, this place looks more like my home in Les Hill. A gentle voice called out from behind him, reassuringly. I'm sorry for startling you, Simon. He recognized her as Professor Hongban. Hong Jinzhong Sojium Magus. Have a seat, Simon. I'll explain to you why you are here. She began to explain. Actually, someone interfered with the teleportation circle. I told the assistant instructor to double check it, and the teleportation circle was affected by a conflicting formula. It clashed with the dark energy of certain individuals. He spoke up. So one of them, could it be? She continued. That's right. It's the Maekmong. When it was activated, you'll be going somewhere that isn't Kizen. Headmaster Hong Pentium Socrates McLaren asked him, do you have any guesses as to who's behind this? Simon Florinia replied, no, ma'am. She said she already knew. She cheerfully explained further. Anyway, part of my responsibility is to protect students from danger. So I sent you home. Headmaster Hong Pentium Zoom Marklos added. Besides, I also wanted to have a private conversation with you. He replied in surprise. With me? She stammered. During the student protection period, it's against regulations to contact students privately. But from what I've observed, other professors have already broken that rule. Headmaster Hong Pentium Socrates McLaren called his name. Simon Florentia. He replied, yes, ma'am. She asked, how about you specialize in combat magic? Headmaster Hong Pentium Zoom Marklos added, if you'd like, I'd be very happy to take you on as my student. Simon Forensen suddenly understood her intention. Do you mean you'll take me as your student? She replied, yes. That means I will be responsible for you. A professor mentors only one student, with absolute clarity of purpose and responsibility. Hong Pangtong, Soka Maklat added, the student's achievements directly impact the teacher's accomplishments, and we are only allowed to select 3 students per term. Hong Pangtong Soka Maklat said sternly, I want to use that spot for my own. His face fell as she pressed him. What about me? At that moment, Simon, his face smeared with dirt, sat before someone extending a hand towards him. Well, Simon Florentia, do you want to become my official student? Simon Florentia was stunned, slightly doubtful of what he had just heard, stammering, why yes, ma'am. Then he shyly lowered his head, feeling insecure and a little sad. I don't think I fully understand yet. I didn't really show any ability in today's lesson either. So, the person standing before me is the renowned Professor Hongban. Simon still seemed shy and hesitant. I've only just managed to keep up with the other students. I even fell behind those 2 while climbing the hill. The more Simon spoke, the more dejected he became. His face clearly showed his lack of confidence, even though it was only his second day at school. I'm really not sure why you would entrust such an important responsibility to me. You should have chosen the person who finished first. Hearing this, the professor smiled and gently explained to Simon. Students often focus on rankings on their position, but as teachers, we focus on true talent. During the recent competition, I observed you very closely. I saw how you released dark energy when you jumped across the valley in a very unique way. Was that the first time you tried that technique? Simon was startled and surprised. Blank. However, you were the highest jumper in the class, so it's not just about natural talent or random chance. Furthermore, when climbing the hill, you relied solely on endurance and pure physical strength. Although you didn't come in first, your performance was truly impressive, completely different from the other 2. You might think you haven't shown any particular abilities, but you've proven yourself to me. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Simon's face suddenly lit up with surprise. Seeing this, the professor smiled teasingly. Do you need any more praise? Simon remained silent, only clenching his mud-stained hands. From what I've observed, you possess remarkable physical strength, mental fortitude, and an aptitude for dark magic. If you pursue the path of combat magic, you will become exceptional, Simon. In just a few years, you could even surpass me. That's the potential I see in you. The professor's expression turned serious. Or perhaps, I can help you become stronger than anyone. Until now, Simon had remained silent, listening without responding. He seemed confused, unsure how to react. Then suddenly, he spoke, addressing the professor. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you for your generous offer." Then, Simon bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing. "But I must decline your offer." The professor simply asked, "May I ask why?" Simon seemed remorseful, unable to fulfill the professor's wishes, so he couldn't look her in the eye. Simon's gaze averted. "Have you perhaps found another field you wish to explore?" Professor Hongbang pondered for a moment. Then she smiled brightly, stretching comfortably. "Very well. Thank you for your honesty. It saves us both time." Everyone thought Professor Hong had given up. But then, she suddenly spoke up. "However, that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on this." Surprise was evident on Simon's face as he stammered. Professor Hong expressed her strong determination to recruit Simon to her team. "You still have a year before you have to choose your major, right? So, I will do my best to change your mind." Completely taken aback by the situation, Simon was speechless. "Why you still want to persuade me?" Professor Hong explained, "It's just in my nature to explore. I want to know how much potential Simon has. I want to find the answer for myself." Simon remained silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, Professor Hong waved her hand, conjuring a mystical blue magic. She smiled and continued, "You don't have to become my disciple. You can come to me anytime you need help." The blue light she created was so bright that Simon couldn't open his eyes. Still, he didn't forget to thank the professor. The professor had created a giant magic circle. She looked intently at Simon and instructed, "Simon, keep this a secret, okay? After all, we're still in the student protection period. This instant transmission will send you back to Kizen." Hearing that, Simon finally broke into a bright smile as radiant as the morning sun. He exclaimed joyfully, "Thank goodness." Simon stepped forward, preparing to leave. The professor stood behind, waving goodbye to him warmly. "You can go now. See you in next class." "Yes, ma'am," Simon replied, then walked towards the formation and stepped onto it. This formation was probably used for instant transmission. As soon as he stepped on it, instantly, a vibrant green light enveloped him. Simon turned, offering her a parting smile. Professor Hong Fan watched him go, her gaze full of warmth. Suddenly, a voice called out to her repeatedly, "Professor." It was teaching assistant Bruce. He poked his head in through the doorway, his face anxious. "Professor, what happened? What happened? What did Simon say?" Hong Fan replied immediately. "He refused." She slowly picked up her water bottle as she spoke. Bruce looked utterly astonished, his expression full of disbelief. How could he refuse? "Professor, shouldn't we choose Hector instead? He's more talented in this subject." "Honestly, I don't understand why you prefer Simon." The professor simply replied, "He's a genius." Bruce fell silent, then gasped. "What?" Hong Fan looked quite pleased, crossing her arms and saying thoughtfully, "I've seen a lot of geniuses at Kizen, but his kind of genius is truly one of a kind." Simon suddenly appeared in the middle of the school hallway. His hands were covered in grime, clutching a dirty cloth. The scene changes. A hand reaches out, about to open a locker door. It's revealed to be Simon, freshly showered. He's about to grab some clothes when Dyke, also known as Word, walks out of the room. Toweling his hair dry, Dyke asks curiously, "Why are you so late?" Simon pauses, replying, "I think there was a problem with the teleportation." "What kind of problem?" Dyke asks. Suddenly, Dyke becomes excited, talking nonstop. "Oh, you won't believe what happened to me. You'll never guess." Simon asks coldly, "What happened?" Dyke begins to recount the event. "When I stepped into the teleportation circle, I felt a huge impact, like something was trying to stop me. When I woke up, I was in a completely strange place. For a moment, I was completely disoriented, wondering where I was. And then, I realized I was standing in the middle of Professor Park Jin's office." Hearing this, Simon couldn't hide his astonishment. "Professor Park Jin, the erudite theology professor?" I replied smugly, "Exactly." "And then, what happened?" Simon asked impatiently. "He just asked me to clean his office." My eyes lit up like car headlights, excitedly continuing. "The seniors at Kizen told me that Professor Park Jin often selects his students using a method of instantaneous teleportation. Is there any chance I could be chosen?" I asked nervously. "Could I become the professor's true disciple?" Simon looked at me with an expression of both exasperation and amusement. "What do you think? He went in once to run an errand, and he's acting like he's been in and out 100 times. Unbelievable." that I could be so close to such an important figure at Kizen. It's unimaginable. I thought it was just I can see. Yet other students were jumping for joy as if they'd won the lottery. Do you even know what being a direct disciple means? From now on, your path to school will be paved with roses, like having the professor's authority. Any disciplinary problems or expulsion can be easily avoided. Simon, embarrassed for his friend, tried to remain calm. His expression became unusually serious. How can I possibly stay calm? Mid-sentence, a burly guy, ripped with muscles and a perfect six-pack, who had been listening with a visible scowl on his face, bellowed, "That's the stupidest thing I've heard all year." A lowly, insignificant commoner, like he wants to be Master Bahin's direct disciple. Don't make me laugh. He expressed utter contempt, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This young master seemed quite irritated. I should have been the top choice, yet the professor favored you. You must be feeling pretty smug, huh? Here we go again. Simon's right here, and you still dare to try something? Seeing his smug, self-satisfied face, flushed crimson, D just wanted to shut your trap. You lowly merchant. But D wasn't one to back down either. Picking a fight with Hector again, I see. Always running your mouth about lowly merchants. I know you're kind. Are you looking down on me? Heard you caused trouble with Malin, didn't you? Right in the middle of combat magic class, too. Think you're the only one with problems? With every word, he grew more furious. This kid's about to blow. Fists clenched, ready to strike. But D ignored him, continuing his provocation. In here, you and I are equals. Don't think you're special. Just because you were taught by the MO clan. It's not Melon. You're the one who's clueless about this world. What? His patience finally snapped. His eyes widened in a fury as he unleashed a torrent of rage. Roaring obscenities. You damn bastard. Son of a bitch. Ignoring the tirade. The blonde-haired young man instantly cast a spell. A surge of blood-red energy erupted. Envelopino dieseveist. He cried out in pain. Witnessing the scene, Simon anxiously asked, D, are you alright? Suddenly, a powerful force lifted D's legs into the air. The man continued his insults. You lowlife scum. You dare defy me? Hector showed no mercy as he slammed D to the ground, under the curious, inquisitive gazes of the crowd. His face contorted with villainous glee. His eyes glowed crimson, blood-red magic swirling around him, his voice dripping with mockery. Is that all you can say? I'll kill you. The threat didn't sound like a joke. The boy felt an invisible hand constricting his throat, choking the air from his lungs. Pain racked his body. Helpless, Simon could only desperately call out his friend's name. He thought he was about to die. But then, unexpectedly, a scornful smile twisted his lips. Defiance hardened his features, as if to say, I'm not afraid of you. What can you do to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he extended a trembling finger forward. The boy with the crooked hair realized things had gone too far, stopping the other boy and walking away. Hector, you've gone too far. You're not allowed to use magic outside of class. But Hector seemed to have lost all reason. He no longer held back. With a single shove from his lackeys, the two younger boys were sent sprawling to the ground. Shut up. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. Terror was etched across his face. It turned out Simon had finally had enough of his behavior. He threw a powerful punch, landing it squarely on the other man's hateful face. Luckily, he managed to block it at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have surely left a nasty bruise. The force of the blow sent Simon stumbling backward, sliding across the floor. Refusing to lose face, Hector sneered, All right, I was wondering when you were finally going to make a move. As he spoke, his face contorted into a ferocious grimace. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into fists, ready for a fight. Dichi stood behind him, clutching his neck in pain, desperately calling out Simon's name. Ferentia. Hector continued to grind his teeth, his hand erupting in a mysterious black flame, a declaration of war against Simon. This time we'll settle this once and for all. He had just begun to conjure a magic circle, when suddenly, something hurtled towards him with incredible speed. The strange object crashed to the ground right at his feet. Simultaneously, flashes of red light erupted, shattering everything around. Everyone present, including Hector, was paralyzed, frozen in place by the horrific scene. A muscular figure suddenly emerged from the bathroom, stepping between the two aggressors. It was Kian Eiffel. He exuded a stern, cold aura, like a domineering CEO with perfectly sculpted abs. His rippling muscles pulsed with power. Before I break both your necks. Instead of being intimidated, Hector continued his taunts. Kizen Esvin, I didn't think you were still at this school. Seeing his friend's arrogant and disrespectful behavior. My shio was terrified. Hector, he's the guy who got expelled for beating someone so badly they were disfigured. My Chio's expression was a mixture of helplessness and fear. You've heard the rumors, haven't you? To everyone's surprise, Hector seemed afraid. He scoffed disdainfully but ultimately accepted his defeat. Fine, let's go. But before leaving, he still needed to assert his dominance. I can't let this go unpunished. Hector growled menacingly. You two better watch out. I won't forget this. Don't expect me to be so forgiving next time. Tarzan just stared silently at Hector, speechless at his arrogant confidence. Simon and Dee stood behind Tarzan. Simon spoke up. Thank you, Senior Kizen. Thank you for helping us. It seemed Kizen had just happened to pass by and intervene, not truly intending to help them. Kizen immediately turned to leave, adding, you should go too. Shut up, you brats. Seeing this, the others were frightened and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Kizen. Simon turned and smiled at Dee, still dazed from the fall. See, he's not a bad guy. I told you. The scene shifts to a room. Sighs of satisfaction and cheers fill the air. Ah, finally, the weekend is here. Simon, what are you doing this weekend? Inside the room, Dee clutches his oversized bag, waiting for the answer. This weekend? I haven't made any plans yet. A bored expression washes over his face. Nothing? Seriously? That's so boring. How can you have nothing planned? Weekend time is super important. Simon immediately realizes that Deke already has something in mind. Deke smiles smugly, a bright look on his face. Of course, my weekend schedule is even more important than my weekday classes. More important than schoolwork. Simon asks with a sarcastic tone. Cut to the chase, what are you up to? Deke replies, I'm going to Rochester. I wonder where he's going. Simon immediately asked, Rochester? You mean the town down there? What are you planning to do there? Make money, what else? Upon hearing the word money, Simon's eyes lit up like car headlights. That's strange, make money? Why do you need to make money? You seem so clueless. Dee carefully explained it to Simon. Do you know how Kizen pays for student living expenses? The higher the rank, the less the allowance. So, I think I have to get a scholarship to earn more, but I don't think I'm capable of achieving that score. So I plan to utilize my abilities as soon as possible. You should find a way to make money too. When the student protection period ends, the professors won't provide free learning materials anymore. After listening to Dee's long explanation, Simon was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Really? Dee continued speaking. The living expenses Kizen provides aren't enough to get by. So, upperclassmen all have their own side hustles to earn extra income. You seem interested in summoning, right? Well, it's much tougher than other majors. That field of study will drain your funds pretty quickly. He explained it to him for a while, but Simon seemed to only understand half of it. Afterward, a look of dejection spread across Simon's face. I didn't expect to have to worry about these trivial matters. Life at Kizen really isn't a walk in the park. Dee laughed cheerfully. Enough chit-chat for now. Dee immediately slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up, but didn't forget to invite Simon along. Why don't you wait until I make it big in the pro? Dive first? Then, at least I can hook you up with a job. However, Simon declined. No need. Earning my own, keep feels more. Hearing that, Dee could only sigh in resignation. You're pretty principled about money. Huh? He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I have to finish tomorrow's schedule before I can go back. Bye. You're leaving already. It's so late. What if the landlord catches you? Dichi confidently replied, it's okay. No matter how strict Jijan is, everyone still has their freedom. Kizen, as long as I don't get caught. See you. Watching him disappear into the distance, Simon muttered, all right, whatever. He reached into the bag of pastries, thinking, when he gets back, I have to thank Jiashan. Kizen dashed Jiashan. Thank Jiashan. But Kadia isn't here either, and Dichi just left. Jadia, Gadia. He pondered what to do as he brought a pastry to his mouth. What should I do? Suddenly, a head popped out from the window, eyes fixed on him. It made him feel a little uneasy. Simon spun around, startled. It was Nephice. He looked at her in surprise as she beamed at him. Hey, Simon. Nephice greeted him cheerfully. He rushed to the door, surprised. How did you get here? She replied casually, I was just passing by. He exclaimed in confusion. But this is the 4th floor. She nimbly climbed in, sat down, and ate a cake. Delicious. Seeing her enjoying the cake, he said softly, feel free to have it all. She beamed. Really? Then cheered. Yay, I never get to eat sweets at home. Suddenly, she turned serious. Oh, Simon, this is your first day at school, right? How was it? He replied softly, it was great. Then excitedly shared his first impressions. The professor was so cool. Everyone was nice, and the classes were really interesting. I think I fit in here better than I thought. Honestly, I was a bit worried at first, but a friend from Kizen helped me a lot. Jiun laughed heartily and waved her hand. Ah, that's good then. I thought you would have a lot of trouble, since you came here without any prior learning. He chuckled. She's praising me. It's so relaxing chatting with you here at Kizen. It reminds me of when Richard was here. This is quite a surprise. My father? She recounted. Yes, your father, Richard, was also a student at Kizen. You're surprised, aren't you? Need sighed dramatically. Richard was quite the infamous student. You're always so understanding, but he was a real troublemaker. A walking disaster, really. But he was also very bright. Her words only deepened his confusion. Richard was always getting into trouble for teasing the professors, and then he'd try to skip class. There were a few times I had to drag him back myself. He ran a hand through his hair in bewilderment. It's hard to believe. The father I know, she said calmly, is quite different now, isn't he? Simon asked, so did my father graduate? Need replied calmly, no, he dropped out in his second year. Richard said this school was too small for him, and so he dropped out of Kizen. A truly unprecedented case. She lay back down, continuing her story. He was a special student. I was young back then and didn't know how to handle him. I'd be kind to him one moment and miss him the next. I was very young at the time. Suddenly, she sat up with renewed energy. Anyway, back in the day, Richard really turned this whole steep island upside down. If you look hard enough, you can still find traces of your father. Doubt it. She stood up, preparing to leave. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure your school life will be quite interesting. I have to go now. I have an evening engagement. Nettis asked, you have to leave right now? She pulled the window closed. If I'm late, I'll get in trouble. We'll see each other again soon. She winked playfully and climbed out the window. Thanks for the snacks. She jumped down, accidentally dropping a piece of paper. Bye-bye. He called out to her, hey, you dropped something. But in the blink of an eye, she vanished into the mist. He closed the door and carefully examined the object. She must have left this for me on purpose, he thought. Simon suddenly exclaimed, a treasure map. But why is there a skull marking the treasure's location? He muttered, shouldn't it be a treasure chest or something? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Back then, Richard practically turned this whole steep island upside down. If I look closely, I might still find traces of my father here. A vague fear crept into his heart. Simon anxiously wondered, should I turn back while I still can? A puzzled expression crossed Simon's face. He stared at the paper with its crudely drawn lines. Is this really a treasure map? But why is the destination marked with such a menacing scope? He wondered, shouldn't it be an image of glittering treasure? Suddenly, a thought sparked in Simon's mind. He realized, back then, Richard practically tore Steep Island apart. Who knows, if you look hard enough, you might find a clue about your father. On2 immediately gripped the strap of his bag, speaking resolute. As long as I don't get caught red-handed. If so, then I'll be overjoyed. My eyes will sparkle like stars in the night sky. I'll go exploring tomorrow. But as he stood before the dense, ominously dark forest, Simon bit his lip, his heart filled with fear. Should I turn back while I still can? But then he resolutely stepped inside. No, I was given special permission to stay the night for this. It would be a waste of effort to go back now. He stopped, carefully reading the warning on the sign. Beware of monsters. There are monsters in Let Hill too, but I don't know what kind of monsters there are on Steep Island. Better safe than sorry. He looked around, assessing the situation. There's a ravine to the east, and the outer wall of Kizen is to the west. Good. I'm heading in the right direction. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Immediately, he ducked down, hiding behind a thick bush. It sounded like a large animal. No, more like a rumbling sound. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. They stared straight at the bush, making him realize it was a terrifying monster. The monster had identified its target. It charged towards him with frightening speed. A swipe of its sharp claws sent him stumbling backward. Simon was taken aback by the monster's incredible speed. He had to strategize while dodging its ferocious attacks. What kind of monster is this? He wondered. It's too fast. I can't see it clearly in this thick darkness. After careful observation, he realized it was a ferocious werewolf. He began to analyze the situation. Judging by its size, it seems it hasn't fully matured yet. If this was before I came to Kizen, I would have run for my life. Simon finished formulating his plan and yelled, recover! Then he commanded his skeletons to attack. The skeleton's hands gripped its sharp swords tightly, ready for battle. Simon declared confidently, "We don't need to run anymore." The monster paused for a moment, letting out a menacing growl that suddenly charged forward with terrifying speed. "It's coming," he warned. Then he commanded the skeleton, "Slash at it." Go. Fatal blows landed, making the monster roar in pain. Suddenly, Simon felt a sharp pain in his head. A skeleton pierced through the monster's back. Seeing this, despite the pain, he ordered, "Now." Obeying the command, the skeletons leaped in unison, driving their blades deeper into the monster. "Stab it!" "Regeneration!" Simon yelled. The skeleton had impaled the monster's body. The monster shrieked in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Simon rushed forward. "This is my chance." Simon raised his blade high, finishing off the monster on the spot. With everything done, he breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. He almost forgot something important. Come to think of it, this was his first real battle at Kizen. Luckily, he'd been practicing his bone grafting technique on rats. He looked at the monster's corpse in front of him, covered in blood and gore. If he had faced a monster like this back in Let Hill, he would have run for his life. But now, he had defeated a werewolf. After only 3 short days at Kizen, a spark of hope ignited within Simon. How strong would he become if he could survive? 3 years of grueling training at Kizen? Suddenly, he realized something. The rat's skull was shattered into pieces. No, now wasn't the time to think about that. He had to clean up the battlefield quickly, before other monsters were attracted by the scent of blood. As a metallic smell of blood hit him, he noticed one of the rats was too badly mangled, its bones loose and falling apart. No, Simon gently stroked the small rat's head. "You're badly hurt. You did good, little buddy." He then turned to comfort the other rat. "If we have to keep fighting, we won't last. Careful." After moving silently for a while, he parted the dense foliage, alerting the 2 rats. The 3 entered a clearing. Simon was a little surprised, but there's nothing here. Not even weeds can grow. He sensed something strange. Nothing can grow here, which means, as soon as he finished speaking, a large gate and a lamp suddenly appeared. There must be something underneath here. The rat and Simon confidently grabbed. "Luckily, I borrowed this before leaving the dorm." Powerful shovel strikes hit the ground. Simon and the rat bent down, touching the ground, as if they had just discovered something important. A hardstone floor. "What is this?" "It's made of black stone." It said. After brushing away the layer of dirt and rocks, a strange object was revealed. Simon looked down at his hand, lost in thought. My hand fits perfectly inside this circle." He cautiously placed his hand inside the circle, his face full of suspicion. "If this is some kind of device, it'll react to dark energy, won't it?" The moment his hand made contact, a blinding white light erupted, causing Simon to gasp in astonishment. "Whoa, it's reacting." The ground began to tremble and crack. Whoa! A doorway is opening, leading deep underground. Below was a darkness as black as pitch. A pathway with what seemed like endless stairs appeared. Boom! Simon couldn't hide his excitement. The rat man beside him, holding a lamp, also seemed incredibly thrilled. "All right, let's go explore." The rat man, lamp in hand, led the way down the stairs. Simon followed, marveling as he went. "Wow, what is this place?" "The ruins of some ancient civilization." He touched an object. "This looks familiar." Tracing his finger along each character, he realized it was ancient Vun script. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicion. So this place is an ancient ruin, isn't it? With ancient Vun script everywhere like this place must be. They entered a dilapidated, desolate room. Lush vines covered every surface, creating a dark and mysterious atmosphere. In the center of the room stood a massive magical device. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise coming from the rat. "What's that? What did you find?" He approached the table where a skull rested. Without hesitation, he touched it. Immediately, he sensed something unusual. Although my knowledge of the undead is limited, I'm certain." Simon lifted the skull with a horrified expression. "This skull is incredibly ancient and harbors a great danger. Why is this foul thing here?" Suddenly, a pile of bones fell from above, startling him and the rat. Both rushed forward in a panic to investigate. Were these things? He casually picked up a bone from the scattered skeleton remains. "This is bone number 2. He picked up another bone fragment for examination. Simon was curious, but also apprehensive. "I don't know how this undead creature will react. When it wakes up, what if it attacks me? But I still want to try and put it back together." He told himself, trying to reassure himself. It's time to take a risk. He raised his hand. A dark blue liquid materialized in his palm, and he shouted, "Now!" He splashed the liquid onto the skeleton on the stone. A thick black smoke billowed up, enveloping the skull. The skull's eye sockets suddenly glowed brightly. He rejoiced. It worked. Simon was also astonished. "Ive awakened a skeleton. Now all that's left is..." Looking over the scattered pile of bones beside him, he decided, "All right, let's get assembled." He then diligently set about erecting the skeleton and began the process of piecing it together. Good thing I paid attention in summoning class. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to finish putting this skeleton together all night. Looking at the skeleton, he felt a bit unsure. "I'm not entirely certain, but its structure resembles human bones. So, I have some idea of how to put the pieces together. This skeleton is really strange." He blurted out, "Holy crap, but it's so huge." Suddenly, the skeleton boomed. "You got me standing with just 2 legs. If I had known you were going to do that, I would have told you to assemble the arms first." Simon looked over the entire skeleton. At least, with all the parts put together, it looks pretty imposing. It must have been at least 2 meters tall. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted. "What do I do now?" A flash of light suddenly appeared, directly above the skeleton's head. Everything around him shook violently, startling him. "What's happening?" The skeleton started making noise. The shaking intensified. The ground cracked and shifted. His footing became unsteady. Ratman and Simon panicked. "What's going on?" Runes began to appear, glowing brightly. The ghostly laughter grew louder. Ancient writing materialized, swirling around the skeleton. It spoke. Finally, I have returned." A dark energy emanated from it. Its eye sockets blazed with fire. A terrifying, pitch-black light. It exploded outward, creating a powerful gust of wind. The impact sent Simon stumbling, nearly knocking him off his feet. An enraged roar echoed through the space. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The creature frowned, its expression one of annoyance. "You human, did you awaken me? State your name." Simon and the Rat Man were so terrified they could barely speak. Simon, Florentia." The skeleton looked surprised. "What? You're Florentia?" It crossed its bony arms, as if understanding had dawned. "I see. Are you a descendant of Richard?" The sheer volume of the voice made Simon clap his hands over his ears. Descendant is a bit of a stretch, but yes. His ears still ringing, Simon struggled to maintain his composure. "Richard is my father. I am Richard Florentia's son." The skeletal figure nodded in understanding. "I understand. Now I understand." It turned and walked away. "Your dark energy emanates a strangely familiar aura. Only Richard possessed the power to awaken me from my millennial slumber." He responded with a confirming nod. The floating skull drifted closer. It reached out and grasped the hilt of the ancient sword, which was entangled in a thick network of roots. Simon turned around. Curiosity welled up within him. "Excuse me, but who are you?" He retorted with a challenging question, drawing a blade and placing it against Simon's neck. "You dare ask me that?" he proudly declared. "I am Fear, Lord of the Battalion. I once ruled all 6 hells alongside your father, Richard." Simon was utterly stunned. His eyes wide, his jaw dropped. He stammered, "Why you? You were my father's subordinate?" Fear raised an eyebrow. "Now it's my turn to ask. Who led you here?" He held out the piece of paper towards Fear. "Need Akbo. She told me about this place." Fear scoffed. "So it was her? That's not surprising." Suddenly, he slammed his blade into the ground, thumped his chest, and boomed. "All right, make a pact with me. Simon Florentia and the battalion as well." He looked dubious, yet the offer presented alluring benefits. "The battalion will obey your every command and crush all who dare stand in your way. Every living being in this world will kneel before you, begging for mercy." Suddenly, the voice fell silent. However, the words lingered, forcing Simon into deep contemplation. "You will walk a path of destruction, stained with blood and carnage, and it will become a part of your destiny." A chilling dread filled the air. A pact with the devil? Son of Richard. An oppressive force emanated outwards, emphasizing, "Are you ready to lead the battalion?" Simon was stunned. "Before that, I have a question." Simon began a probe. "I don't know what powers you possess, or what kind of a mortal being you are, and this is the first time I've ever heard of battalion." He was quite skeptical of this skull. "The battalion you speak of, is it truly that powerful?" It seemed to understand his purpose as well. "You dare question the might of battalion?" Without a shred of doubt or fear. "An excellent question, human. One more explanation for this fool. I shall answer your query. My battalion possesses unparalleled power, enough to obliterate Kizen right here, right now. However, this stirs up memories of the past. Your father, the former commander, was the one who disbanded battalion, and I was sealed away in this place. And you, the new master of battalion, have awakened me. My battalion finally feels the breath of life once more. The flame of life will be rekindled. If you gather the scattered forces of the Barthion, reunite the dispersed Barthion army, and restore its once legendary might, then no power on this continent can stand in your way. Simon remained silent for a moment, then answered gravely, "Very well, I agree to the pact." The moment he agreed, it lifted him into the air with a single hand. A wise choice, human. It placed him upon a stone pedestal, then began to explain and guide him through the steps of the pact. Place your hand upon my core. The instant his hand touched the orb, it informed him that once the pact was made, his life would be irrevocably changed. If you fear, there is still time to turn back. He showed no sign of worry, even replying casually, "Starving to death or going home to eat pig slop. Neither scares me. If you and your comrades truly are my father's army." His expression turned serious. "Then there's nothing wrong with recruiting him." Skull looked surprised. "Recruit? What are you talking about?" At first, he seemed like a calm and polite child, but hidden within him is the innate quality of an emperor. It laughed loudly. "I like your soul, Richard. You've nurtured it well," he roared. "Then I shall begin the contract signing ritual." A blinding light, a dark aura began to spread everywhere. "Don't die, Simon Florentia." Simon frowned. "What?" he exclaimed in horror. "Wait, fear. What do you mean? Don't die, fear." Seeing him collapse onto the stone table, FIA's voice was filled with sarcasm. "You think your master is dead?" The rat man shook his head vigorously, expressing disagreement. Simon's eyes shot open. "What?" He saw him sit up. "Oh, you're awake?" Simon asked, worry etched on his face. "What happened? How did the contract go?" Phil replied with a satisfied expression. "The contract has been successfully signed. Feel the transformation within your body." He looked slightly doubtful as he sensed my energy core. Faye asked, her eyes full of expectation, "How does it feel?" "Your energy core has grown larger and more stable, hasn't it?" Singyung breathed a sigh of relief, a warm feeling spreading throughout his body. "Yes, before when I used dark energy, even a small amount would leave me completely drained. But now, I feel very comfortable. It feels like I'm immersed in a warm spring," Faye said with a teasing tone. "Well then, congratulations, kiddo. You've officially become one of the 7 Bada commanders," he said joyfully. "Thank you." But as he tried to stand up, his body went limp, devoid of strength. Phil said, "Don't push yourself. Your body has just undergone a massive transformation." He raised a hand to his head. "My head is pounding. Let's rest here for the night." He said it would make you feel uncomfortable for a while. Simon suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I have a question," he casually replied. "Ask away." "What is a battalion?" FIA was furious, her expression incredulous. "You signed a contract with me, and you don't know what a battalion is." He quickly covered his ears. "I told you I didn't know." FIA sighed, covering her face with her hand. "This is unbelievable. It's going to take me a while to make you understand. What kind of person are you?" Finally, he patiently sat down to explain. "All right, I'll explain. But first, what do you know about the undead?" He calmly replied, About as much as a freshman. Never even took a prep course at Kizen." FIA burst out laughing. "A complete newbie dares to come here. Just like Richard's son." He seemed quite intrigued by the person before him. "All right then, I'll explain it to you in the simplest way possible. First of all, the undead in this world are classified into 3 main categories: summoned undead, natural undead, and bathbone." He raised his hand, gesturing to begin his explanation. "All of the undead that necromancers, like you, control, are called summoned undead. They are created from magic and act according to the summoner's commands." Both he and Ratman listen intently. "They will dissipate after a certain period of time, or when a magic sustaining them loses its effect." Images of the undead flashed before their eyes. Natural undead are formed without the intervention of a necromancer or any magic. When people think of the undead, let's consider this species. Because of their blind hatred for the living, along with their violent, bloodthirsty nature, natural undead have been labeled by humans as terrifying monsters. Simon seemed to be starting to understand. Fiend exclaimed, pumping his fist. "And the last, but not least, crucial point. Battalion, you could say that. We are somewhere in between summoned undead and natural undead." He pointed to the center of Battalion's chest. Like natural undead, we can sustain ourselves thanks to our own energy cores. But we are also like summoned undead, in that we absolutely obey the commands of necromancers, or higher-ranking undead. Simon's face lit up. I get it. Fiend continued. There are only 7 battalion legions in this world. In other words, there are only 7 necromancers, capable of controlling battalions. He pointed at Simon, and you are one of those 7. The man gestured with his hand, offering a brief explanation. One necromancer commands a platoon of undead. As their summoning abilities increase, the size of their army grows proportionally. I've witnessed a mighty battalion fleet before, but their numbers are few and far between. That surprises you? Simon inquired. What about the necromancers who graduate from Kizen? Surely there are many high-level necromancers from Kizen. The man replied, adding an explanation. Those high-level necromancers can control legions of the undead, but it's often not very effective. I understand somewhat, but why is that? He asked about what I just recounted to you. That all the zombies controlled by a necromancer are considered a type of summon. That's right, he replied. He further explained that summoned undead move using dark energy from the summoner themselves. Faye looked at Chut and said, both summoning and controlling the undead consume a great deal of energy, including both darkness and mental strength. So, obviously, if the number of undead increases, the burden on the summoner becomes heavier. Shiming patted Chut's head. It giggled. I suddenly remember that dire wolf from earlier. Oh right, you reminded me. One of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here. So that's why I felt that pain then. The throbbing pain in his head late at night was now explained. That must be the reason. He lightly tapped his head. Summoned undead and necromancers share a special connection. Any damage inflicted upon them becomes a burden on the summoner. He let out a sigh. But the undead of the battalion operate on their own distinct magic. Furthermore, the battalion isn't bound by any rules and can continuously regenerate. This allows the controller to summon an unlimited number of undead. Be it thousands or millions, it doesn't matter. Have you ever heard of a necromancer commanding a massive undead army? He replied, I've heard stories. He asked, then that must be the tale of the battalion commander. Simon looked back at himself doubtfully. You mean, I just became one of the 7 necromancers, capable of summoning infinite undead. Ear sighed in exasperation. Don't you have any other questions? I think I have all the information I need. Thank you, Pierre. He paused for a moment, then spoke. So, the pact is officially sealed. Like it or not, we're in this together now. Shall we discuss our next steps? Very well, Pierre. He moved closer. We're both in a rather unique situation. You said you're a new student at Kizen, correct? He nodded in confirmation. I'm curious. Do you plan to drop out of Kizen? Simon asked, stroking his pet rat. Not at the moment. Doing so would go against my father's wishes, and I still have much to learn there. That's reasonable. Good. I agree that Kizen has resources you could take advantage of. But what about your special circumstances? Simon inquired. To be more precise, it's the situation that makes me and my battalion different. Simon asked, the battalion being disbanded? Fear looked slightly flustered. That too. But there's something even more important. Simon urged, what is it? Fear spoke gravely. Currently, our battalion is the common enemy of all necromancers. In other words, we're a wanted group of criminals. This declaration stunned Simon. We're being hunted for a crime that our former commander, your father, committed. Simon was astonished. A crime? What crime? Memories of his father's words resurfaced. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. But I can't set foot on Alistan Kingdom territory. It's a long story. Fear began. The moment father set me down from the carriage, he said that we were forbidden from setting foot in the territory of the Rashdon Kingdom. Is it because he understood? I believe that's precisely the reason. You keep pressing. So what exactly was the crime? Fear hesitated for a moment, then said, it's an unforgivable sin in the world of magic. And my battalion also had a hand in that heinous crime. Participating in that crime, Simon gulped, because that crime was treason. Thinking back to that time, the 100 Years' War between the necromancers and the priests was still raging fiercely. It continued without end. And even in that moment of extreme tension, Richard ordered his battalion to protect the woman he loved. He emphasized that order was to attack the necromancers who came to assassinate her. The scene at that TI, Countless necromancers have perished at the hands of my battalion, so their order to eliminate our battalion is understandable. His voice dropped to a whisper. That order remains in effect, even though my battalion was disbanded long ago. That's why we can't operate openly. He hesitated, then asked sympathetically, "So, Fear, do you resent my father?" Fear maintained a smile. Resentment, such a weak emotion, doesn't exist in this battalion. But then, Fear looked directly at him and said, "Of course, if his son causes that damn mess again, I'll be very angry." He gave a nervous laugh. Fear waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to feel guilty about it. It was Richard's decision, your father's, and also the former commander of. We can only shake our heads in dismay." "That's right. That's exactly what that eccentric fellow wanted." "Are you surprised? That bastard is furious. Why should we hide this? He's the most despicable, the most cowardly. I told you so. He makes girls cry every day. He makes professors so angry they storm out of class. It's definitely the most despicable act. Please sit properly." "I understand. That scoundrel now has a son." Not even 5 seconds in, and he's already panicking and pulling his hair out. "Wait, his son? Why haven't I thought of this before?" "Huh, you're saying you're Richard's son? Really? So that means..." Simon beamed and introduced himself. "Ah, yes. You guessed right. My mother's name is Anna Florentia." Ear cried out in alarm. "What did you say?" Ear was completely shocked. "Disgusting. You're the son of my friend and my enemy?" He was tormented, riddled with guilt, unable to believe this was happening. "Go, don't be so shy. It's pathetic. Just thinking about it. Darling, dinner is ready." He clutched his head in agony. "Or would you like to bathe first?" He screamed in despair. "Stop it. Stop it. This nightmare. I'll have nightmares. Demon, get out of my head." FIA thrashed and moaned in pain. In contrast, Simon beamed with delight. "I look forward to working with you, FIA." He spat. "Don't smile like that, witch, you damn brat." FIA slumped into a corner, defeated. "Phoenix, after all, you can't choose your parents." Back to the matter at hand. "Yes," he replied obediently. He raised his hand, a display of authority. "For now on, absorb the knowledge that I, Kizen, impart to you, and become stronger. Don't let anyone know you possess that army." "What?" He wondered. He explained clearly. "Because you are Richard's son, his sole heir. The adults will be quite surprised by your connection to Richard," he said, tapping a finger against his forehead. "How do you think the other necromancers will react when they hear a Kizen freshman command such a powerful undead legion?" He understood the implication. Older, more powerful necromancers would come after him. "Yes, you'll need the power to protect yourself then," he said. His expression turned serious, resolute in his need to grow stronger. "Exactly," he affirmed. "Kid, listen to this advice. Learn everything you can at Kizen, and master the Legion. Restore it to its former glory." He nodded, showing he understood. He beckoned the rat-like creature closer. "Now, we need to figure out how to control this Legion, adapt it to specific situations. I'm going to show you something." He gestured for him to come closer. "Curious now, kid? Well, what is it then?" The rat man standing next to Simon saw him point directly at its face. Simon suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from the rat man. You can control my bone warriors?" Piao said smugly. "Of course. We currently share the same dark energy source. So all the undead, summoned by your dark energy, belong to this legion." He explained. "You are the supreme commander of a legion, and I hold the second in command. However, these undead haven't undergone the Legion Unification ritual yet." Simon asked. "Legion Unification?" Piao placed his hand on the ratman's head. Instantly, its eyes glowed brightly. Piao said, "Watch closely." Suddenly, its entire body erupted. A jet-black aura enveloped it and exploded right before Simon's eyes. The ratman's mouth gaped open, black energy spewing out. Piao began to explain. "This is a zombie that has undergone the fusion process. The fusion with a fresh rat has been completed." He looked at the rat with a skeptical gaze. "Really? It looks no different than before. Look closely at its eyes. You'll see a black flame burning within." Kuya further explained. "Simply put, it will help the summoned zombie become an independent entity." He countered with a question. "If so, does this rat man now possess a magic core?" He affirmed confidently, "Yes." Looking at the transformed rat man, he exclaimed, "I thought there would be no difference, but it seems I was mistaken. I'd be arrested immediately if I brought it to school." Faya frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "No, you don't need to fuse all the zombies. Unless the zombies can exist as long as I can. Summoned zombies are more effective in actual combat. That's background information. Let's set that aside for now. He told him to forget about it and just summon the undead like he did back at school. Just do it like normal. A warning was given. If the undead run out of time or are destroyed, bring them to me. I will incorporate them into the Legion and control them from here, the young man exclaimed. This method will be very effective. FIA really had to give him credit. Now you will gradually become stronger. If you can summon elite undead individuals, the Legion's power will also be enhanced. He shook his hand excitedly and said, yes, of course. Glancing at the rat's tail, he added, by the way, Simon noticed it seemed to be acting more like an animal. He explained that it shared some characteristics with natural undead, but then asked, but you have control over it, so it will immediately run to you, if summoned. How long have you been at Kizen, kid? He responded it had only been 3 days, yet the man seemed already knowledgeable. It will be soon, he said, just a few more days. Kizen's first-year students will be given a mission. You will be able to travel to Slope Island, or all 6 teleportation planes. His expression became unusually serious. When the time comes, I will go with you. That way, you'll have the chance to command a legion and gather the 10 forces scattered across the 6 locations. He casually asked, you seem to know a lot about Kizen. The man replied with a smile, of course. I observed your father's entire life at Kizen. Furthermore, I also observed how your father commanded his legion. He leaned in, asking with keen interest, would you like to hear about it? His eyes lit up, repeating eagerly, yes, very much. Immediately, he asked his first question, so why do the undead resist their summoners? It began to explain, because the summoners lack a true understanding of the undead's nature. You can't judge them with conventional thinking. It emphasized, what drives the actions of the undead is infernal faith. He asked, confused, infernal faith? If I were to describe it in human terms, it said it would be similar to a concept, like this. It gave an example. Let's say there's someone you absolutely despise with utter loathing, and every day, multiple times, you constantly wish for their death. Then, the undead will remember that desire. Simon was surprised. Wait, so that means... He confirmed, right? The undead will kill that person, even if you're not close by. He emphasized that, even if you no longer remember that person, or have completely forgotten them, the undead will retain that hatred and pursue them to the ends of the earth. The man sighed, unable to believe he was hearing this again. I'll keep reminding you, so don't worry. This will also help you understand things better. From the undead's perspective, looking at the rat man, he said, sweating, thanks, Fear. That's actually really helpful. Fear added, speaking of which, I'll teach you how to control undead attacks. He stood up and began the lesson. First, the most important thing is your intent. No matter what the target is, repeat my intent. He explained thoroughly. For example, imagine your enemy standing right behind you. From behind, shouts urged him to rise. Hate this wall more than anything in the world. Simon got into position as well. All right, FIA instructed meticulously. You need to pour all the hatred you have for the one who murdered your parents into that wall. It's the same one who took the lives of your loved ones. He urged, come on, unleash your fury. Destroy it. Tear it apart. Your enemy, a vicious demon. The rat man seemed mesmerized by the inciting words. That skeletal frame, bring it to life, bathe in its blood. In an instant, it lunged at the wall, shattering. Kill it. Listen to FIA. It punched repeatedly at the wall. It doesn't deserve to live. Finally, the rat man headbutted the wall, finishing off its opponent. It's not allowed to exist in this world. Rip it. It shattered into a million pieces, screaming in agonizing pain until the very end. Simon stood beside him, a flicker of genuine horror in his eyes. Fear then explained, I used somewhat exaggerated language to make it easier for you to grasp. The most crucial element still lies in your intention. Fear finished speaking and glanced towards the rat frantically attacking the wall. A skilled necromancer can convey their intent precisely, even when giving the most minor commands. And above all, focus on rage, hatred, and killing intent. He explained that these negative emotions possessed far greater power. Now, he asked Simon to try and stop the rat. You're the commander. He hesitantly agreed. All right. He hastily shouted, stop. You can stop right now. I order you to stop. FIA simply observed the situation, coldly saying stop, despite Simon's desperate shouting. The rat stubbornly continued its relentless assault on the wall. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Didn't you hear what I said? His voice hardened, laced with authority. I'm getting very angry. Stop. The rat man actually stopped. He gritted his teeth and said, if you dare disobey me again, I won't spare you. The onlookers couldn't help but be impressed. Look, he just used absolute command. He couldn't deny that. You're no ordinary country bumpkin. When the world have you created, Richard? Florentia turned around, a flicker of sadness on her face. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes pleading. Am I that bad? I can't even control my own undead. The skeletal rat was heavily injured. One arm was missing. Half of its rib cage was shattered. Contrary to his own disappointment, he received unexpected praise. You did great, Florentia. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. FIA spoke up. But on the brutal battlefield, there's no room for weakness. So, train yourself to control the undead. With a single command. Florentia nodded in response. As soon as FIA finished speaking, Florentia suddenly collapsed. Fear quickly caught her. You're too tense. Besides, what you just witnessed was horrifying. Florentia gave a weary smile, slumping to the ground. Haha, let me rest for a bit before returning to Kizen. I'm only allowed to be out for a day. Is that so? Fear asked. Then FIA tossed something to Florentia. Here, kid, take this. Florentia reached out and caught it. What is this? Even the skeletal rat looked up curiously. Florentia opened her hand, and it was a small, skull-shaped circle, resting in her palm. You need a way to... Here's a way for us to stay in touch. Keep this. Whenever you need to talk to me, feel free. Don't hesitate to reach out if you run into any trouble. Florentia curiously touched the small skull with her finger. She nodded and replied, yes, thank you, Fear. Night fell. The two said their goodbyes. I'll come back next week then. Fear replied, all right. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish in a week's time. Florentia bid farewell. Florentia frowned at the skull ring Perez had given her. Perez's voice emanated from the small object. Ha. It's been a while since I've set foot in Kizen. You're still in the student protection phase, aren't you? I'm quite eager to see how things will play out. Florentia asked, how so? Like what, for instance? Perez asked back, raising an eyebrow. Like the terrifying test that lies ahead of you. Blank. His body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down him like rain, as he heard the tiny skull attached to his collar utter those words. The night before, Kizen Eiffel was severely ill, curled up in bed under a thick blanket. He was trying to rest, while Florentia and Diakhai were having a lively discussion nearby. All right, I understand. Diakhai said, pushing his glasses up his nose. His face was serious. Let's start the meeting, Florentia replied. I'm listening, Deokshi. The soft scratching sound of writing filled the air. A hand swiftly moving a pen, filling in a brightly colored chart. The initial voice spoke again. Next Monday, both our morning and afternoon classes. Our introduction to dark magic. There's something infamous about it. It's the group assignment. Madik Diakhai said, his tone turning serious. He looked at Florentia and continued. Undefined. This group arrangement will remain in effect for the rest of the semester. So, our survival here at Kizen depends on this. First, and most importantly, a group must consist of 4 members. Like 4 chess pieces forming a square, solid and tightly connected, supporting and protecting each other. It would be even better if each person specialized in a different field. D crossed his arms, looking up at him. As for me, my abilities in all subjects are average. Sue is a bit more talented in Dark Force studies. And you, I think you excel the most in summoning studies, right? Florentia looked at him. Yes, D is absolutely right. Even though there are only 2 of us, the balance is quite stable. Let me explain it more clearly. We study a total of 9 subjects, right? Theology, the study of subduing humans. Dark Force studies, the study of creating magic. Summoning studies, the study of summoning souls and mummies. Spiritual Force studies, the study of soul force. Hematology, toxicology, and magical combat. Next is defense, against basic holy power and dark magic. D pointed at the skeleton representing summoning and said, among the theological subjects, dark power studies and summoning studies hold a very high percentage in the final exam. Therefore, these 3 subjects are called the core research trio for spirit masters. So we've already got 2 out of the 3 covered. Florentia and D said excitedly, I specialize in dark power studies. And I'm proficient in summoning, would reply. So, we need to find someone who understands theology. Florentia asked, what about the other subjects? D circled the remaining subjects, spiritual power studies, hematology, toxicology, and combat magic. Let's call them SHDCM for short. Defense against holy power and basic dark magic is just a supplementary subject. We can't major in it, so let's skip it. Most people prefer combat magic. They often focus solely on this subject. Their scores in other subjects are usually very low. Therefore, we're forced to eliminate them. As for those intending to specialize in theology, they often possess a strong defense against holy power. It seems they have a deep understanding of their enemy. Similarly, hematology shares many similarities with toxicology. Therefore, many students will study both subjects concurrently. Hearing these words, Florentina's face paled. You mean we have to master all of the knowledge? Of course, Florentina. All right. He laughed heartily, holding up the paper and pointing to the words on it. So, we need to recruit the students whose names are on this list. If we can't get this one, there will be others. And remember, we must prove our group has the most outstanding students in this special recruitment. Do you understand? Florentina took the paper from Yi's hand. Her eyes were filled with determination. All right, 2 arms shot up in the air, filled with determination. Let's do this. Let's quickly grab this win for our victory. Suddenly, Ditch Hayward hung his head, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. His face paled. He mumbled victory. Then Ditch looked up, helplessly asking, why is she in the freshman class? Florentia turned, asking in a low voice, who is she? He glanced up at the vice principal standing on the podium. Hey, Olympia. She's the vice principal of Kizen, the walking terror, the one who even expelled a year A student. A name was called. Ditch Hayward. The boy speaking abruptly stopped, his lips pressed tightly together in fear. Irene Olympia placed her hands on her hips, stepping down from the podium. Hayward, don't even dream of cheating in my presence. If you say another word, I will consider this cheating and void your exam. She spoke slowly and deliberately. I'm sorry, Mom. A ripple of anxiety went through the other students, glancing towards the girl. She must be just as confused as everyone else. You must all be wondering why I'm here. Professor Olympia stood with one hand on her hip, the other resting lightly on the edge of her desk. As you all know, I previously only taught third-year students. So, some of you might think I'm just a temporary teacher. But this semester, I will officially be the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. I expect you all to put forth your best effort and not disappoint me with any shortcomings in your skills. With that said, she turned and walked towards the door. Now, please focus on completing your tests. The students replied in unison, yes, ma'am. Ihai ran a hand through his hair, massaging his forehead, fidgeting with the pen on his paper. I don't understand a single thing. Florinia was just as bewildered as Ihai. He thought to himself, right, this is the reality, despite a few advantages, having an army of the undead. But that didn't mean fitting in at Kizen would be easy. The young man closed his eyes, telling himself, I can't give up before I even try. And with that, fueled by determination, he opened the exam. I'll get my all, fight until the very last second. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang, followed by the teacher's gentle voice. I hope you all did your very best on the exam. I'll see you all again in 2 hours, during the lunch break. One by one, the students handed in their papers and left the examination hall. The proctors remained, observing the room. You've all worked hard. After collecting all the exams, Olympia picked up a pen and said, let's begin grading. The other teachers replied in unison, yes, Professor. Everyone began grading, a serious atmosphere filling the room. Nettie's, small and quick like a kitten, flitted about, with an excited expression around the teachers' grading tables. David also cautiously approached where Olympia was sitting, and suddenly heard a question. What wind brings you here? Nettie's jumped, startled by the unexpected voice. Then she cheerfully raised her hand in greeting. I'm here. In the midst of her excitement, a cold, murderous face, the face of Olympia, silently approached. Suddenly, Olympia swung her hand and smacked David right in the head. A jolt of pain. Don't disturb the peace. With that, she turned to the 2 teachers in charge of grade. Please, both of you, return to the grading room and continue your work. Yes, ma'am, the teacher replied, and they both left. Nettie's was still clutching her head in throbbing pain. After the 2 teachers left, she clutched her head and wailed miserably. When I met you in the slums, you were clearly a sweet, innocent, and adorable girl. Olympia continued grading papers calmly and replied, so what? That innocent girl turned into this. Because she has to overwork herself every single day. Then she sighed. Since you're already here, why don't you help grade papers too? David gritted his teeth and glared at her angrily. Olivia flipped to the next paper. She paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she looked at the test. The student had missed almost all of the basic questions, yet had somehow managed to solve the most difficult one. She glanced over at Nettie's, who was diligently grading papers. Sitting across from Nettie's, Olivia spoke. "I have a question." Nettie's, chin resting on her hand, replied with a bright expression, "Oh." Nettie's Archeb suddenly noticed the test paper and asked, "Why are all the names covered up?" Irene Olympia continued grading, answering without looking up. "It ensures fairness in grading." The vice principal added, "Because names might influence me, leading to biased evaluations." Nettie's Archeb watched Irene Olympia diligently grading, her pen constantly moving. She felt a pang of sympathy for the students. It was only the first test of the semester. This seemed a bit much. "You're so strict, Irene." Although it was just a simple test, there were still some noteworthy points among the papers. The Olympia proctor remarked sternly. For example, on the test she was currently scribbling on, Nettie's Arco, who had been resting her chin in boredom, also began to widen her eyes in realization. At this moment, the vice principal continued. "This student answered question number 2 correctly regarding the toxicity of the ingredients, but got it wrong on the comparison question below." Nettie's Arco also looked at her with an incredulous expression. 1,000 words seemed to catch in her throat. Waving the test paper in her hand, she exclaimed, "I think so too. It's utterly ridiculous. I'm incredibly curious to know this person's name. But this paper is the complete opposite." Proctor Olympia interrupted her, looking at the test paper in front of the vice principal. The vice principal said, "This student answered almost all the basic questions incorrectly, but dare to answer question number 20. Originally the most perplexing question." Nettie Apple gasped in astonishment. "Really?" Jen Olympia held the paper, examining it closely as she assessed. "The formulas this student applied are completely incorrect. Using ancient runes for dark force dynamics, the exponential equation of skeletons for summoning magic, calculating decay in curse magic. It's all wrong." Nettie Apple hadn't expected this. Jen Olympia handed her the paper and continued. "Based on the formulas used, it seems this student hasn't attended all the previous lectures, but rather combined and deduced answers based on knowledge from last week's sessions." Ned Akbo took the paper, glanced at it, and asked, "What's her deal?" This student used a summoning formula to answer a question about calculating dark flux. Wait, does this student think resistance is directly proportional to damage? The 7 dark stars? Possible. Dean Olympia replied, then continued. "What about this answer? If applying the Tarot theorem, the correct answer should be 1,200,000. Dean Olympia typed the answer on the board as he continued. But this student wrote 1,200,146. On the test in the answer box, this number was filled in. Dean Olympia continued. "This is not the correct answer to this question. However, this student was able to deduce a remarkably close number. Nephice, I want to ask you something." Dean Olympia pulled back the test paper as Nephice looked on in surprise. "Headmaster Arbold," he said as he tore off the sticker covering the student's name, "why did you assign me to a freshman class?" Dean Olympia said sternly, "Not just any freshman class. The name on the paper, Simon Florinia, but the class with this boy." Nettie gave an enigmatic, unreadable smile. She rested her chin in her hands, winked playfully, and stuck out her tongue adorably. I really don't understand what you're talking about." Dylan Olympia cleared his throat, glancing at Nettie, who remained silent. Finally, the vice principal conceded defeat. He sighed deeply, muttering complaints under his breath. "Knew it. She's truly cunning. Just like a 300-year-old fox." Time flew by, and the day for the first semester exam results arrived. Students huddled together in small groups, eagerly checking their scores. Groans of disappointment and sighs of relief filled the air. "Oh my God, I got an 85 in theology. Damn it. Hematology completely tanked my average." Within the group, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. "Whoa, they graded everything that fast." Simon exclaimed in surprise. "I can't believe it. Wow, my average is over 80. Groans echoed once more through the crowd. The area remained packed, shoulder to shoulder. A steady stream of students continued to flock towards the notice board. "This is horrible. Should I just switch majors?" One voice said in a dejected tone, overlapping with another. "Let's see, where's my score?" Another voice called out from the throng. "Where are my results? Man, there were so many questions on that test. 5 questions just for combat magic. I shouldn't have changed my answers at the last minute. Looking at the noisy chaos around me, I just felt too disheartened to say anything. Simon Florinia, Theology 40, Hematology 20, Dark Arts 33, Potions 20, Healing 76, Combat Magique 43, Spiritual Power 25, Holy Power Defense 40. Looking at these scores, 7 out of 8 subjects are below average. Simon's face fell, dark as a moonless night, even though he had prepared himself mentally. Seeing the results still made his heart clench. Dee stood beside him, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. He earnestly searched for a glimmer of hope in the transcript, but it felt like a dagger straight to the heart. Hey, your summoning score is really high. To get that without studying the previous lessons, that's really impressive. Dee clapped Simon hard on the back and continued. I told you yesterday, focusing on one area is better than spreading yourself thin. Being great at one thing is better than being mediocre at everything. Simon mumbled dejectedly. Is that so? He reached behind him, rubbing the spot on his back that was sore from the past. What about you? How did you do? All right? Dee replied casually. My dark art score is the highest, 74 points. The other subjects are all around 60 to 70 points, so my average score should be around 70. Simon looked at him, astonished. Your IQ is on par with BTS? Not bad. I'm just messing with you. I feel kind of betrayed. Dee brushed off his shoulder nonchalantly. Not really. I just study enough to not get expelled. Dee glanced at the recently posted scores and continued. By the way, there's been a snag in our plan. Simon furrowed his brows suspiciously. What's up? Dee asked. All the student scores were released in the first class today. In the very first class of the day. After looking at the scores of some of the top students, Dee's voice was even and calm. Our plan would only have worked before this information was released. Now that everyone knows their scores, they can assess their own abilities. Blank. If luck isn't on our side, then recruiting even a single child will be incredibly difficult. Simon was about to speak when suddenly the vice principal's voice boomed. Observing the situation, Yin leaned against the doorframe and said casually, I'll give you 30 minutes starting now to check your scores and form groups of 4. The students looked at each other, dumbfounded. They were completely stunned, jaws agape. The vice principal's voice continued without pause. Except for special circumstances, these groups will remain the same for the rest of the semester. From now on, senior dark mages will be trained in groups, and there will be assignments that can only be completed with seamless cooperation from all members. Dee furrowed his brows and looked around. Simon was still dazed, unable to shake off his shock. You will receive individual scores and separate group scores. Points will definitely be deducted if you fail to demonstrate good teamwork. Excellent individual skills won't matter if you only work alone. Olympia's voice was a stern reminder. This means your role is to choose suitable teammates. Understood. The words had barely left her mouth when the entire lecture hall erupted. Calls and shouts rang out endlessly. Jasmine, is Jasmine here? I need 3 people excelling in theology and demonology, scores of 60 or higher. Let me join your group. I'm proficient in spirit power studies. My average score in all subjects is 60. Especially good at combat magic. Need a combat specialist? I'm your guy. Ignoring the chaotic scene around him, students scrambled to find groups. But Simon remained still, silently looking at the paper in his hand, lost in thought. Personally, he said he would invite James, our top student. Claudia was his top priority. Then he glanced at James. She'd already found a team. Simon cursed under his breath. Damn it. She's already teamed up? Then Rosento, third choice. One glance showed she'd also been snatched up by another group. A wave of helplessness washed over Simon. Rosento and Catherine, his fourth choice, had formed a team together, watching the frantic scramble for teammates. Simon thought, I'm screwed. Okay, Simon, stay calm. No teams of 4 yet. The 30-minute time limit was putting everyone on edge. He moved quickly, scanning the room, constantly assessing. A theology expert was crucial. Most groups were at 3 members. Their scores averaging out in the middle. Trainee reporters were still documenting the chaos. Then the optimal choice now is... Simon's gaze hardened as he focused on someone. He approached the blue-haired girl, standing silently with her arms crossed, sat quietly to the side. Simon spoke with a serious tone. Malene Violet, I'd like to invite you to join our group. The people standing behind him were astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they panicked internally. Did he just invite Malene? She's the only one with an average score above 90. Malene looked at Simon, a teasing glint in her eyes. You didn't earn your place here, did you? Just relying on your connections as a free pass into this city? That only proves you have powerful friends. Me? I only believe in numbers. You want me to join your group when you only have a measly average of 30? Ellie, standing behind Simon, clutched her head in horror, feeling as if she'd been struck by lightning. Simon remained calm, replying simply, yes. Malene continued, I see you seem to have some talent in summoning. That's the only 80 you scored. The surrounding students. Simon's actions caused a stir and murmurs throughout the hall. Someone with only 30 points dared to invite someone with 90. He's incredibly reckless. Simon calmly responded to the gossip. You're no different from me. Malene Buildland, how dare you speak to me in that tone? Simon's voice rose slightly. But my score is higher than yours. Simon replied. I know, so let's make a bet. He spoke with a serious tone. 1 month. Give me 1 month, and I'll surpass you in the summoning test. If I can't, I'll leave Kizen. Merlin was astonished, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Simon. Now, she was the one filled with panic. What? Merlin slammed the table and abruptly stood up. Her expression was filled with disbelief. You're crazy. Take that back if you don't want to ruin yourself. Simon calmly replied. No, I only say what I can do. Merlin was S. A heavy silence hung in the air between them. Merlin sat down quietly. Lost in thought, a melancholic shadow fell over her eyes. I have to maintain my top-class ranking this semester, no matter what, even if it means doing whatever it takes. My biggest obstacle is Hector. The image of Hector flashed in her mind, forcing her to compose herself. I can surpass him in the theoretical exams, but practical combat and skill assessment are a different story. To defeat him, I need to win the group assignment. Merlin tapped her fingers lightly on the table, lost in contemplation. That means I need a teammate who excels in summoning magic, the only subject I'm weak in. The top student in summoning magic, Simon Florenia, the one who defeated Hector, despite skipping the previous classes. Merlin turned her head slightly, letting out a sigh. I need to find someone else, possessing over 80 summoning points, or betting on the special student who achieved a landslide victory. Time's up. Finally, Malin Bayland stood up, breathing a sigh of relief. The promise you just mentioned, are you sure you'll keep it? Merlin asked seriously, and Simon replied with equal gravity, yes. He confidently affirmed, no matter what happens, I will keep my word. Afterward, the two parted ways. As for Merlin, she placed her hands on her hips, gazing at the hand extended before her. She was finally ready to bet on Simon. Taking Simon's hand, she replied, all right, I'll join your group now. Deke suddenly rushed forward, embracing Simon tightly. He joyfully praised Simon. You really are a problem solver. How did you manage to convince Malin to join? Malin asked in astonishment. Wait, who are you? Simon answered. He's a member of our group too. I just invited him to join. Simon grinned, giving a thumbs up. Don't worry, we have a D-rank student and an S-rank student in theology and dark arts. Malene felt like she'd been completely played. Fine. You got me, she conceded. She pointed at them. Just try and pull this off. I'll do my best, but I won't forgive you if you get in my way. Especially you, Deadweight. Deakin scowled. Deadweight? That a bit harsh, don't you think? Simon stayed out of their bickering, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. In front of Shilden Theology's scoreboard, 40 hematology, 60 dark arts, 70 toxicology, 67 summoning, 80 combat magique, 69, spiritual power, 8. Holy power defense, 81. Students were still chattering. You said the D and S ranks were covered, right? Then I'll take theology since we need to allocate KDS. Marlene Buildland spoke seriously, turning to look at Dick Hayward as she continued. But before that, he said, I know your dark arts score. He confidently announced the numbers. Average score across all subjects is 70, but your dark arts score is 74. Hearing this, Marlene Milland exclaimed with satisfaction, not bad at all. Dick Hayward put his arm around Simon Florence in a friendly manner, raising a hand playfully to tease the girl in front of him. You're pretty picky, aren't you? The final member. Who should we recruit? Just say the word, and I'll find that person for you. Marlene Buildland's face showed a troubled expression as she replied, I'm good at everything, so I don't really know. Before she could finish her sentence, the other person impatiently interrupted. Come on, you have to choose someone. Come on, you have to pick someone. Marlene Milland crossed her arms, reluctantly stating her requirement. If possible, someone who can handle hematology, because it's quite time-consuming and requires a lot of calculations. Upon hearing the word destination or word, the young man cheerfully made an OK sign with his fingers and replied, "Shwe shwe. All right, just wait there, I'll be right back. You two just rest for a bit." With that, he vanished with lightning speed. At that moment, seeing Malene Buildland and Simon Florinia sitting next to each other, all the other students turned their attention to them and started whispering amongst themselves. Are they in the same group? The top special recruits are in the same group? Then it's as good as over. However, some didn't think so. Not necessarily. That special recruit's score wasn't that high. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Malene suddenly spoke up. Her words startled Simon Florinia, causing him to turn around. With a dubious tone, she asked, "Your name is Simon Florinia, right? I've never heard that name before. Where do you live?" Faced with the question from the beautiful girl before him, Simon Florinia answered honestly, "I'm the successor baron of the Baldwin Kingdom. My family governs the Les Hill region in Baldwin." "I see." While Malene Buildland was lost in thought, Simon spoke up. "What about you? What kind of family is the Buildland family?" Seeing Simon's bright smile, Malene Milan couldn't help but be surprised. She asked back, "Are you serious?" "Yes." She gave a wry smile and pointed to herself, introducing herself. "I come from a very famous family, originating from the Ivory Tower." Simon curiously asked, "Ivory Tower? Do you mean the Magic Tower?" Maylin Wei Ai replied in a less than cheerful tone. "That was true 300 years ago." Simon exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh!" Another beautiful girl entered, radiating a magnificent aura. A brilliant halo surrounded her. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd of students. "That's the person who ranked second in the special selection on this side." Malene Buildland felt awkward and wanted to interject. "Excuse me," she said, "but could you stop for a moment?" Simon immediately agreed. "Sure." They both fell silent. The atmosphere became strained. Simon reproached himself internally. I shouldn't have asked him that. He hung his head, sighing deeply. Noble families are so troublesome, he thought. A moment later, Dythe the Word smiled again. Note, assuming Dythe your word is intended to be Die the Word. Sorry for the wait. This is the hematology student you wanted to meet. Beside him was a pink-haired girl. The girl seemed shy and timid. Dythe the Word nudged him forward and introduced. A rising hematology genius with an impressive score of 87 in the subject. Following Cami Paris, Ursula's introduction, the shy girl offered a soft greeting. "Thank you for allowing me to join the team. My name is Cami Paris Ursula. But please call me Cami. I'll do my best to contribute to the team's success." As she finished speaking, she bowed deeply, a gesture of respect. The movement inadvertently revealed a pair of unusual wings on her back. The others were visibly surprised. "Wings," Simon, his eyes lighting up with excitement, said, "You don't have to be so formal. We're all the same rank." Cami responded shyly, "It's just, I'm only 16. Seemingly welcoming the new member, quickly added, "Age doesn't matter. We even have someone who's 20 in the group." Cami quickly warmed up. "Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind." Malene finally spoke, asking curiously, "Are you Yuzuki? Are you the one I'm thinking of?" Cami replied honestly, "Yes, Yuzuki of the Great Vampire Clan." Hearing this, Diak exclaimed excitedly, "Good heavens, an Yuzuki lady in Kizen, and I've never heard of her." Merlin, annoyed, quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't say things like that so loudly. Why wouldn't it be believable? It's truly shocking." Cami, sitting to the side, stammered, because my mother is human." Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Diak was the most visibly disappointed. "I didn't know. I apologize. I'm sorry." "It's okay," Cami replied. Simon pondered silently, thinking, "I understand. She's the illegitimate daughter of the vampire clan. No wonder no one ever mentioned her. She has a complicated family situation, just like me." While Simon was still lost in thought, Diak started chatting with everyone. He said cheerfully, "Well, perhaps it's time I share my story, to be fair. I come from humble beginnings. The son of a merchant who heads the White Ox Trading Company." Cami exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? You mean the most powerful trading company in this land?" He continued his story. "More precisely, I'm the third son in a family of 8 children. My eldest brother is the heir to the family business, so all resources are poured into him. As for me, I'm just someone who has to blindly obey my parents' arrangements. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I was sent to study at Kizen. They thought I had some talent in dark magic. Currently, my task is to understand the needs of necromancers and research the market. A voice asked, "Is that why you said logic is more important than anything else?" "Exactly," he replied. "But I'm not just following my father's orders. I'm determined to graduate from Kizen Academy with honors and build a powerful trading company in logic bear my name. A company so influential it'll force my father to see me in a new light." These words were backed by a steely glint in his eyes, unwavering determination. Simon gazed at Dee with admiration. "That's amazing." Only Malene remained aloof, offering a curt good luck. "Whatever," Dee replied indifferently. Just then, a fellow student approached, his mature demeanor interrupting their conversation. "So, this group is all settled then?" "Oh," he began. "Are you the teaching assistant?" Dee inquired. He handed each of them a form and instructed carefully. "You're group 7. Write down the names of the members and the subjects you want to focus on." He continued. "Choose a group leader too. The group name doesn't matter, but a leader is essential." Simon cheerfully accepted the form, replying, "Yes, sir, I understand." Merlin quickly grabbed the form and filled in her information first. Simon asked her curiously, "So, you're a core member of the group. Would you like to be the leader?" Merlin, with a cool and confident air, replied, "Of course, who else?" The administrator quickly wrote Merlin's name down as team leader. When it came to filling in the team name, she asked, "So what will our team name be?" After some discussion, they all agreed on Team 7. The member information sheet was also completed. Merlin, Theology. Simon, Summoning, Dark Arts. Cammy, Hematology. After completing the procedures, the group sat observing in a corner. Around them, their peers were engaged in lively debate. Someone said, "Man, I want Merlin to carry the whole team. I prefer the Jade Rabbit girl, though not translated as Jade Rabbit." "Why? Since when did you guys come up with that terrifying combination?" "But both our team and yours only have 2 members." The platinum blonde girl didn't argue. "There's only 2 of you studying toxicology. I'm not joining this pathetic group." The blonde-haired boy across from him scowled. "What's with that attitude? There's only 3 of you in Dark Force studies? Are they out of their minds? Look, there's 3 of them. Are they seriously trying to form a group like that?" The rest of the group silently observed the ongoing argument. "That's the specialization I'm aiming for. But my scores in other subjects are high too. Regardless, I'm not joining this. Bunch of weirdos." Di Chi propped his chin on his hand and exclaimed, "Things are getting heated." It's not surprising. Dark magic. Sorcerers are evaluated based on all 8 disciplines. So, a group of 4 with different specializations is ideal. That's why, if you're too close to students in the same specialization, it'll be hard to recruit other members. Like them. We should also K. Suddenly, a girl with shimmering golden curls and a haughty expression spoke. "I'm going to choose 1 person from your group." One of the group members reacted angrily. "What the hell is this? If you hadn't pulled Lucy away from us, we'd already have 4 people. A platinum blonde-haired girl stepped forward and said softly, "Excuse me." The others were stunned by her decision. Their eyes widened in surprise. "What's he doing? Why are you?" The platinum blonde walked straight towards a group of 3 girls and said, "I plan to major in hematology, which doesn't overlap with your majors." "Well, then all right." The golden-haired girl happily took her hand and replied, "Welcome to the group. You're really smart. Where's the teaching assistant? Let's register." Witnessing this, Simon was sweating bullets. "That's brutal." Suddenly, someone reminded him, "There's no time to—" "It's so different, Simon," Dyke calmly replied. "How so?" "This happens often during the student protection period. If we don't compete fiercely with them, we'll be left behind. And falling behind at Kizen means being eliminated." "Why are you thinking of the worst-case scenario first?" Cammy listened silently. Then Malene spoke. "This is the consequence of a lack of preparation and effort. What have they been doing for the 4 days since the opening ceremony? If their scores were poor, they should have found other ways to recruit members." Simon remained silent, saying nothing more. Vice Principal Olympia appeared on the podium, declaring coldly, "The 30 minutes are up. Those of you without a group, please come forward." The students below began to murmur amongst themselves. "So we won't be seeing them at Kizen next week. Were all 3 of them really eliminated? Just 1 spell, and they're done for." Everyone slowly stepped onto the platform, their faces etched with discontent. The Olympia vice principal spoke. "It seems you all have some grievances. A rocky start doesn't guarantee a tragic end. Remember this feeling of frustration and strive to do better. There's still hope for you. If you learn to delegate tasks and support each other in your studies, your average scores will improve. You may return to your seats." The students who hadn't found groups reluctantly responded in unison, their voices filled with dejection. "Yes, Professor." Vice Principal Olympia began the official announcement. "Now that you've been assigned to your groups, I will announce an important event for next week. When the student protection period ends, we will hold a group competency test. In the first lesson of basic dark magic, you will face a monster, and that is Simon's group below waited with bated breath, filled with anticipation. Behind the vice principal, a monstrous beast, terrifying in its immensity, suddenly appeared. Gene Olympia's voice boomed, announcing, "That's a Cyclops." His words were met with a wave of murmurs and excited chat. "A Cyclops?" One student exclaimed nervously. "With our current abilities, can we even defeat it?" Vice Principal Gene Olympia commanded, "Silence. I will explain the rules. You will descend into the dungeon beneath Kizen with your teammates to defeat a Cyclops. However, only one student is permitted to directly engage the Cyclops in combat. The remaining 3 members must maintain their position and support that student in the fight against the monster, whether by weakening the monster or any other support method. Naturally, hindering skills such as weakening or blinding are permitted, including hematology's blood-draining skills, or the use of poisons specializing in toxicology is also permissible. Combat through summoning mystical creatures is also on the permitted list. However, the direct use of offensive magic, including curses, by necromancers is strictly prohibited. You can refer to the distributed materials for more thorough understanding of the detailed guideline. Hearing this, Ishian anxiously rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, Cammy listened innocently with wide, curious eyes. Each combat participant will be equipped with a special protective suit, enchanted with powerful defensive spells. The voice of Vice Principal Diana Olympia rang out with authority and finality. We will evaluate based on whether you successfully hunt a Kansai club, combined with the mission completion time, team stability, coordination among members, creativity, and a level of dark magic proficiency will also be considered. Malene appeared incredibly enthusiastic, meticulously noting down each regulation. Blank on purpose as line and original is incomplete. She continued, "To successfully conquer the Cyclops, you all need to maximize your potential strength until the official exam begins." This concludes the explanation. Are there any questions? A female student excitedly stood up to speak. "I'm James Victoria. Will we be fighting a real Cyclops? Or will this evaluation use Kizen's simulation system to create virtual battles?" Vice Principal Diana Olympia replied, expressionless. "They're all real Cyclops, still alive and recently captured from the West." Your question reminds me of something. Before the exam begins, you all must sign a waiver relinquishing your right to live. A terrifying silence fell over the room. She quickly changed the subject. "Any other questions?" Another male student excitedly raised his hand. "Schneider, if we fail to defeat the Cyclops." Vice Principal Olympia, "What happens if we lose?" "If you receive 7 losses, you will be given the lowest possible score, and all other evaluation criteria will be disregarded. There are 3 scenarios that result in 7 losses." She began to list them meticulously and in detail. First, a combatant loses the ability to continue fighting. They no longer have the strength to battle. Second, when a professor or the proctor deems that the fight cannot continue safely. In the third scenario, one of the members actively declares their withdrawal from the test, refusing to continue fighting. If we want to face Side Club again, we need to devise a truly thorough and careful strategy. Simon, sitting below, looked incredibly excited and enthusiastic. "This is exhilarating. My heart's pounding." But Cammy was trembling with anxiety. A faint voice spoke up. "I'm a little scared." Dee asked worriedly, "So who will fight?" Malene chimed in enthusiastically, brimming with energy. "I'm the strongest here, so it's definitely gotta be me." Simon nodded in agreement, but then furrowed his brow in thought. "But if only one student participates in the battle, wouldn't that make this test unfairly biased towards those who specialize in battle magic?" Cammy agreed. "Yeah, I think so too. A Cyclops' attack is incredibly powerful, so defending with magic would be quite difficult. Plus, doing so would consume a massive amount of magical power. I think the best strategy is to dodge the attack." Malene shook her head, disagreeing. "No, I actually think the opposite. Students who study battle magic often choose physical attacks over using magic. but considering a Cyclops' thick hide, do you really think a physical attack would be effective? Stitch, sitting in the front row, rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, "That's true. Cyclops have incredibly thick skin." Malene continued her analysis. Even if they amplify their power with dark energy, that dark energy source will quickly deplete. Hearing this, Cammy seemed impressed, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, "So, do you have any ideas on how to defeat them?" Malene confidently replied, "Of course I do." Deputy Headmistress Diana Olympia asked from the podium. "It seems like no one else has any questions." She reminded them once more before the upcoming exam. There are 3 more introductory dark magic classes left. In the first class, each group will present their hunting plan. You will have practical training, gaining experience through a simulated battle in the second class. And the third class next week will be the real battle. As for the rest of you, discuss strategies with your group members. If you have any questions, feel free to stand up and ask. Chi, brimming with curiosity, leaned forward and asked, "So what's the strategy you just mentioned?" Malene began to explain her plan. Listen, with a flourish, she conjured a brilliant stream of golden magic. Malene continued to explain, "This is basic dark magic." Then, with a simple snap of her fingers, just a flick of the wrist, a raging inferno of black fire erupted in midair. "Is that enough?" Malene asked. Witnessing this, Ditch was incredibly excited and asked, "Do you know how to use this spell already?" Simon, his eyes shining brightly, exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! You're truly Lehigh awesome." Malene smiled. Lowering her hand, the flames instantly vanished. Malene enthusiastically continued, "Now, let me explain my plan. First, I will directly confront the Cyclops and incinerate it with black fire. The 3 of you will support me with weakening spells, exhaustion spells on the Cyclops to slow it down. During that time, I will burn it to ashes." Suddenly, Ditch voiced his objection. "Wait, did you forget something important? Teamwork is also an evaluation criteria. You have the potential to excel, but we would be completely helpless in that situation. If so, we'll get a 0 on the teamwork portion." Merlin whirled around, coldly retorting, "Do you have a better suggestion?" Simon spoke up. "Well, Marlene, can you cast Blackfire and dodge Cyclops' attacks at the same time?" Marlene confidently affirmed, "Of course I can. Why would you ask such a silly question?" A sarcastic, suggestive tone followed. "Because we're afraid you're not capable enough." "Not capable enough? You fell behind and couldn't even make it across the valley. In combat magic class. Anything else?" Forgotten already, the words left Marlene flustered. "Well, yeah, but if my spell works, if I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered dodging." Dee stood up abruptly, bristling with indignation. "Hey, our expertise isn't in magic. You're the only one in our group who studied theology." The 2 were on the verge of a brawl. Cammy, sitting beside them, frantically intervened. "Oh no, stop, both of you, stop right now." Suddenly, everyone froze. Simon, the calmest among them, spoke, "All right, let's do this. Since we're allowed to summon creatures, I'll try to draw the Scylla's attention as much as possible. If Cammy and Dee can utilize your expertise, then please support me with everything you've got. Your plan is clear." "First, Cammy, what do you think? Can you do anything with your hematology skills?" Cammy responded with a gentle smile. "Hematology is the study of offensive methods and the ability to transform. So, I think it's best if I provide magical support." Simon turned to ask his classmate. Dee, sprawled on the desk, sighed dejectedly in response. "I can't do anything. I'll have to practice my skills to exhaustion all week." Vice Principal Diana Olympia, on the podium, finally spoke up. "Prepare a presentation on the strategy for attacking the Sly Club within 10 minutes. For the next lesson, the role of each member and the magical creatures you will use must be clearly presented in the presentation." Class dismissed. The class responded in unison. "Thank you, man." Dee rested his chin in his hand, looked towards Simon, and thought to himself, "Simon is actually quite clever sometimes. He handles things pretty well. He leads the group so naturally, too, and offering his own perspective. I have to admit, I'm a little envious myself. Maybe that's why he was given special admission." Suddenly, a figure rushed up from behind, throwing an arm around Simon and Cammy. Simon had heard a rumor that today's special at the cafeteria was hamburgers in limited quantities. "Really? Then let's hurry." Left behind, Malene yelled angrily. "Hey, wait for me!" she exclaimed indignantly. "Hey, how could you be so mean and leave me behind like this? You all get hamburgers and steak, and I get nothing. Then you should have kept up with us. I told you it was limited quantity." Lunch break ended. Back in the classroom, Malene was still sulking. "Oh, this is so frustrating." From the imposing lectern, a deep, authoritative voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. "All right, everyone, please settle down." The man at the lectern surveyed the room before asking, "Which class is this?" A student quickly stood up and replied, "Class A, sir." He nodded in satisfaction. "Is this the first time you've had a lecture with me?" The older gentleman, his hands bearing the marks of time, began his introduction with a slight tremor. "I am Lang Tao, and I will be your guide through the world of potions." "Lang Tao, your first-year potions professor," he emphasized. He continued, "Well then, let's begin our lesson. Everyone, please turn to page 1. Potions is not merely a subject, but the art of crafting and utilizing poison." Down in the classroom, almost half the students were already asleep, soft snores and muttered complaints of "so boring" filling the air. The professor's monotonous voice acted like a gentle lullaby. "You must learn to combine and arrange countless solutions." Ling Kai remained diligently focused. Completely absorbed in his work, he passionately lectured, explaining how to create a series of complex transformations, the fundamental hallmarks of poison making. "Now, let's attempt to concoct a low-level poison." A hush fell over the laboratory, everyone listening intently with wide-eyed fascination. "To successfully brew a poison," Professor Ling Kai said slowly, "you must measure the ingredients with absolute precision." Before he could finish, he was seized by a violent coughing fit, blood trickling from his lips. The horrifying scene sent the room into a panic, cries of "Professor" erupting from everywhere. Several students cried out in concern, "Teacher, you're overworking yourself. We'll finish the rest of the experiment. Please go and rest." But Lang Xiu struggled to sit up, each word a faint whisper. "I must teach." Just then, another teacher entered, speaking softly. "It's all right, let me take care of it." Professor Ling, weak and frail, left the podium. Then, "Thank you." It turned out, this woman was Professor Lang's teaching assistant, Francesca Bell. The teacher stood frozen at the podium, book in hand, for what felt like an eternity. Below, several students were still fast asleep, lost in their dreams. Franca Bellman's eyes darkened as she glared down at the slumbering faces. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she hurled the book in her hand, directly at the face of a sleeping student. The book flew like a kicked football, whizzing past Simon's face, creating a brief gust of wind. Franca Bellman slammed her hand on the desk, her shout booming like thunder. The entire class jolted awake, looking around in confusion. Sleepy faces were etched with bewilderment, some even with drool still clinging to their mouths. Furious, the teacher demanded, "How dare you sleep in front of a professor like this, Class A?" The class, terrified, quickly snapped to attention, their backs ramrod straight. Franca Bellman continued her scolding. "How could you slouch over your desks, sleeping so soundly during class? You call yourselves students of Kizen, yet you behave with such indiscipline." Franca Bellman's face was stern, her disappointment evident. "A reminder should still be delivered with a modicum of respect. Understood?" The class responded in unison. "Yes, ma'am. Please introduce yourself again." "I am Francesca Bellman, Professor Lang's teaching assistant. Today, I will be taking over this class for the professor. We will be practicing low-level potion brewing. You can put your books and notes aside." As soon as she finished speaking, all the necessary equipment appeared on each student's desk. Chemicals. Simon and Dee were both incredibly curious, picking up several tools to examine. The teaching assistant continued. "The key to crafting low-level potions isn't about precise measurements of ingredients or the order in which they are added, but in the brewer's flexibility, their ability to adapt throughout the process. Light the candle beneath the cauldron. When the water boils, add the key in, add the ingredients to the container." Suddenly, Mellon raised her hand. "Professor, how much should I add?" Francesca Bellman calmly replied, "The precise amount doesn't matter. Just keep adding until it feels right." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone began pouring chemicals into the water. In the blink of an eye, a pungent, foul odor arose, assaulting Simon's nose and making him dizzy. That smells awful." Ditch, on the other hand, exclaimed excitedly, "Yours turned green. Mine is blue." Francesca Bellman remarked, "If your solution has blue smoke rising from it, raise your hand." Ditch immediately raised his hand. The teaching assistant explained, "Those of you with blue smoke have created a poison that paralyzes the nervous system." She continued, "Now who has green smoke?" Many hands shot. "You've created a poison that causes intense headaches and hallucination. This will be very useful for you when facing experienced wizards or cunning necromancers. Simon's face was etched with surprise. Francesca Bellman continued, her voice warm and steady. This knowledge isn't written in any textbook. Even I never learned such a practical method. In preparatory class, those of you with green smoke, please remove your cloaks and place them on your chairs. The teaching assistants will replenish your ingredients. Francesca Bellman approached a student, then spoke in clear, instructive tone. Now, everyone, observe carefully. You'll see a thin layer of oil on the surface of the solution. Use your spoons to skim it off. Vegetable fatty acids will weaken the potency of the poison, so remove as much as you can. Once the oil is removed, stir the solution constantly. You must keep stirring until the solution thickens. The solution can solidify if the flame is too strong. So, be careful to adjust the intensity of the flame beneath. A student, looking anxious, raised their hand to speak. Professor, my poison has turned yellow. Is there a problem with that? Francesca Bellman smiled, offering praise. Excellent. Yellow indicates a poison of the highest quality among all poisons. You could sell such high-quality poison in Logi. The surrounding students gasped and applauded. That's amazing. So cool. Another student spoke up. My poison changed from blue smoke to green. Francesca Bellman replied, it seems the ingredients at the bottom of your cauldron have risen and altered the poison's properties. Then, she instructed her assistants. Please add more ingredients for this student. Suddenly, Dee leaned closer to Simon and whispered, Hey Simon, I think. Now I understand. The reason Professor Lang can still teach at Kizen is because of his incredibly talented teaching assistant. Simon nodded in agreement. Hearing the murmurs, Francesca Bellman asked, What's going on? Simon quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing. He quickly put the potion he had just concocted into a cute little bottle. Holding up his own potion, he suggested to Simon, Should we use this in the fight against Cyclops? I think it's best. We try everything we can. Simon responded enthusiastically. I was thinking the same thing, but Malene disagreed, coldly, interjecting, Terrible idea. That stuff won't do anything, you idiot. It's just a low-level poison, meaning it's completely useless against monsters of medium size or larger. Sheipshilunk is a medium-sized monster, so this poison won't work. Hearing this, Diwu suddenly understood the truth, and he ruffled his hair in frustration. Gosh, this is useless. Suddenly, Simon seemed to discover something, his eyes widening in surprise. His gaze landed on a specific page in the book. He realized this poison was made from liact mushrooms. Liact chicken mushrooms. Suddenly, Simon recalled something seemingly unbelievable. A dish his mother had cooked a few times. Simon hurriedly called out, Hey Malene. She turned around and asked, What's wrong? Look at this. Simon exclaimed with a look of astonishment. Malene, her face brightening, quickly asked Simon, Which page? He calmly replied, Page 254. The other two in the group still didn't understand what was going on, their heads filled with question marks. When Cammy saw what was written on that page, his expression also changed. It's this, Malene said to Simon. I think it will be, absolutely, as long as we're able to synthesize it. Simon and Ditch exclaimed in unison. Really? She extended her hand, pointing to a line of text filled with complex characters, and began to explain. Look, this poison has the effect of temporarily paralyzing the tendon system and causing muscle contractions. Nivea Malene excitedly continued. It's called Nivea Malene. It's a neurotoxin that weakens the muscles. It also says here that it's effective against small to medium-sized monsters, level 3 and above. If we use this against the side club, we could at least slow it down. Ditch exclaimed in admiration. It could be useful in amplifying the power of spells. Brilliant, Malene. Take a closer look at the page and tell me. How do we use it? It can be administered orally or applied to an open wound. We can injure the side club. Everyone in the group agreed. Yeah, that's a great idea. We can use a summoned creature to wound it, one person suggested. Then, we throw a vial of poison at it. That'll do the trick, another chimed in. Exactly. A perfect plan. Alright then, let's get started on making the poison. We can reserve the lab to use some cauldrons, so we can start brewing. The problem is the ingredients, Camry softly spoke, breaking the excitement. We can find some simple ingredients in Kizen, she continued, like leek mushrooms, for example, slime blood, and silk grapes. The last three will be hard to find. D clicked his tongue a few times. Tis. If I go to Logic and ask around, he said thoughtfully, I'm sure I can find all of those things. Simon exclaimed in surprise. Really? D confidently replied, Of course. So why don't we go right now? I'll go to Logic after class. Simon excitedly said, I'm in. Great. I can get this, that. The boy pointed to a drawing of a mushroom in the book and replied, "These are leek mushrooms. I used to see them a lot back in my hometown. They grow in Kizen too." Everyone curiously asked, "In Kizen? Where?" "In the Forbidden Forest." Hearing this location, everyone was astonished, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at him. Dichi excitedly waved his hands, frantically asking, "How do you know? How do you know? Wait, are you actually planning to go into the Forbidden Forest? What are you trying to get yourself into?" Simon calmly spoke up. "It's all right, it won't take long. Those mushrooms grow near the forest entrance, but it's pretty risky going to Procus. You could get punished, you know. At least I can do this much for the group." Dichi was so surprised he was speechless. Simon continued with a determined tone, "I'll definitely find them as quickly as possible before tomorrow." Cammy cried out in alarm. "Hey, a monster could attack you there, Cammy." Malene spoke up. "I just said it. It's dangerous. That's exactly why he shouldn't go alone. Two are always safer than one." Seeing this, Simon suggested, "All right, then let's go together. But we'll turn back immediately if we encounter any danger, okay?" Hearing his command, Malene said exasperatedly, "Oh my gosh, do we really need to say that?" Simon quickly delegated tasks to everyone in a clear and concise manner. "Okay, so you will go get Slim's blood and silk grapes. Malene will gather the basic ingredients and reserve a spot in the lab. Cammy and I will go get the liact mushrooms. We'll meet back at the lab in the evening with the ingredients." A perfect plan had been laid out. Everyone agreed. "Got it. Understood." But in the highest row of seats, a mysterious figure in a concealing outfit was watching Simon's group. His face was hidden behind the fabric, only half visible with a sinister smile as if plotting something. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and students poured out of the classrooms. The mysterious man quietly followed behind. A blonde boy called out, "Hey, Hector." Hearing his name, the blonde boy turned around. The mysterious figure spoke. "I have some useful information for you." Interested? Outside, the atmosphere grew still. Simon and Cammy entered the Forbidden Forest. Simon's voice echoed. "All right, we're here." "Holding a flashlight," he said. "Quickly grab it and come back, Cammy." The little girl enthusiastically nodded at Simon. "Okay." A few hours earlier, near a stable, Dee opened a door leading down to a secret tunnel. He said to Simon and Cammy, "You two can go this way. This is a secret tunnel very few people know about." Dee seemed to know it well. He instructed the guard near the Forbidden Forest, who had just finished his shift. "He won't be back for a while, but don't let your guard down. Hurry up." The other two nodded in understanding and thanked Dee. Simon said, "All right, see you later. Be careful." Dee returned to his post. The two resumed their interrupted conversation. Simon asked Cammy, "You seem excited?" Her face beaming, she replied, "Yeah, I love walking at night." Simon then remembered her vampire heritage and exclaimed, "Oh, right. Cammy's a vampire. Perhaps that's just his nature." Simon walked ahead, shining his light, as if trying to dispel the silence. Simon spoke first. "You like the night, don't you?" Cammy, walking behind, nodded in response. "Yes, the night is so peaceful and comfortable." "Really?" Cammy stopped suddenly. "Oh, Simon, I'm sorry for saying this so late, but thank you for helping me in combat magic class today." She recalled the incident that afternoon. "I couldn't climb up by myself. I looked around for help, but everyone ignored me. I thought to myself, Kizen is always this harsh, so this is to be expected. But then you appeared, the only one who—" Simon's warm hand extended, along with the offer. "Do you need my help?" She vividly remembered Simon in that moment, reaching out his hand. "I kept the word Zuko, as I don't understand its meaning in this context. It could be a proper noun or a local term." Simon humbly replied, "I just did what I should have done." Cammy approached Simon, her face flushed, believing that it was thanks to him doing what needed to be done that everything turned out so wonderfully. Simon felt quite proud of himself as well. "Really? I knew it." As Simon raised the lantern high, he suddenly spotted what he was looking for and exclaimed, "Oh, look, Cammy, little AK mushrooms. That's them. So many." Simon excitedly suggested, "We don't know how many we need, so let's just pick all of these, okay?" The two busily gathered mushrooms for a while, filling a whole basket. Simon was very satisfied. "That was quicker than I thought, huh?" Cammy suddenly asked, "By the way, I have something I wanted to ask you. Why did you come to Kizen, Simon?" Simon looked up, a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "Oh." Then he confessed, "I guess it was because of my parents at first. They always encouraged and supported me. Come home whenever you're too tired, son. You can do it, Simon." But when I stepped foot into the academy, I started to form my own thoughts and goals. Simon lifted his chin, his eyes sparkling with pride as he spoke of his dream. Moreover, after learning about summoning studies, I truly yearn to become a great necromancer. Unburdening his heart, Simon turned to ask Cammy, "What about you, Cammy?" Before she could answer, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the distance. "They're close." Simon reacted swiftly, grabbing Cammy's hand and pulling her into a run. "Run. We need to hide." They quickly ducked behind a large boulder. Outside, their pursuers continued to search relentlessly. They must be hiding somewhere around here. Good. Focus your search in this area. A large group of people surrounded them. They carried burning torches and even had hounds with them. Their bodies were completely covered, concealing any identifying features. Simon realized they were Jizen's guards. Cammy anxiously questioned the guard. Simon quietly explained the situation. "That's right, they're guarding the entire surrounding area. Kizen frequently patrols this forest or hunts monsters. If we get caught, even if it's during the student protection period, we won't get away with it." Hearing this, Cammy was terrified. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Cammy stammered, "But patrol time isn't for a while, is it?" Simon suddenly realized the imminent danger. This must be an emergency patrol, not a regular one. The Forbidden Forest. Something must have happened. By now, Cammy was in tears from fear. She whimpered in despair. "What are we going to do? What should we do?" Seeing Cammy's fear, Simon calmly placed a hand on her shoulder, gently reassuring her. "Cammy, look at me, listen closely. We can get out of here. I have a plan. Trust me and follow my instructions. You can do this, right?" "I can," Cammy replied as Simon rubbed a tiny skull-shaped charm, no bigger than a button, attached to his collar. He was trying to contact someone. "Ear, can you hear me?" Simon's voice echoed in the void. From somewhere, a raspy voice, like that of a skeleton, answered Simon's plea. "I hear you, kid. What's going on?" "I'm in a bit of trouble," Simon replied. "I'm afraid our legion needs to move." The two seemed to understand each other, without needing to say another word. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Cammy reported to Simon. "I've searched all the stones around here." "Thank you, Cammy. I'm finished on this side, too." Simon asked one more time. "Let's use everything we've got. Are you ready?" Overcoming his fear, Cammy responded, "Ready." Simon's gaze hardened. He commanded a walking skeleton. "Good. Hurry, go." The skeletal rat obediently followed the command. The guard dogs seemed to sense something amiss, barking ferociously. "Split into two groups and chase after it. The rest of you, keep searching." The skeleton darted past the guards, trying to distract them. They quickly noticed it. "There's another one. Chase it down, catch it." Seizing the opportunity, Simon grabbed Cammy's hand and continued to run. "Run faster." But those dogs are really clever. Once again, they barked in Simon's direction. Realizing they were being followed, Cammy panicked. "Simon, the dog." Simon calmly instructed Cammy. "Use a blood curse to control them. It'll be all right." Cammy quickly cast a spell. A tiny pink magic circle appeared on her hand. "Leave it to me." Cammy quickly turned around, directing the talisman-bearing hand towards the hounds. With lightning speed, the talisman's power spread, forming an invisible barrier, halting their advance. The hounds collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. However, their actions had alerted the nearby guards. "Found them! Seize them!" A guard roared in command. Another guard, with a sharp gaze and a cruel expression, spoke up. "They've run into the forest. Loose arrows." As soon as the words left his mouth, a volley of sharp arrows flew towards the two. Cammy cried out in panic. "Simon, arrows! Real arrows! What do we do now?" Simon calmly turned back, reassuring her. "Don't worry, everything will be all right." "They've seen our uniforms," Simon affirmed. "I'm certain they're still with Kizen. They won't harm us." The guards roared furiously. "Halt! Stop running!" Simon clenched his fist and said coldly, "As if you could stop us." Immediately after, an invisible wall blocked their path. The guards were horrified. "What the hell is this?" "Be careful. It could be some kind of magic." But they persisted in their search, showing no signs of giving up. "We've lost them. They can't have gone far. Search quickly." Simon and Cammy suddenly arrived at the edge of a steep cliff. The path ahead completely disappeared. Below was a dizzying drop into a deep abyss of water. Looking around, Simon turned to Cammy and asked, "Do you remember the leap technique we learned in combat magic class? Do you think you can do it?" Cammy was terrified, afraid to look down into the chasm. She turned back to Simon, trembling as she spoke. "No, I can't do it, Simon. You go on ahead." Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she still managed to smile. "I'll be fine, even if I'm caught. I won't betray you." Hearing these words, Simon was deeply moved by Cammie's loyalty. Without another word, he suddenly scooped Cammie up into his arms. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that," she gasped, her voice a worried whisper. Seeing Simon lunge forward, she screamed in fear, "Wait! Don't!" Ignoring her panicked cry, Simon pressed on. He jumped resolutely across the chasm. Like a superhero, Simon soared through the air with Cammie in his arms. They hung suspended for what felt like an eternity. Then, miraculously, they landed safely. Simon softly called Cammie. She slowly opened her eyes, still terrified. Like a true gentleman, Simon knelt and gently placed her on the ground. He asked with concern, "Cammie, are you all right?" She remained motionless, still reeling from the experience. Cammie's eyes were wide with panic, her gaze vacant. Seeing her silence, Simon grew worried, sweat beading on his forehead. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Cammie choked out a few broken words, her voice trembling with emotion. I thought I was going to be kidnapped." Looking at the innocent girl before him, Simon was momentarily speechless. Was she still thinking about sacrificing herself, even though it terrified her so much? Suddenly, Cammie burst into tears, sobbing, thank you for saving me." "I only did what any friend would do," Simon replied, a thoughtful expression lingering on his face. Simon suggested, "I think we've lost those guards. Let's head back to school. We might need to take a detour. Are you okay?" Cammie wiped her tears, determined. "I can walk. I'm fine." Cammie looked at Simon with heartfelt gratitude, saying earnestly, "Thank you again. So much, Simon." Under the silent night sky, the two young people, hand in hand, made their way through the dense forest. Cammie hesitated, a mix of worry and anxiety in her voice. Are we lost?" Simon calmly reassured her, "No, we're not. I think we're going the right way." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. In the stillness and pitch-black darkness, fear seemed to consume everything. Cammie whispered, "Simon, I hear something." Florentia seemed indifferent to it. He mumbled dismissively, "Probably just owls," but Cammie insisted it wasn't. She was sweating, her voice trembling. "It's not owls, it's people." Only then did Simon truly believe what Cammie had said. He replied, "Yeah, I think the sound is coming from over there." They both tiptoed towards the source of the noise. The sight before them left them horrified, speechless. Terrified, Cammie clutched Simon's sleeve. She stammered, Simon, we have to run." Along with the horrifying image before them, a sinister voice echoed, "I will spare you." Cammie seemed haunted by the terrifying sight. She sobbed, burying her face in Simon's chest. Simon comforted Cammie, trying to calm her down. Chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Why is it here? But we're in Kizen on Slope Fire Island. Ow! The thing that terrified Cammie, that could terrify him so much, it was the gruesome image of a woman, crucified on an ancient cross. Below, a bull's head and a pig's head were impaled on sharp spears, creating a scene thick with the stench of blood. The ghostly voice from before echoed once more, coldly proclaiming, "Destruction, destiny, omnipotence, Mother Mary." Simon wondered aloud, what is that cross for? Mother Mary. Only humans and divinities possess a halo. Simon suddenly noticed a priest kneeling in prayer below. The praying man kept muttering, "Halo, halo." Suddenly, the man's sharp, dangerous gaze met Simon's, who was hiding and observing. Startled, Simon shoved Cammie forward, yelling, "Cammie, run away." But escape wouldn't be that easy. A fierce, swirling gust of wind blocked their path. Despite the perilous situation, Simon held Cammie tightly, staring at the cross, radiating a terrifying dark energy. He exclaimed in disbelief, "A priest wielding dark energy?" But a different thought struck Simon. It wasn't a priest who had infiltrated Rock Island, but a traitor within the Kizen ranks. The priest's identity was becoming clear. Cammie had witnessed everything. Still trembling, she spoke to Simon. "That priest, he wields both dark energy and holy power," Simon replied. "I think he's the traitor. Those two powers are diametrically opposed. You know that," Simon added. He squeezed Cammie's hand tightly. "I don't know what's going on, but one thing's for sure." Simon pulled Cammie, and they ran for their lives, leaving behind the evil that was about to ensnare them. Simon gritted his teeth and continued, "If they catch us, they'll kill us on the spot." Chains whipped past Cammie. They were the demonic priest's weapons. Seeing them, Simon yelled, "Cammie, get down." The chains grazed Simon's shoulder. The pain was excruciating, but he gritted his teeth and kept running. Unfortunately, Cammie's legs were bound tightly by chains as hard as steel. Simon spun around in a panic, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Cammie. He was stunned to see her captured. Terror was etched on her face. Bound by the chains, Cammy was dragged ruthlessly towards him. The man yanked on the chains, pulling Cammy along like a lifeless object. He tied Cammy to an ancient tree. His actions were brutal, devoid of pity or hesitation. He remained terrifyingly silent, not uttering a single word. His entire body remained concealed beneath a mysterious black cloak, his identity a complete enigma. He continued to swing the chains, relentlessly pursuing Simon. Simon ran for his life, each step feeling like 1,000 pounds. In a flash, the sharp chains descended like a tempest. He stared at them in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Simon knew running was no longer an option. He decided to unleash his ultimate move. A gleaming sword materialized in his hand, solid as rock. Simon swung the sword, deflecting the chains that were hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. He unleashed a slash of terrifying power, creating a swirling vortex of energy. He thought he could at least put up a fight, but unexpectedly, his sword snapped in two. The chain, though momentarily severed, instantly reconnected itself. The situation became extremely critical. Just as the chain was about to finish Simon off, he quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow, his hand clenched behind his back, as if chanting some secret incantation. I bestow upon you the power of darkness. A pitch-black sphere materialized. Take hold of it. With that, he swung his arm, launching the dark energy in his hand. Before that, Simon had shouted, "Reveal yourself!" But the power he gave to his enemy was completely useless. He easily dodged the attack, as effortlessly as brushing off dust. And in response to Simon, he launched his own attack. Sharp chains rose and hovered in midair. By now, Simon was starting to feel exhausted. He stood up, looking at his opponent with a puzzled expression. Clearly, this guy was much stronger than Simon. His moves looked incredibly formidable. Tens of thousands of holy crosses suddenly materialized, surrounding him. Faced with this overwhelming power, Simon could only stand rooted to the spot. Then he suddenly spoke, as if talking to someone invisible. "I don't think I can handle him on my own." As soon as he finished speaking, Simon twisted the button on his chest. This strange action made his opponent stare at him in confusion. And it seemed that inside that skull-shaped button, a mysterious soul was residing. Indeed, the soul suddenly emerged amidst a violent whirlwind. It was a dark entity with a terrifying appearance. The soul, looking like a skeleton, spoke. "You all right, kid? You're no match for this one right now. Step aside." Simon gasped for breath, replying, "I understand, Fear." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fear let out a cruel laugh. He roared with excitement. "It's been too long since I've had a real fight." An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the air. Amidst the chaos, Simon darted towards Cammy with lightning speed, catching her as she fell. He frantically called her name. "Cammy. Cammy, wake up. Are you okay?" Cammy was unconscious, completely unresponsive. Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she's not seriously injured. Carrying Cammy on his back, he maintained contact with the dark spirit. "Hey, Fear, that darkness. What's the situation?" Fear responded in a grave tone. "It's tough. He's incredibly powerful, even using only dark energy. He's probably reached the master level." He spoke with a hint of manic glee. "If my power wasn't sealed, ha ha ha." While the dark spirit was engaged in a fierce battle, Simon spoke up, suggesting, "Kuya, I have an idea. Listen to me." After listening to Simon's plan, Phil burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I see, kid. You're Richard's son. You're bound to have clever ideas." As soon as he finished speaking, Phil unleashed his power, creating a violent tremor. Even from a distance, Simon could feel it, and was significantly affected. "That way. After them. Release the hounds." The sound of barking dogs echoed through the forest. Simon carried Cammy on his back, both of them covered in wounds, escaping the pursuit of Kizen's guards, and the priest with a look of triumph. "We did it. Hey, don't chase the priest anymore. Come back." Fear appeared from behind. "You tricked the guards? I'm proud of you, kid." Simon looked back and asked, "Kuya, are you all right?" "Don't worry. This is nothing. But it seems that girl needs our help more urgently." Simon sighed. Cammy was being carried on his back. Ever since the attack by the priest, his companion had sustained considerable injuries. The young man couldn't help but worry about her. Seeing their predicament, Fear suddenly grabbed Simon by the collar and lifted him into the air. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Simon stared, eyes wide, mouth agape. Huh, I didn't know you could heal wounds. The giant easily placed Simon on one shoulder, while his other arm scooped up the unconscious Kami. Feyre replied with confidence. I can't heal, but I can get you out of this forest in no time. Simon was astonished. How? Before he could finish his question, Feyre stunned Simon with his incredible speed. Feyre, using his fastest speed, rushed out of the forest, laughing heartily as he ran. Wahaha! Hold on tight, we're going lightning speed. A thick cloud of white smoke was left behind. Simon was both terrified and screaming his lungs out. Nearing their destination, Faye gently dropped Simon and Kami. Alright, from here, you two walk. Faye seemed to sense something unusual, rubbing his chin and muttering with a suspicious look. That's odd. There seems to be a lot of detection magic around here. I don't think I should go any deeper. Simon stood frozen, his hair standing on end, covered in injuries. He held Kami close, forcing a wry smile. Thank you, Faye. You just saved our lives. You really don't know what you've got till it's gone. Mission accomplished. Faye turned, waved goodbye to Simon, and walked away. I just made a pact with you, so I wouldn't want to lose a valuable ally like you. Now, take care of yourselves. Simon watched Faye's back disappear into the distance. You too. Simon looked down at Kami nestled in his arms. His face battered and bruised. Simon wondered aloud. What am I going to do now? He agonized. Was there any way to go back to the way things were? But where can I take Kami to get her treated? They're going to ask how she got hurt like this. If I take her to the infirmary, we'll be in serious trouble. If what happened today gets out, that priest might have seen our faces. He'll know why we became traitors. Simon was completely lost. Then he looked at Kami, a new resolve in his eyes. She needs to be treated by someone we can trust. A sign on the door read, Night duty, please knock. A voice called out from inside. The door opened to reveal a busy female assistant. What are you doing here at this hour? She asked, then paused. Her expression shifted from questioning to concern. Simon's pale and frantic face unsettled her. It turned out she was the very assistant Simon I'd like to ask for your help with. A small issue that came up during the dorm assignments meeting. Standing before her were two students, covered in blood and injuries, one of them unconscious. Simon pleaded, his voice urgent. Please, you have to help us. She shot up, startled. What happened? Female students aren't allowed near the male dormitories. I know, but this is an emergency. Simon replied. Her assistant approached cautiously, a confused look on her face. Wait, is he injured? Shouldn't you take him to the infirmary? Why bring him here? I can't. Simon answered helplessly. It's complicated. I can't explain everything right now. But please, I need your help. Simon's plea caught her off guard, filling her with surprise and a touch of curiosity. Simon bowed his head, pleading with the assistant. Please help him here. The boy's earnest voice and pleading manner flustered her slightly. Confusion was evident on her face. She silently observed the two pitiful students before her, her heart filled with sympathy. Although she knew it was against regulations, the nurse sighed, seemingly acquiescing to the boy's request. Refusing him would leave her conscience burdened with guilt. She drew back the curtain and gently laid Kami down on the bed. You should tend to her first. Simon, thank you. While caring for Kami, the nurse asked Simon, who was sitting in the waiting area, what happened, Simon? Most of her injuries are just scrapes and minor bruises. But this one, she was cut by something sharp. A deep gash ran down the middle of Kami's thigh. The teacher had to use a cotton ball soaked in antiseptic to gently clean the wound. The nurse assumed that they had a run-in with other students and offered some advice. If you have any disagreements with other students, try to resolve them within the student protection period. I've learned one thing from this job. Students here will do anything to survive, even if it means resorting to despicable acts or endangering themselves and those around them. Upon hearing this, his hands clenched into fists. No, I didn't fight. He quickly defended himself. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal the details. Inside the partitioned room, the teacher remained silent, but her expression softened, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She drew back the curtain and stepped out. If you say so, I won't pry any further. But I need to examine your injuries. Please roll up your sleeves. Yes, ma'am, Simon replied. She opened the medical kit. Inside were only a few basic first aid supplies. She didn't know what had happened, but his well-being was her priority. You need to take care of your health. Worry about yourself before thinking about surviving in Kizen. As she deftly bandaged Simon's wounds, she gently reminded him. Do you understand? She asked softly. Simon nodded slightly, replying with a quiet yes. She continued her instructions, her voice full of concern. The injured girl's wounds aren't too serious, so I'll ask a student I trust to look after her. Thank you very much. Simon bowed his head in sincere gratitude. We'll never forget what you've done. You're acting quite different today. The assistant seemed a little surprised, holding her kit in one hand as she replied, I'm happy to help. You should go get some rest, Simon said, standing up and politely bidding her farewell. Sorry for bothering you at this hour. The assistant watched as Simon disappeared into the night. As the door closed, she put her hands on her hips and sighed deeply. I wonder, she murmured, how long he can last in this harsh place. Someone like her is a rare talent in Kizen. The door bursts open. Simon, I'm back. A loud voice boomed. Dyke rushed in, throwing his arms around Simon, sobbing uncontrollably. Simon was taken aback. Dyke anxiously bombarded him with questions. Luo, are you all right? Are you okay? What about Cammy? Simon replied. We're both fine. Calm down. We were chased by the guards and got separated. What about you? Where's Malene? Dyke collapsed to the ground, tears welling up as he began to explain. The guards were after us too. It was really hard to sneak in. They don't usually patrol at this hour. I spoke to Malene. I told her about the guards, and she suggested we postpone making the medicine until tomorrow. Postpone until tomorrow? Simon's face fell at the news, a pang of guilt washing over him. Are you seriously asking that? She must have stayed up late waiting for us. Dyke already went to see Malene and told her about it. She rubbed her chin, a worried expression on her face. She seemed a bit upset, but she was understanding when I mentioned the guards. Tell me everything. While they were talking, Simon changed out of his dirty clothes, hung them on a hook, and then asked another question. So, Cammy went back to her room, right? We should go to bed. Dyke quickly flipped the light switch. Simon's already in bed. I'm turning off the lights, okay? The room was finally plunged into silence and darkness. But our protagonist was still troubled by what had happened in the forest. He worried about Cammy, about what she had just experienced. I'm used to seeing people pray many times, because my mother is a nun. But Cammy seemed really shaken up. Before drifting off to sleep, he made an important decision. Tomorrow, I need to have a serious talk with Cammy, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a puff of rosy pink air appeared before him. Cammy beamed a bright smile, radiant as the morning sun. Good morning, Simon. Her dainty little wings gently brushed against her adorable face, making him break out in a cold sweat. He cautiously asked Cammy, Are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, she replied, her voice a bit hesitant. Cammy fidgeted, her hands nervously clasped together as she stammered. Last night, it felt like a dream. A dream? Simon echoed, a little confused. Her large, sparkling eyes and her expression seemed perfectly normal. Cammy replied, Well, we walked together under the night sky, picked mushrooms, and were chased. And then scary things happened. It was all like a dream. At first, the dream was beautiful, but then it turned into a nightmare, right? Maybe that's why. Last night felt so unreal. Cammy excitedly recounted the previous night's events as if it were a fantastic dream. Simon was surprised by her response, as well as her reaction to everything. He thought to himself, could it be she sees last night as just a wild dream, because everything was just too incredible? If so, it would be easier for her than having to cope with such a huge shock. With that thought, he placed his hand on her shoulder, causing Cammy to blush suddenly. Cammy, listen. He gripped her shoulder tighter and seriously recounted what happened last night. That priest escaped as soon as he noticed the guards. They might have seen my face, but they definitely didn't see yours. She just mumbled softly. Don't tell anyone about last night's dream, he continued, and just act like everything is normal. Don't worry, I'll find out who that priest is. Me too, she quickly replied. I want to help you too. She leaned closer to Simon, her voice filled with determination. I will definitely help you. This has already happened to both of us. Simon looked at Cammy, studying the expression on her face. A faint blush crept across Cammy's face, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. Her large eyes shone with determination, a resolute glint in their depths. A smile revealed two cute little canines, making it hard for anyone to refuse her. You won't leave me alone, will you? He stammered, All right, but you don't have to do anything right now. When the time is right, I'll ask for your help. Having received the answer she wanted, Cammy cheerfully bid Simon farewell and turned to leave. Leave it to me. Simon scratched his head in confusion. Okay, I'll do my best. One problem solved, another one arose. He stared helplessly at the small potted plant in front of him. The teacher's words echoed in his ears, deepening his frustration. In a quiet classroom, the teacher's voice rang out. Last time I noticed, too many students relying on regulating devices. So, this time we will learn a simpler incantation. Today's lesson will be the teleportation curse. It utilizes a special formula, allowing dark energy to be focused onto a specific object and forming the basis for all types of sorcery. Our objective today is to move this magic circle through space without using any assistive devices. The professor gestured as he lectured his students. During today's lesson, the potted plant, before you will bloom when it absorbs enough dark energy. Use the curse transference technique to make it bloom. Simon clutched the pot, his eyes fixed on the sapling. He began to cast the spell. An object suddenly flew out of the magic circle, hitting Simon in the head. Afterward, Simon managed to create a second circle, but it was warped and distorted. Then, with a pop, his circle exploded. The magic dissipated into a liquid form, splattering on the ground. Di-Chi, sitting beside him, asked worriedly, "Simon, are you all right?" Completely drained, Simon hung his head in dejection. He vowed to defeat the Zoe Club next week, no matter the cost. But then, surprisingly, a black-gloved hand rested on his shoulder. Simon heard Professor Amaga's warm, concerned voice. "How's it going?" He looked up. Professor Amaga smiled brightly, asking Simon, "Have you tried practicing it?" Simon politely replied, "Yes, Professor. I've tried, but I haven't succeeded yet." Seeing Simon struggle, Professor Amaga encouraged, "Try using your core." "But I don't have any experience controlling a core, sir. That's why your dark energy isn't stable enough, and the spell's circle can't fully form." Professor Amaga chuckled, his eyes both affectionate and encouraging. He patted Simon's shoulder gently. "No one teaches you how to control your core. At Kizen, it's considered fundamental knowledge. Besides, everyone's control method is different." Suddenly, a profound realization dawned upon him, and he let out a surprised "oh." The professor spoke unexpectedly. "Allow me to do something." Immediately after those cryptic words, Simon was astonished to feel his body undergoing strange transformations. The professor's voice echoed in his ears like a magical whisper. "Curses are often seen as a misfortune, a source of destruction. But as an expert in this field, I must say that's a regrettable misconception." Simon started to ask the professor about this, but the professor cut him off before he could voice his question. "We're using a special type of sensory amplification curse to maximize all of your senses. In this way, a curse can become a tool, a guiding beacon for lost students, helping them find their own path. Now focus intently. Take a deep breath and hold the mana from the outside air within your body. We will activate the mana using your magic core." Simon closed his eyes, focusing his senses. "Oh, there's only one point with an unusual mana flow." The professor's voice was gentle and warm. "Do you feel any difference? Your dark energy is different from others. If you simply think about releasing it, that's not enough. What you need to do is develop your mana channels. Forget about the concepts of changing, transforming, or modulating. Imagine your energy core as a living being. You have to soothe it, calm it, before you can control it. Patiently wait until the dark energy naturally emanates." Simon seemed to have grasped a crucial truth. His eyes widened, jaw dropping in astonishment. He stared at the deep blue-violet energy core before him. With everything explained, the professor gave a bright smile. "Now it's your turn. Don't try to control it with force. Let everything happen naturally." Simon politely replied, "Yes, Professor." Then Simon closed his eyes. He tried to sense his own deep blue-violet energy core. The professor encouraged, "Good. You're doing great. If you perform exceptionally well, I'll reduce the backlash to 50%. There's one more secret. Dark energy tends to remember its own flow, just like how our hands operate. If that flow is repeated hundreds, thousands of times, the dark energy will automatically recreate that action without relying on your conscious mind anymore. Therefore, good habits and constant practice are crucial." "All right," the professor said to Simon. "Next, let's try casting a curse." The professor looked at Simon reassuringly. "I'll help you. Don't worry too much." Simon stared intently at the lone potted plant. Anxiety etched on his face. The professor's encouragement eased some of his unease. The professor leaned in close to Simon, whispering, "Use your method to cast the magic circle." "Yes, Professor," Simon replied respectfully. Simon took a deep breath and tried again. Witnessing the entire process, the professor continuously encouraged and motivated Simon. He patiently guided the boy on how to activate his latent energy source. Suddenly, the charcoal purple energy core began to glow brightly, then exploded. The lone sapling in the small pot unexpectedly bloomed, bursting forth with vibrant life. The tiny flower rapidly grew into a colossal tree, leaving Simon and all the other students utterly astonished. Everyone was stunned and awestruck by the miraculous sight. The professor smiled with satisfaction, as if everything had gone according to plan. The students, still in disbelief, turned to the professor in unison. "What just happened?" they asked, bewildered. The professor wanted his students to witness firsthand and experience this wonder. "Isn't it magnificent?" he remarked. Then, turning to Simon, he solemnly declared, "This is your special ability." Simon, confused and unsure of what was happening, stammered, "Special ability?" The professor continued to explain. "Precisely. I merely helped you safely unlock your dormant power. You just witnessed your own unique capability, an immense potential in the near future. Your dark energy is truly extraordinary. Simon Florinia, I want you to think about this carefully. What's the best way to showcase your talent? And which path should you follow to best harness this unique dark energy?" Simon, amazed by his own power, immediately wondered and called out to the professor. "Professor, could you advise me on the curse I just cast?" The professor listened intently, lost in thought, then smiled a gentle, spring-like smile. "You have a commendable mindset, Simon," the professor said. "You're able to self-reflect without being arrogant or complacent. That's excellent, but..." The professor's expression turned serious. "I think your curse needs more emotion." Simon looked confused. "What do you mean by emotion? Like when you commanded that undead creature?" Suddenly, the professor's face became frightening, just for a moment. Then he smiled again, as usual, and said to Simon, "Yes, something like that." Then the professor patted Simon's head. "Emotion is the key, the deciding factor between success and failure in black magic." Simon looked like he'd lost his soul, completely dazed, after witnessing his teacher's terrifying, haunting expression. Outwardly, he forced a smile, thanking his teacher. "Thank you, teacher." But inside, Simon was filled with unease, anxiously wondering what was that. Teacher's expression just now was horrifying. The professor sternly warned, "Remember what I just said? This is the last time I'll repeat it." Suddenly, a student raised their hand, calling out to Professor Bayan. The professor turned, asking, "Yes?" The student replied, "Professor, could you assist me for a moment? Making these trees bloom is proving to be quite difficult." The professor simply smiled and replied, "Ah, I see. Expecting everything to be handed to you is the mindset of the lazy. Just keep trying." The student sat down, embarrassed, stammering, "Why yes, I'm sorry." Simon, now filled with joy, looked at his hands and smiled. "I've finally managed to control my ability. I need to master this skill before time runs out." During extracurricular hours, a student's earnest request for private tutoring was flatly refused by the teacher. Dee turned to Cammy, calling out his name repeatedly. "Hey Cammy, hey Cammy, have you noticed lately that the professor seemed to be unusually biased towards Simon?" "Really? Professor Bayan just now seemed to really favor him. Probably thanks to that henna." "No, Simon has already mastered the curse transfer spell." Cammy looked at Simon, a hint of suspicion and worry in his eyes. "Now look at Professor Hong Pong. Suck in your stomach. Don't forget this time." "Why, yes. I'm sorry, Professor." "Wrong. Professor Hong Pong is truly dedicated to Simon. It's like she's giving him private lessons, constantly correcting his posture, making Simon feel embarrassed. Hong Pong meticulously adjusts his posture, even carefully positioning his feet. The two boys watched with bewildered expressions. "Now, use your toes as a firm base." "Yes, ma'am." Whoosh! Simon held his stance and executed a high kick. That kick was incredibly powerful, truly destructive force. "Well done." "Really?" "Yes." However, you only executed the turn well. Your 4 basic stances still have many flaws. Your eyes need to be focused on the target. You also need to utilize your lower back correctly. Furthermore, your heel needs to pivot more deeply. When you kicked, you released too much dark energy. "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful." "Oh, it's all right. You did very well, Simon. Just keep practicing." "Thank you." "Oh my. With that attitude, you dare call yourself a student of Kizen? Stop whining and try to impress the professor." "I'm not whining, just wondering. Besides, what right do you have to tell me that? You're also considered a problem student because last time you almost passed out from messing up the summoning spell." He's so naive that he actually made it work. Jiao Chan's disciple. frozen stiff. I haven't caused any trouble today. Have you talked to him yet? Let me tell you this much. She totally sees you as a troublemaker. Cammy sat between them, helpless amidst their argument. 7/3 is the same as 3, just stop arguing. You're wrong. Keep it up, and I'll give you another nickname. Whatever. Hey Simon, come and show me some moves. Me? You're the one who's good at combat magic. The professor won't help me. That's why I need your help. I understand. Since I have to fight Kai in the assessment, I need you to help me increase my speed. That way we'll both get a higher score. You don't have to explain so much. I'll teach you. Don't worry. Let's start practicing the stances then. Thank you. Hearing that, Simon sat down to observe. Malene threw a few punches, but her body was stiff. His limbs were stiff, making him look like a wooden puppet. She left everyone stunned by his clumsiness. I see. First of all, you're too rigid. You're clearly lacking confidence. Try to relax your body and strike a natural pose. Left foot back slightly, not too much. Just a little with the left foot. That's a bit too far. Lightly clench your fist and punch straight forward. Hold that position. Don't move your feet. Wrong position again. Exactly. Focus the dark energy in your waist and hold it there. How can you be so clumsy? Everyone watching was left speechless. I can't believe someone could be so unskilled. Then shift your weight to the balls of your feet and pivot. This is just painful to watch. Such a pretty face, but so incredibly clumsy. No, that's not right. It's like when you use your core strength to rotate your body. As you turn, imagine the dark energy at the back of your thighs. Why can't you get any higher? Oh no, that's too high. A little lower. How about here? That's my knee. You damn old woman. I'm not naked, am I? I'm wearing sweatpants. Touch me, go on, touch me. A terrifying silence suddenly filled the air. The words, touch me, echoed through the mountains. Why isn't anyone answering? What's going on? Are they secretly dating or something? She told him to touch her. That's so weird. Focus your dark energy on this spot. When you turn, shift it over here. Simon was patiently instructing the young girl. When you turn, shift it to this side, Malene. If you want to clear up a misunderstanding, it's best to appear indifferent instead of getting defensive. Silence is golden. Try doing what I just showed you. Let's see. Malene throws a kick. Definitely a huge improvement. But before she could savor the moment, she falls flat on her face. Huh? Are you okay? Even though you fell, you've improved so much, huh? There's still a long way to go, but overall it's pretty good. Whoa, you just showing Malene some moves, Simon. That kick you just did was amazing. Could you teach me? One hit and that ditzy, messy-haired girl would be knocked out cold. What's wrong with that guy? Today's lesson is about regenerative abilities. The Skotan's greatest advantage is its extraordinary self-healing ability. Artia waved his hand slightly. Swirling gusts of wind rushed in, leaving the students wide-eyed in amazement. The principle of regeneration isn't complicated. The fractured skeleton suddenly became whole again, even if the Skotan's body is fragmented. Due to an extremely powerful force, its bones still retain residual dark energy. While explaining, the teacher demonstrated by breaking the Skotan's bones. You just need to activate that point and maximize the attraction. The force that will pull the bone fragments back into their original structure. Alright, now let's begin practicing. Chaos immediately erupted. A group was flung into the air by Konskatan, while the others struggled to hold their ground. Amidst the perilous situation, the bony beast still trembled, but Simon remained remarkably calm, unfazed. Malene spoke first, breaking the silence. You think you can get through this with that lazy attitude? 90 seconds, and it's all over. You're really good at this. But don't get cocky just because of your resilience. Haven't you forgotten our promise? How could I forget? Don't worry. No matter what, my score will be higher than yours, just as long as you remember. If I can do question 20, I'll get a 90 on this subject. Question 20 of Summoning Studies. You mean the test in Professor Yunha's class? On the last page, right? That one's easy, definitely. Even without the prep class, you can solve it. So what was your score? 1,200,146? How in the world did you come up with that number? Simon, Florentia, what are you two doing? Oh no, he caught us. Both of their faces paled with fear. I've already restored the skeleton. So I'm reviewing the material to prepare for the next lesson. The teacher's face darkened as he stared at his two students. See me after class. Simon and Florentia's faces fell even further. I'm sorry. The classroom is now empty, not a soul in sight. The teacher and the two students sat facing each other in the silent room. The teacher crossed his legs, closed his book, and spoke coldly. Follow me. There are a few things I absolutely detest, and one of them is students who pretend to be diligent and willing, but fail to absorb anything from my lectures. Do you mean I have to bring out my Ms. Tongue? Yes. Snaps his fingers with a Thanos-like flourish. Ms. Tongue appears, shattered into pieces. Restore her right here, right now. Click, click. Ms. Tongue is gradually reassembled, piece by piece. You seem to have a real knack for this healing spell. In that case, I'll teach you a more advanced technique. Weren't you going to scold me for spacing out? What? What are you talking about? Aaron, a cigarette dangling from his lips, pointed at Simon and said coldly, "This is extra tutoring. Let me be clear to avoid any misunderstanding. A professor's responsibility is to provide additional training, to nurture students, to achieve excellence, to surpass what's learned in ordinary classes." Simon, eyes sparkling, clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Professor Aaron is truly both handsome and kind." Witnessing Simon's cheesy display, a blatant disregard for shame, Aaron sighed and said, "Just get to work. Don't make me stay late." Simon enthusiastically replied, "Yes, sir." Before him was a skeletal figure with a massive horn protruding from its skull, clad in cold, iron armor, a majestic greatsword strapped to its back, a vibrant red scarf wrapped around its neck, accompanied by a mysterious green energy, emanating from its spine like a smoldering, eerie flame. Simon, witnessing the spectacle, was thrilled beyond words, exclaiming, "Magnificent!" Aaron extended a hand towards the skeleton, unleashing a surge of magic, causing the bones to begin disintegrating. Aaron's gaze hardened, a chilling aura emanating from him. As he focused all his power on the target before him, the bone fragments shifted, producing a chilling, rattling sound. Under the force of Aaron's magic, the skeleton crumbled into separate pieces. These bone fragments levitated around Aaron, as if awaiting his command. Aaron continued, his voice calm and steady. He instructed Simon, as he usually did in class, meticulously conveying his knowledge. "This is an offensive skill that utilizes bone regeneration," Aaron explained, extracting bone fragments and launching them at terrifying speeds, like a volley of sharp arrows fired in rapid succession. Bone fragments shot out, embedding themselves deeply into the tree trunk ahead with tremendous force. "Bone pierce," Aaron stated calmly, contrasting with Simon's astonished expression. Simon was utterly shocked by the power of the skill. "But now, pity the poor squirrel," Aaron said with a smirk. The unfortunate squirrel, peacefully perched on the tree, was startled by Aaron's display. It fled for its life, its spirit nearly leaving its body. It was unclear whether Aaron had a vendetta against squirrels, or if the squirrel was simply incredibly unlucky. Then, Aaron manipulated his magic power, sweeping his hand downwards. He controlled the bone fragments, driving them into the ground, blocking the squirrel's escape route. Aaron's tone remained calm and collected as he continued his lesson, and a binding skill also utilizing bone regeneration called bone prison. The bone fragments, under Aaron's control, formed a sturdy cage, trapping the small squirrel inside. And the moment Aaron finished his chant, a terrifying wave of killing intent suddenly appeared, spreading throughout the surrounding space. Aaron stretched out his hand, and bone fragments continued to fly towards him under his control. The scene was like a superhero transforming their hand. Aaron's body was covered by a layer of solid bone armor, rapidly changing. It was identical to the skeleton that Simon had seen the professor show him earlier. Now, Aaron had completely transformed into that form. Simon was as excited as a kid who'd just gotten canned, repeatedly exclaiming, "That's so cool. This is bone armor." Depending on the Necromancer's ability, the skeleton can transform into weapons, prisons, or armor. As soon as he finished speaking, the armor on Aaron's arm gradually disappeared. Soon after, Aaron returned to his original form. The professor sternly warned Simon, "All the dark magic skills that I just taught you are all applications of the reconstruction technique. Do you understand?" Simon quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Aaron crossed his arms, his words carrying a hint of praise, but his expression remained stoic. "Reconstruction techniques are taught in year 2, but you've already grasped the fundamentals. That's why I've chosen a few skills to personally guide you on. I'll show you how to apply them effectively." Simon's face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fists. "Thank you, Professor Aaron." Aaron spoke. "For now, focus on the bone-piercing skill." Raising an index finger, Aaron continued. First, you need to correct a habit you have when using reconstruction. Simon echoed in confusion. Correct a habit, sir. Precisely. The key to reconstruction is manipulating the skeleton to the exact position you desire. But when you use it, you solely concentrate on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the entire skeleton to fully regenerate from the skull and then start moving from the very beginning, you must use your will to have the skeleton regenerate directly at the desired location. Simon lowered his head, gazing intently at his hand. There, a mystical magical source flickered as if beckoning. He remembered Kia's words, exactly the same, and he was certain he could apply the same method as when controlling. Simon closed his eyes, clenching his palm tightly. He felt like he was on the table and sensed the magical energy emanating from his body, enveloping each shattered bone fragment. The bone fragments seemed to be infused with life again, automatically merging back into the original form of a rat. Simon opened his eyes, amazed to see the rat move. Not bad. Now, on to the next step. Aaron continued. Reconstruction and bone penetration are two completely different skills. The latter is simply an application of restorative energy. So, think of them as two entirely different skills. Aaron pointed towards the skeleton lying on the ground. He levitated a rib bone. When you regenerate bone, make it a habit to angle the rib cage. That way, the sharpened tip will easily pierce through your opponent's flesh. If you focus dark energy onto a point on the bone, you can turn it into a blade as sharp as this. For bones without sharp ends, use them to latch onto your enemy. Turn them into tools for binding them. The bone fragments, controlled by Shimon's magic, wrapped tightly around a large tree trunk. He clenched his fist, focusing all his strength. The bones tightened their grip on the tree. And then, crack, a loud snap echoed. The tree trunk, victim to the sharp bone fragments, instantly split in two. They fell to the ground in unison. Shimon pumped his fist, excitedly exclaiming, I did. Aaron, despite his reputation for being cold, demanding, and hard to please, was impressed by Simon's rapid learning ability. He didn't hesitate to offer praise. Aaron looked at Simon and said, currently, you're relying on brute strength to overwhelm your opponents. But thanks to your unique regeneration ability, you can turn shattered bone fragments into deadly weapons. This will be your new special move. Keep practicing to utilize it in actual combat. Simon beamed, replying, thank you for your guidance, Professor. Errol suddenly spoke up, asking, I heard that Professor Jean chose the Sunshine Club for the upcoming ability assessment. Are you planning to participate in the fight? Simon answered, no. My teammate, Melon, will handle them. Inwardly, Aaron approved of Simon's decision. He said, smart. Supporting your teammates is crucial. More importantly, there's a lot to learn from this. Give it your all. Before concluding the training session, Aaron gave Simon some careful instruction. It was just a supplementary lesson. Yes, thank you, Professor. Goodbye. Simon replied eagerly. Aaron didn't seem to pay much attention to his farewell. He just walked straight ahead. Back in the classroom, Simon cheerfully pushed open the door and entered. Sorry I'm late. Upon seeing Simon, the whole class immediately erupted like a disturbed beehive. Simon, what happened? Did he hit you? Cammy was so worried about you. Cammy's wings fluttered rapidly as she spoke excitedly. We're still in the student protection period. How could the teacher punish you so severely? Despite Simon's attempts to calm everyone down, the crowd continued to clamor. Deke, sitting next to Cammy, was just as worked up. He chimed in with an excited expression. I heard corporal punishment at Kizen involves whip. It wasn't punishment, it was just a supplementary lesson. Fortunately, everyone listened intently to Simon's explanation. And indeed, after hearing him out, everyone wore a dumbfounded, almost foolish expression, looking utterly comical. Perhaps because Simon's words completely contradicted Professor Aaron's fright, eccentric and unpredictable personality, making it hard for them to believe. Therefore, they simply assumed that Simon was dazed from Professor Aaron's punishment, leaving him disoriented, and mistaking remedial class for enrichment tutor. Malene put her hands on her hips, glanced at Simon, and said, it's good you're not hurt. Now look at this potion. Simon replied helplessly, yeah. Although he said that inwardly, he felt utterly exasperated with his friends. Just a moment ago, they were in a frenzy worrying about him. Yet now they changed their tune so casually. On the table sat a flask filled with a shimmering golden liquid, glowing brilliantly. Dichi looked at his creation, beaming. He said, excellent. Good progress. Malene replied proudly. Of course it's perfect. I made it myself. The water and ingredients were all meticulously measured. The boiling time and impurity removal were perfectly executed. Malene cheerfully held up 2 fingers, winked playfully, and continued. 20 more minutes on low heat and it'll be done. Hearing this, the others showered her with praise. Kami, filled with hope, silently prayed. We've worked so hard. I hope the results will be fruitful. Malene agreed. Yeah. We'll have a truly impressive presentation in basic dark magic class. Dee suddenly had an idea and said, well, everyone's here. Why don't we take this opportunity to prepare for tomorrow's presentation? Night fell. The moon rose high. The group diligently continued practicing. All right, I'll compile all the predicted questions. Okay, there are 300 questions in total. I have the answers to all of them. Malene and Milan slumped onto the table, exhausted. Tomorrow will be ours. Exhausted but exhilarated, they raised their fists in unison, chanting, let's do this. Tomorrow, the evaluation will be here before we know. The next day, it was Simon's group's turn for their evaluation. Professor Zen Olympia meticulously reviewed the draft and then softly spoke. 1 main damage dealer, 1 summoner, 2 mages. Your team members have different specialization, but overlapping roles. Furthermore, this dark magic combination lacks creativity, even suggesting placing the main damage dealer in a support position. I truly don't understand what Group 7 is thinking. The professor's cold expression and harsh critique sent shivers down their spines. They thought to themselves, thinking to themselves, the 300 answers we prepared were completely useless. Professor Zen Olympia continued her question. First, I'd like to hear why you decided to divide the tasks this way. Melanie Villa quickly replied, yes, ma'am. We believe that a clear division of labor will bring the best results. In our opinion, the top priority is to defeat the Kansai Club swiftly and decisively. Ms. Dean asked in return. So, these positions represent the most optimal lineup your group could come up with. Melanie asserted confidently, yes, exactly. Simon cracked a cryptic smile. His hands clasped tightly behind his back, mirroring Melanie's agreement. But unexpectedly, Ms. Dean spoke. What about your opinion, Simon Florenti? Simon's name hung in the air. His expression suddenly tensed. Professor, you must be expecting a different answer, but we are still in the student protection phase. Today's presentation is solely for the purpose of receiving feedback on our strategy. Therefore, there's no need. Just focusing on showcasing teamwork is enough. Thinking that, Simon boldly answered. First of all, I understand that our group lacks creativity in coordinating dark magic. But more important than creativity is safety. We will hunt Cyclops more cautiously than any other group. That way, our equivalent strength score will compensate for the creativity points. Professor Jean nodded slightly. If you say so, then all right. Next, Camille Paris Ursula heard her name called. Camille Paris Ursula was startled. Immediately straightening her back, she replied, yes, Professor. Please ask your question. You are a hemomancy student, so you should be in charge of attacking. But I see, you gave that position to a Theology student. Instead, you used primordial runes for support. I want to hear your opinion on this. Hearing this, Camille Paris Ursula's face paled. Sweat poured down his face. Cammy's head involuntarily hung low. The others worried. This question is too hard. Malene Buildland thought to herself. Don't worry, Cam. Just answer confidently. You got this, Cammy. Don't give up, Simon whispered softly. Cammy, Cyclops are creatures from the toxicology lesson. Hearing the hint, Cammy Paris Ursula replied. It's because of the Cyclops characteristics. Teacher Dean continued. Characteristics? Please explain. Cammy answered. Cyclops are very resilient, and blood curses are more effective with physical damage. So it's difficult to defeat a Cyclops with a blood curse. Malene knows how to use Dark Lightning, a dark elemental spell. So I think we could incinerate the Cyclops with dark light. Therefore, I think Malene Buildland would be more suited for the side club's attack role. That's a rather convincing answer. Professor Jean continued his questioning. I see. Let me ask you this. What would you do if you encountered a different monster? This question was clearly much more difficult. Cammy Paris Ursula clenched her fist, her face a picture of anxiety as she stammered. Well then, if that's the case. After a moment of thought, she replied. I would take on a role of main damage dealer. The answer left the entire hall in stunned silence. Simon and his friends gasped, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Cam. I wonder if she even understands what she's saying. Realizing her blunder, Cammy quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Professor. Diane Olympia smiled faintly and replied, I'll remember that answer. Then, she looked towards the last person, Yahello. Hearing his name called, the boy cheerfully raised his hand and replied, Present. I thought you were asking something serious. Turns out it was just a reminder. In the classroom, please maintain order and refrain from talking to your neighbor. The teacher continued, Group 7 is finished. Next is Group. You may stand up and leave. It seems like some of you haven't quite grasped the lesson. Inside the cafeteria, students were gathered in small groups, chatting animated. The topics of conversation were quite varied. We already have homework on the first day. We're in an advanced class, but this part is still so confusing. You could try applying a different formula. What are you drinking? At a table near the window, Simon Florenia sat with his chin resting on his hand, a pensive expression on his face. He seemed to be waiting for someone. When will she get here? He wondered to himself. Today, he was determined to see her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Look, it's her. Lauren Arkwright, a girl with a beautiful face, an athletic and energetic figure, tossed her long hair back and entered with the graceful poise of a model. Noticing the curious stares and whispers around her, she glanced around and asked, Did you want to say something? Everyone immediately dispersed. The girl walked straight toward Simon. Witnessing her arrogance and haughty demeanor, he felt a bit confused, thinking to himself, what happened to Loren? She's like a different person. She's even a little frightening. Before entering Kizen, she was so friendly and outgoing. We used to hang out together, go shopping, grab food. Simon offered a friendly smile and greeted her. Long time no see, Loren. She let out a small humph, then abruptly changed her demeanor, her face becoming much softer and sweeter. Loren smiled back at Simon's greeting. It's the first time we've seen each other since leaving Lance. How have you been? He stammered a bit, flustered. Yeah, I'm fine. Loren held out the letter, curiously asking, Hey, what did you say to the mail carrier? She took one look at the letter and exclaimed, Oh my gosh, you got accepted into the academy. I'm so jealous, Loren. Simon calmly replied, I just told her to deliver the letter to you. Loren narrowed his eyes, suspicious. That's it? Are you trying to avoid the question? Your uniform looks great, even better than I imagined. Hearing Simon say that, Loren became even more confused and asked again, What do you mean? Explain yourself. Are you saying I look old? No, that's not what I meant, Simon Ferentia stamped. Because Inland Girlston, you look like a professional necromancer. A necromancer in a uniform is a bit. He put his hands above his head and drew circles in the air, asked, Do you get what I mean? Seeing Simon's flustered appearance, Loren burst out laughing. Just kidding, don't worry. So, what did you want to see me about? Loren asked, suddenly serious, as if just remembering the real reason for the meeting. Simon Ferentia quickly replied, There's a traitor at Kizen. You know Professor Jan Olympia's class? The one where you fight Cyclops. I went to the Forbidden Forest to make a potion for Mom. She paused, lost in thought. Seeing her expression, he quickly explained. Loren, this might be hard to believe, but Loren interrupted. I believe you, Tanjia. Did you see him? Can you describe him to me? What did he look like? Simon nodded. Sure. If I remember correctly, the largest cross is in the center, and there's a statue of a woman on it. She's covered in vines. Loren immediately confirmed. Then it's clear. That woman is the goddess Dua, the sole goddess worshipped by the priests of Bel. He muttered to himself, wondering, what about Edna? She explained, that's the holy abbey directly controlled by the Pope. Just like Kizen trains necromancers, Ednail trains priests. More specifically, the Saintess is considered the most powerful among the Holy Spirits. The Saintess's disciples are all members of IF and hold all the power within the organization. Loren slammed his mug down on the table, the sound echoing with a sharp clang as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. Why would a damned priest dare set foot in Kizen? Simon, does anyone else know about this besides you? He shook his head. Only me and Cambiare, who went into the Forbidden Forest with me. All right, thank you for telling me. I'll report this to Mother immediately. She replied. Simon also thanked Lorraine. She stood up, her voice urgent. Tell me that was a smart decision. If what you're saying is true, that priest must be a high-ranking official, wielding power equivalent to a professor. That means all the professors at Kizen are suspects. Lorraine put her hands on her hips and stated, if we asked a professor for their opinion, they would have definitely destroyed the evidence and obstructed the investigation. My mother needs to know about this. That way, the priest won't be able to interfere, and the investigation can be broadened and conducted more thoroughly. Simon Farintia laughed heartily, pleased that Laureen had understood. Laureen excitedly replied, "Then let's go, Simon," he asked in surprise. "Huh? Go where?" Her eyes gleaming, she answered, "To the Forbidden Forest. There must still be clues left at the scene where you saw the priest." Simon nodded, quickly getting to his feet. "All right, let's go check it out." They both quickly entered the dense forest. Arriving at the location, Simon Farintia observed the empty clearing amidst the trees, his gaze fixed on the bare tree trunks before him, surprise evident on his face. "Impossible. How can there be nothing here?" he asserted confidently. "I swear on the 7 gods, this is the place. There used to be a small shrine here, with a clear slash mark carved into it, but now there's no trace of Phila or that priest. What happened here?" Loren knelt down, gently touching the ground, carefully examining. "The lack of any trace makes it even more suspicious, Simon. According to your story, that priest possessed formidable power. Even without witnessing the battle firsthand, I can still surmise from how they completely wiped out such a large area. But what astounds me the most is that they embedded an energy core into themselves to be able to reach Kizen, even if they serve a deity." Loren Arkwright stood up and slowly began to speak. "The church believes that the core is a source of power that opposes God." Hearing this, Simon interrupted. "Wait a minute, Loren. I have a question." She turned back, listening intently. "What is it? Go on." "If the core is opened, then using divine power like a priest will become impossible, right?" "That's correct," Loren replied. "I don't fully understand the principles behind it, but that's the price to pay." Simon grew more curious. The price to pay. She rested her chin on her hand and began to explain. Divine power is a strength derived from faith in the divine, while dark energy is said to be the power of a cursed demon, or so they say. Regardless of their doctrines, the opposition between these two forces remains an undeniable truth. "That's undeniable." She patted Simon's shoulder, her voice serious. "Thank you for helping Kizen. But the thing is, that priest is a dangerous opponent, so you're facing a serious threat. We don't know when they'll come after you, so lay low for a while, okay?" Simon flatly refused. "No, I'm fine. I'll continue living as usual. I'm not sure that priest even saw my face, and if he does come looking for me, he'll definitely leave a trail." "What?" Loren cried out in alarm. "Don't be foolish, Simon. If that proof comes at the cost of your life, then it won't mean anything. This girl is so hot-headed." Simon placed his hands on her shoulders, comforting her. "Calm down and listen to me. Look, Loren, if I skip school or do anything out of the ordinary, that priest will become suspicious of me." She stood her ground, but at least let the bodyguards persuade her. "Having bodyguards won't make a difference. Having a guard follow me around will only make me stand out more. And if I do that, then it's obvious. I've reported everything I witnessed that day to the authorities at Kizen. Kizen assigning me protection only proves that I feel threatened, or I am still worried." She started to say more, but Simon interrupted. "We are dealing with a priest who infiltrated Kizen. As you said, they decided to come here and even open the core, an act considered a heinous crime for priests." Loren began to ponder. Simon's argument was indeed worth considering. He continued, "You also understand that those fanatics, capable of actions beyond our comprehension." Loren nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree, but you have to promise me one thing," she said quietly. "If I detect any unusual signs from you, I will immediately put you under surveillance, even if it means restricting your freedom." "Understood." Lorraine's finger wagged gently in front of Simon's face. Her eyes seemed to say that refusal wasn't an option. Simon Farintia smiled wryly to himself and replied, "Yes, I promise." She added, "And remember, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for anyone." He agreed. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Loren looked around and said, "All right, inspection complete. Let's head back to Kizen." Night had fallen by the time they returned to the academy. Lorraine waved goodbye. "See you later, Simon." She then turned and headed to her room. He watched her go, thinking to himself, "I'm really sorry, but I can't drop out of school just because of this. If I quit school, I'll fall behind." He gave a small wave goodbye, promising to see them later. In truth, Simon harbored a constant worry. He feared being expelled due to his poor grades and lack of skills. Simon shook his head repeatedly, trying to dispel the negative thoughts. "No way. If both choices carry risks, then I'd rather keep going to school." Simon stood before the grand school building, his heart filled with emotion. Just like Fear had said, Kizen was a fertile ground with countless things to learn. The next day, All the students gathered in the main hall. Di-Chi and Word excitedly exclaimed, "It really is Professor Jean. I heard students only get to experience this in the second semester, but we're getting to participate before then. Even before the student protection period ends." Cammy bit her lip, her expression grim. "I'm so worried. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep a wink." Suddenly, an announcement rang out, interrupting her thoughts. "Greetings, everyone. This is Kizen's combat simulation system." A blinding light erupted, forcing everyone to squint. The surrounding space began to warp and distort. Right before their eyes, a massive pillar materialized, pulsating with an ethereal, shimmering light. Amazon is a system implemented in 6 Kizen branches worldwide. It can generate any creature, simulate all types of magic, and realistically recreate virtual battles. This is the result of relocating Hallucina, an illusory fortress, to Kizen for refinement and enhancement. Zen Olympia, standing in the center of the room, declared, "That concludes the explanation. I will briefly summarize the simulation test. All the rules are identical to the actual test. You will experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before engaging in actual combat. Consider this a crucial rehearsal, only targeting the combat students for attack. Combat students will wear vests equipped with protective talisman. For defense, Instructor Zen presented a sleek black vest and continued. When the vest's protective energy drops to 0, the training session will conclude. You can await your next turn in the waiting room. In this simulated battle, you must evaluate the effectiveness of your team's strategies, see how they play out, and visualize how a real battle would unfold. Afterwards, proceed to the designated waiting area." A wave of apprehension washed over the students. As they were leaving, Simon suddenly heard an announcement from the system. "Group 5. We will now highlight the locations of the group supporters. Everyone, please look at the screen." Cindy is in Group 5. Dark Theology, Potions Spiritualism, a combat member specializing in psionics. This is quite a balanced and well-rounded team. All right, let's begin the simulated battle. For team number 5, Cindy and her teammates entered the simulated battlefield. They were all astonished, jaws dropping at the majestic scenery unfolding before them. This is incredible, and everything's happening so fast. Right in front of Cindy, a gigantic beast suddenly appeared. The realistic movements made the students incredibly excited. Here it comes. Here it comes. All right, let's do this." She swung her scythe with a flourish, excitedly exclaimed, "Let's take it down." But with a single, earth-shattering slap, the Cyclops knocked Cindy out cold. Team 5, Simulation 7, failed. Time, 1 minute and 16 seconds. Damage inflicted, 22%. Defense rating, 0%. Commendations or bonus points, none. Just 1 punch from the Cyclops. Depleted 50% of the defense rate. Looks like we'll need to get to the enchantment sooner than expected. Cammy, Barrett, and Ursula said in unison, right? Everyone seems tense, even though this is just a mock battle. Deke turned to Malene and asked, "You okay?" She stammered a bit, flustered. "I'm fine." A voice from the system announced, "Next up, Group 3 and Group 7. Please enter the arena." Simon and Hector Moore stood up. Hector Moore asked Simon Florinia, "You'll be representing Group 7 in battle, right?" He calmly replied, "No, Melon Buildland will." Hector Moore looked surprised. That naive little miss from the ivory tower. You're giving up your spot to protect her honor?" Simon shrugged. "Of course not. She's simply the strongest in our group." Hector Moore frowned, his displeasure evident. The group entered the arena. The system announced, "Group 7. We will now designate positions for the support members. Students, please observe. Magical circles will appear beneath you shortly. Support members, quickly move to your designated positions. The Kansai Club won't be able to see you, so relax. However, if you step outside the circle, you'll be immediately eliminated. Cammy, Simon, please step into the 3 designated circles." The professor turned to Malene, the team's warrior, and asked, "Are you ready?" Startled, she quickly replied, Yes, sir." Noticing her nervousness, the group offered words of encouragement. "Malene, calm down. Are you sure you're okay?" "Don't worry too much, Malene. It's just a simulation. You got this." Taking a deep breath, she responded, "Yeah, thanks. I'm all right." The system announced, Team 7's first mock battle officially begins. The virtual battlefield quickly materialized. The Kansai Club had, before them, the monster stood, its growl a menacing rumble. Merlin yelled, his voice ringing with authority, "Everyone, get ready." "Does everyone remember the plan?" he asked one last time. The group responded in unison. "Crystal clear." Simon thought to himself, "Malin seems calm. I don't need to worry about her anymore." He surveyed the situation, confidence etched on his face. I'll stick to the plan. Just need to focus completely on my task. The two Skodons are in position, and Kami is ready to cast his magic. But in the blink of an eye, Balond had fallen to Cyclops' first lightning-fast attack. The group was stunned, frozen in place. They stare at their comrade, lying motionless on the ground, speechless for a moment. Then, cries of horror erupted. Malin, are you okay? A heavy, somber silence fell over them. System announcement. Team 7's first combat training session officially came to a close. Very good. You all executed the initial plan splendidly. The group silently filed out, their faces downcast. Teacher Zen gently commented, her voice soft. I was quite impressed with how the summoner used the Skoton to distract the cyborg. Simon softly replied, thank you, teacher. However, overall, the other members were a bit slow to keep up, slowing the monster down with a weakening spell, then finishing it off with Blackfire. In theory, this tactic sounds reasonable, but in actual combat, you must have realized the difference. The biggest issue lies in the disparity of individual skill. Try to minimize the miscasting of magic during battle. That's all. The group replied in unison, thank you, teacher, and quickly left the room. Everyone was watching the monitor. Team 3 had won. Hector is amazing. I can't believe he actually won. He beat on the first try? No way. Simon read the scoreboard aloud. Group 3 simulation successful. Time, for minutes 2 seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 98%. A total score of A. That's incredible. 98% protection means he barely got hit at all. Are we supposed to be that good? That's insane. Is that even possible? So jealous. I wish I could do that. Hector walked out, brushing past Simon. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Malene suddenly spoke up. Hey everyone, we have to make sure we win the real battle. The second match began. The Kansai Club's power is formidable. Simon was outlining the strategy to everyone. It looked like he was planning to use 2 talismans. Even the exhaustion curse can't slow it down, Merlin. I think you should dodge she asked back skeptical. Yeah, he replied. Remember to use the dark energy we learned in combat magic. Merlin quickly backed away to avoid the attack, muttering, oh yeah, I'll try. Kami, forget about the curse's stability for now. The important thing is to layer on multiple spells. Simon reminded them both. Kami and Dee focused all their energy, channeling their inner strength to cast their magic. When they felt ready, Dee launched a coordinated attack with Kami, striking directly at Simon's face. Malene collapsed at its feet. Immediately, it recognized its opponent and raised its wooden staff. Malene couldn't dodge in time and screamed in agony. System announcement. Simulation 7 failed. Time 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Damage level 42%. Protection index 0%. Total score E. Kami exclaimed in regret. Almost there. We have one last shot. Malene Bildland sighed in frustration. I know. Simon stroked his chin, lost in thought, then spoke. Listen up. I've got a plan that will guarantee our victory. First, the original plan remains the same. I'll cast 2 spells, and Malene Bildland will use Blackfire. But double casting the Drain's spell has proven ineffective. So Kami and E, you two will use 4 layers of Drain with multicasting. Don't worry, I've never performed multicasting before, and neither has Kami. It's not impossible, but do we have enough time to pull it off? Simon reassured everyone. Relax, I'll buy us as much time as possible. With Skoton. Got it. Alright then, let's see. Third round, begin. Skoton immediately climbed onto the enormous Cyclops. Simon said softly, good. And we'll use this treacherous mountainous terrain to our advantage. D, your task is to use your mesmerizing ability. D immediately replied. Understood. Kami skillfully and continuously cast magic spells. In just a moment, she announced. I've completed the first weakening enchantment. Dee quickly reported. I've finished as well. Prepare for the next phase. Suddenly, the Cyclops swung its arm powerfully, knocking Skoton to the ground. Skoton shattered. Malene announced. Blackfire is 80% complete. Simon reassured. Skoton number 7. Prepare to advance. He quickly launched an attack on the Cyclops. One hand gripped a sturdy wooden staff. The other held Skoton number 1 tightly. The Cyclops was momentarily confused, unsure what to do with the next Skoton. Crawling up its leg, By now, everyone had reported the situation to Simon. Cammy, 2 layers of weakened spells are ready in both hands. I'm ready to fight. I've ordered Skodon to climb up Cyclops' back, he commanded. It should be distracting him, making him feel itchy and uncomfortable. Cyclops continually glanced left and right, momentarily distracted from his opponent by the unexpected annoyance. Malene announced, "Black fire is ready to be cast." Cyclops immediately charged forward. Simon reported, "He's entered the weakened spells range." Cammy immediately launched a double-layered weakened spell attack from the other side. Simultaneously, Malene unleashed black fire. A deafening explosion rocked the earth. Simon encouraged Malene, protected by 4 layers of weakened spells. "You can dodge Cyclops' attacks." Malene exclaimed, "You want me to dodge that myself?" Simon replied, "No, just follow my instructions. I'm going to try something." Malene had just risen up on her toes when Simon suddenly yelled, "Malene, watch out in front." A thunderous blow crashed down from above. With agility, she leaped aside, narrowly dodging the surprise attack. Simon roared, charging forward with incredible speed. The Cyclops pursued relentlessly, its eyes locked onto its target. From the other side, Cammy unleashed a debilitating attack, aiming to weaken the beast. Simon shouted a warning to Cammy, urgency lacing his voice. "Use the blood veil, spell to blind it." Instantly, a drop of crimson blood welled up on her fingertip. Bloody mist rose from the droplet, forming a vibrant red ribbon. The ribbon swiftly wrapped around the Cyclops' head, obscuring its vision. "Hurry, Simon," she urged. He commanded Scotty to move into position. Scotty yanked hard on the chain wrapped around the Cyclops' neck. The monster roared furiously, thrashing in desperation. Simon exclaimed with worry, "Reinforce the chain with a binding spell. Don't let it break." With his words, Dyke quickly cast a binding spell. The Cyclops became more frenzied than ever. It lunged forward, but the reinforced chain held firm. "Melon, finish it," Simon bellowed in the decisive moment. Mustering her remaining strength, she unleashed her final black fire attack, screaming, "Damn it, why aren't you dead yet?" The Kansai Club was hit, roaring in pain. Arg, arg. The entire group was exhausted, only able to watch as their opponent was consumed by the raging flames. The monster's massive body crashed to the ground, unconscious. The system displayed a notification. Team 7 simulation successful. Time: 6 minutes, 46 seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 97%. The group cheered in victory. "We did it," a girl groaned softly. "Congratulations to Team 7 for defeating the Cyclops. Excellent work. You successfully executed a strategy that previously only existed in theory and adapted it flexibly based on real combat experience." Dyke gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Ko Dian continued her critique. "However, you need to improve your endurance in battle, and also depends on the summoner's ability. You made a very good assessment." Quickly chanting continuously to increase the power of the curse was smart, but there were still a few minor errors. "Remember to practice to improve your dark magic." The group excitedly replied in unison, "Yes, Professor. Thank you." Everyone crowded around, praising his team. "Well done. Amazing, Malene." Cindy ran over, excitedly saying, "Hey, Simon, you did great. The whole team was fantastic." He replied, "Thanks, Cindy." They high-fived enthusiastically. She asked, "Isn't continuous chanting really difficult?" Simon honestly replied, "Actually, it is a bit complicated." Everyone chatted animatedly. Only Hector didn't seem very happy. He glared at Simon with hatred. Finally, the practice session ended. Ms. Zen announced, "That concludes today's lesson. Have a great weekend, everyone." Students, in unison, "Thank you, Professor." The group left the classroom together. Malene asked, "Are we still practicing this weekend?" Cammy agreed, "Yeah. I realized my weakness in the mock exam." DJ exclaimed, "Really? Didn't Cammy invite you out?" Malene looked over, surprised. "What?" Cammy replied, Yeah, but I declined. I want to practice with everyone." As she spoke, she glanced at Simon. He smiled slightly. "Oh?" DJ suddenly raised his hand and said seriously, "Sorry, but I can't join this time. I have to go to Logic for a conference." Malene said casually, "It's okay. What about you, Simon?" Simon replied, "I'm pretty busy tomorrow. I'll join next time." Malene frowned slightly. "All right. DJ wants to be a merchant. What's your reason?" Simon answered honestly, "I have private training. Trying to catch up on prerequisite lessons. Someone in Logic is teaching me summoning." The next day, Simon arrived at Fear's place. He greeted him. "I'm here." Fear was already waiting. "Welcome." Simon stepped inside and asked, "How are you?" "Sorry to bother you so soon." but could you take a look at my skeleton? Fear looked at the mess on the floor and asked in surprise, are you here to train or to move in? He laughed and said, I want to add more skeletons to my legion, so I need more weapons to distribute. Fear picked up a skull and examined it. I see, but what did you do to shatter them like this? Simon replied, they got damaged during the simulation, after some repairs. All right, introductions are over. Shall we begin the training? Do the newly assembled ones need time to recover? Or would you like to use the humanoid Skodon this time? He pointed to a large container and said, controlling them might be a bit difficult for a beginner like you, so I need you to focus. He took out 2 humanoid Skodon and continued. Today, I'll teach you how to control multiple Skodon simultaneously. First, let me ask you, what's the maximum number of Skodon you can currently control at once? Simon replied, 2 is my limit. If I try to control more than 3, my mind starts to become overwhelmed, and giving commands becomes much harder. I also get a terrible headache. Kuya bent down and reassured him, don't worry. It's not about how many you can control, but how well you control them. Even if you can only manage 1 or 2. With that, he arranged the humanoid Skodon into 2 teams. 2 per team, tie a blue and red ribbon on their heads. Once done, Faye shouted, all right, let's battle with the skeletons. I'll control both of them at the same time. Bring it on, Simon. Simon replied excitedly, yes. He controlled 2 humanoid skeletons, charging forward to attack. The clang of weapons clashing rang out incessantly. Their fighting strength is pretty impressive. Good, keep going. Suddenly, the blue soldier attacked with a spear. The red soldier was ordered to duck and dodge, but it was too late. Both sides clashed fiercely. A red skeleton was hit, staggering and falling backward. Simon exclaimed, that's not fair, Fear. You said I could only use 2 skeletons. Fear asked, what do you mean? I'm only controlling 2, just like you. He said in surprise, what? He moved the skeleton with the sword first, and then gave the order to the skeleton with the spear. Seeing Simon's pensive expression, FIA chuckled with amusement. At this rate, seeing Simon's thoughtful expression, FIA let out a delighted laugh. I bet you figured it out. This technique is called cross-maneuver. You have to rapidly give alternating commands to the constructs to expand your boundaries' range of control. If you can't control multiple constructs at once, you'll command them by activating 2 at the same time. This is the crucial key to this tactic. He stroked his chin, muttering quickly to himself. 2 constructs high-fived each other and then amicably put their arms around one another's shoulders. So that's how it is. He suddenly understood. FIA exclaimed excitedly, my teachings haven't been in vain. Ha ha ha. Now that you understand, let's put it into practice. Your goal is to master the cross maneuver. Simon obeyed. Understood. The following week, the group sprawled out on the grass, stretching languidly and groaning. I'm exhausted, Malene said cheerfully, but everyone has made significant progress, especially you, Simon. Your cotton control skills have noticeably improved. Cammy agreed. I see that too. Simon asked in surprise. Really? Malene nodded slightly in agreement. Before, you could only control 2 cottons at once, but now you're up to 3. It must be thanks to that private lesson at Rhodist, right? Simon smiled and admitted, yeah, that's right. Malene, her eyes shining with curiosity, pressed him. Who taught you? Was it a professional necromancer or someone from Kizen? Cammy guessed. They must be incredibly skilled. Simon replied vaguely. My father recommended them, so before Simon could finish, both girls exclaimed in unison. Really? I want to learn too. Me too. You've improved so drastically in just 1 day. Your master must be a true dark magic master. Fear laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Am I that famous? The voice emanated from the small badge on Simon's collar. He thought to himself, Fear, keep your voice down. I have a headache, but Fear only spoke louder. Tell them I'm more than happy to teach. What if they die and become soldiers in the Legion? Well, ha 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 ha. He snorted. In Kizen, that's taboo. Simon deftly avoided answering. Sorry. He's not like that in real life. He's quite busy, so he doesn't have much time to teach me. The 2 girls were disappointed. Malene frowned. You're so stingy. Cammy's face fell, clearly regretful. Deke, sprawled on the grass, analyzed the situation. Hey, you have to put yourself in Simon's shoes. Of course he can't reveal that. If his score is lower than yours, Simon will be kicked out of Kizen. And that definitely can't happen. That's why he won't say. He smiled wryly to himself. Well, let them think what they want. Malene abruptly stood up, giving herself a pep talk. All right then. With a few more practice sessions, I'll still be better than him. Let's go. Let's get back to training. Prepare for next week. Simon felt somewhat encouraged. And then tomorrow arrived. and officially marked the end of the freshman protection period. The group arrived. Simon anxiously looked at the teacher, his eyes filled with unease, and asked, "How many have there been today, Professor?" 19. Professor Park Jin-woo curtly replied. The first-year theology professor stood at the podium, his eyes glued to the thick stack of papers in his hands. His hands continuously tossed unsatisfactory assignments onto the floor. His voice boomed with anger. "You call this garbage homework? You're not worthy of setting foot in Kizen. Get out. Don't let me see your faces again." The students below, their faces grim, whispered anxiously. That's 20. In just one day, 20 students have been expelled from Kizen. Outside on the athletic field, a group of students ran, panting and complaining. Professor Park Jin-woo. What? What do you mean? How could you deduct 10 points from me? Deke, breathless from exhaustion, continued to grumble incessantly. I'd rather run all day and not lose any points than face that grumpy professor. Combat magic is amazing. I love it so much, Simon teased. Maybe you shouldn't have dozed off in class. Gradually, Malene left him far behind. Every morning, you're always going to fall behind. Seeing Malene still running, Simon said worriedly, "Don't push yourself too hard. You could." Before he could finish, Malene sped up, sprinting ahead. Reaching the finish line last, breathless, he muttered, "All right, tomorrow's the ability assessment." "Mom, save me," Simon replied. "I know." He suddenly recalled their conversation the day before. While they were stacking logs, he had asked Cammy, "Were you training with Malene yesterday too?" Cammy replied, "Yeah, I practiced curses until I was exhausted, and Malene trained physically all day." He asked again, "Physical training?" Malene remembered Simon's words. "I told her I could easily perform blackening, but she said it was impossible. Just based on my words alone, how could I possibly dodge Cyclops' attacks?" After that, we studied in a group until it was pitch black outside. As soon as practice was over, he'd bury his head in his books. He pulled an all-nighter studying. Simon, hearing this, asked, "He didn't sleep at all?" Cammy replied, "Exactly. I asked him if he was tired, and he said he was fine because he drank an awakening potion." Simon thought to himself, "Come to think of it, every time I see Milne build land, he's always studying incredibly hard. But why does he have to push himself so much?" Just then, Milne stood in front, waving Simon over. "Come and watch me emerge from the shadows. Look." With that, she leaped high into the air, causing everyone around to gasp in awe. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God." Milne asked, "So, how was that? Anything I need to fix?" Simon replied sincerely, "Not at all. You did great." She giggled with delight. "Really? Really? All that practice for tomorrow finally paid off." Cammy clapped in applause, and Malene cheered excitedly. "You were amazing, Malene. That was impressive. You improved so much in just a few days." Malene responded confidently, "Of course. I've been practicing extra hard," Simon. Worried she was overdoing it, Simon gently reminded her, "Don't push yourself too hard, Malene. We already passed the simulation test. We'll definitely do well on the real thing, too." She understood what he meant, but replied casually, "I know, but I don't want to just pass. First place is the goal. I have to give it my all to get the top spot. So that's why. You've been studying and training so hard." Simon was about to say more, but an announcement rang out in the distance. "Break time's over. All right, everyone, on your feet. We'll continue moving to the next point without rest." The group quickly set off. By the time they reached their destination, Simon was completely exhausted. Professor Hong Peng approached and called out to Simon. He looked up and politely replied, "Professor." Professor Hong Peng possessed the toned physique of a true athlete. Her body was healthy and energetic, with characteristically tan skin. Her auburn hair was tied up in a neat bun. Her friendly and approachable demeanor made her beloved by her students. She placed her hands on her hips and asked with a smile, "Have you been practicing the dark combat skills I taught you?" Simon quickly replied, "Of course, Professor. Compared to our first lesson, you've improved tremendously." She observed Simon carefully and remarked, "Just as you said, your dark energy flow has significantly improved. Your overall power has also been enhanced. You're much stronger than before." Simon responded with delight. "Really?" "Of course. Like I said, you have a natural talent for this." Amidst the lively chatter, a voice suddenly called out, "Professor, we have an injured student. It seems she sprained her ankle," Assistant Black hurriedly reported. Hong Pen replied, "Let me go take a look." She turned to Simon and advised, "Remember to practice regularly to improve your skills." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you," Simon politely replied. He then turned back to Dyke and Cammy, curiously asking, "Where's Amelie?" Cammy quickly answered, "I don't know. I was always at the back of the group," he added. Hearing this, Dyke sat up and chimed in, "Me too. I just asked Cammy about Amelie. So, none of us have seen her. That's strange. Where could she have gone?" Simon looked to his left, then to his right, searching for Amelie. "No, I haven't seen her either," Simon replied. Just then, Hongpen appeared. Her expression was quite serious. "There's been an injury." Simon's group looked towards the person being carried by Bra. It was Amelie Bulliant. Her leg had been bandaged. Malene was immediately rushed to the hospital. The group was shocked to hear the doctor's announcement. Malene Bildland has a sprained ankle, a rather serious injury. She'll need to wear a cast for a while. She can still attend classes, but she's absolutely forbidden from participating in combat training or any physical activity for a week. A heavy silence fell over the room. Malene pushed herself up, trying to get closer to the doctor, exclaiming, "What? No, I'm fine. It's not that serious. I can still walk. I can still participate in combat training." But before she could finish, a sudden surge of pain made her face pale and wince. Cammy and Barrett rushed to support Malene, their faces etched with worry. Seeing her agitation, the doctor sighed and said sternly, "Malene, this isn't advice, it's an order. A student's top priority at Kizen is survival. And as a doctor, the patient's recovery is always my top priority. I'll remove your name from the list of classes that need to be relocated." Hearing this, Malene slumped down, a look of sadness washing over her face as her voice dropped. "I'm sorry, everyone. Could you all give me a moment alone?" Understanding that this was a huge blow to Malene, everyone quietly filed out of the room. But after taking a few steps, Simon suddenly turned back and said, "Malene, beating yourself up like this isn't going to make things any better." Merlin hung her head low, her voice choked with emotion. "Then what do you want me to do?" "The match against the Cyclops tomorrow. What are we going to do now?" Simon replied. "We'll figure something else out." Merlin almost yelled, "Something else? What else is there? We've been racking our brains strategizing and brewing potions all week. You know that." Seeing her teammate so distraught, Cammy felt a pang of sympathy, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Malene continued her relentless tirade. "We've only been practicing this formation for a week, and that fight with Mike was just a minor skirmish with a second-rate Cyclops. Are you trying to provoke me? It's my fault. You can be as sarcastic as you want. It's all my fault. But don't forget you had the lowest score on the aptitude test. Eventually, Kizen will cut you, and that'll be my fault too, I suppose. I got injured trying to secure the top spot for us." Simon noticed her losing control.